Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them, pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. And those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road. Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Well, that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them, pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. And those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Surf Series 2022. Right now we are at the beautiful Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex QS Men's and Women's 3000. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm sitting in the booth with one and only Adam Dimmy Hemsey. How you going, mate?
Good, legend, and yeah, great to be here. The waves have been pumping the last couple of days, and already just having a look at the vibe out on the beach too, you can definitely see the change up now that we're into these QS 3000s, and yeah, I mean, you're a competitor.
Yeah.
You definitely have a different mindset when you know that there's, you know, bigger points on offer. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, in previous years, definitely. To this year, focus has changed quite a lot for me. I mean, I'm sitting in the booth commentating for most of the day. I'm very busy with other stuff. Last night, ran a mental health workshop for the local community, so priorities are still the surfing, but a lot of extra work going on around the scenes for me. But yes, definitely around the comp site, you can feel the energy rise. There's been a few 1000s to kick off this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We were up at Berrubi a few weeks back, and then Boomerang Beach. Unfortunately, we had to postpone the event at Maroubra last week, but here we are at Avoca, and everybody's fired up. First event, bigger than a 1,000 point event, and yeah, you can see the competitors are really starting to lift the level. The scoring scale has seemed to have come down a little bit, which I think is good. It's going to make the performance level rise. So yeah, round 3, heat number 1. We are at day 3 of the event, first day of the webcast. Out there in the water right now, we have Ty Watson in the red, Kais King in the white, Jagger Bartholomew in the black, and Xavier Huxtable in the green. And yeah, 6.5 minutes gone in this one.
Yeah, mate. Xavier's already locked in a 5.17 and a 4.67, and I did watch his like preheat warm up, and the intensity level would definitely rise with Xav. And like you said, these guys are really fighting hard for, you know, trying to get into the Challenger Series, and a massive result here, Coops, is going to, you know, put a big chunk of points in their overall ratings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty interesting start to the year. We've had a few key standouts, but a few names like Kais King and Xavier Huxtable and Jagger Bartholomew want to be jumping right up into the top of that ratings. And also Ty Watson, can't forget him. He's been here for years. I had a quick chat to him before this heat, actually, and this is his first event that he's competed in this year. He wanted to come up and hang out with his brother Geordie Watson, who we will see coming up very shortly. So nice to have Ty back competing, throwing his hat in the ring, and yeah.
100%, mate. I remember Ty as like a 10 and 11-year-old, always happy, always just stoked to be around, and it's good to see the brothers now like feeding off the energy of each other.
Yeah, it's good just to come and have some fun, get surfing again. It's been such a wild couple of years for everybody, and the one thing we all love to do is get out there and compete surfing, so it's great to see Ty Watson back in the water. But yeah, I definitely think Xavier Huxtable, Kais King, two names that I would not be surprised if we saw them representing the Australia-Oceania region in that Challenger Series first event, Snapper Rocks. How good's that going to be?
Oh, as a competitor, when you think about that, normally that is traditionally a World Tour event. How would you feel to be able to unload at Snapper with only 4 dudes out?
Oh, I'd love that. Nothing more. I've been lucky enough to live up in that Northern Rivers, Gold Coast region for the last 2 years, and have had some phenomenal days at Snapper, Kira, and getting an opportunity to compete there would be a dream. And I think every single person in this men's and women's Australia-Oceania regional tour would love a spot there. And then coming back down, second event, your home spot, Manly. How good's that going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be good. And the banks down at North Stamen at the moment are pretty good as well, so that there's a really nice left. It's got a nice little channel to it as well, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as the pressure starts to build. It will be really interesting to watch sort of the mindset of everyone going into Newcastle, because as we get towards Newcastle, that is going to be a key event when it comes to the overall you know, projection of where you're going to sit on the ratings, because is it 9 guys and a wild card for the men?
I believe so.
Yeah, so 9
Cutthroat.
guys, that's pretty heavy when you consider the talent pool we have in Australasia and Oceania. So, yeah, it's going to be good luck to all you guys. I saw you down there this morning, sitting there, intently looking into the ocean, having your own space, having your own sort of moment to yourself, and really identifying what you were looking at. What were you looking at? You know, because we've moved from where we were yesterday. We're further down towards the Pines at Avoca. What were you looking at, and what were you seeing when it came to scoring potential out there?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had quite a strong easterly wind, something to note. All of the competitors were coming in yesterday saying you couldn't hear the scores, and being a competitor out in the water, getting the scores is so important because it can really structure your heat. Whereas yesterday it was almost like we were surfing a board rider's heat because we didn't get any of the scores. Well, we did get them read out, but we couldn't hear anything. So today it looks like we've got a little bit less wind, so we're going to be able to hear the speakers, which is one thing to note. And then also conditions are a lot cleaner today, obviously without that onshore wind, a lot smoother faces. We did have a high tide, or we do have a high tide coming up in 3 minutes' time. So right at the top of the tide, you can see it is quite full out there right now looking at the ocean. But as the day progresses, we did see this bank where we are today down in front of the pines in this southern corner of Avoca. Really fun. At lunchtime, once the tide got low, we saw some really fun running rights as we see Kais King up and riding.
He was absolutely on point yesterday. Really changed. What I like about Kais' surfing, he really uses all the different elements of the judging criteria. He has that really nice power, but he also has that really good progression and innovation side to his surfing. So yeah, it's good to see Kais starting to really evolve as a competitor. And very much like yesterday and the day before, Coops, it looks like it's going to be really tough to separate as we see the surfer in green up and riding. That is Zabe. So yeah, there was a lot of scores in that 4 to 6 range, 4 to 5 range yesterday. And then you have the point of difference that the judges really want to establish with the surfers, where those guys will get in the biggest scores. So a lot of tough heats yesterday where guys were getting through with like 9s and 8s total 2-wave combos. So it's more about lifting the game and that point of difference, isn't it, when it comes to showing the judges what they want to see.
Yeah, it's been a pretty consistent theme the whole start of this New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series. Judges have really been scoring critical manoeuvres on big sections. I think watching the World Tour events to kick off this year, the whole WSL scale has been quite low, trying to make sure that the level continues to rise. So that feeds all the way back down to this regional qualifying series. And yeah, athletes are just going to have to rise a little bit. As we see the scores in this heat right now, a lot of 4s and 5s. It is quite difficult to break up into that 6-point range. You do get this pretty often in the first heat of the day. We call it the Guinea Pig Heat. It's quite difficult to break out and work out the lineup and try and work out what the judges are looking for. So this one right now, absolutely anybody's game.
Yeah, they do say that, don't they? They say, they're going to set the scale for the day, and then everyone after that will know exactly what they're looking for. But yeah, speaking to those younger guys, it's a different kind of mindset where they come from the juniors into the QS level. And a lot of the guys were asking me, what do the judges really want to see? And they just want to see that, that variety and that point of difference. And, all these guys, I had to think about it the other night, Coops, and there is no easy heats in QSs. Like, I had a chat to some of our younger guys, and I said, guys, you're all basically nearly at the same level. There are some guys who are definitely a little bit of a step up, but you're all at the same level. So don't be so hard on yourself and just go out there and let your surfing do the talking.
Absolutely.
As we see Black.
Yeah, Jagger Bartholomew, froth monster. Nice first turn. This one's still hitting the bank pretty well, it looks like, for Jags. I love the way Jagger's been surfing. I'm sure Bugsy's up there on the Goldie watching very closely. What a legend. Shout out to Bugsy. I love Bugsy. Such a great guy. And this is a really long, nice wave. Didn't quite get the last section how he wanted to, but complete nonetheless. I think, from what I've seen so far, maybe one of the better waves of the heat. Longer, but it's going to really let us see what the judges are looking for. Wasn't anything extremely major, but he tied it together really well through a really foamy wave, which can be quite difficult. But judges can be pretty harsh sometimes when you're snowboarding through that foam, as we'll pick up a replay. Went up nice and vert, did well through a tough section there. Hard off the bottom. A little bit of spray and a bit of drop out of that turn, so nice flow.
I noticed yesterday, Coops, that when I was commentating on the beach, that those really solid big scores sort of came from those waves that were basically below sea level, where it was so square that you just had to go 12 o'clock. And like you said, there was a lot of mid-range scores, but those separations with those big numbers were more those waves that really had a lot of punch to it.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for those really critical manoeuvres. So we just saw that score, it looks like, come in for Jagger, 4.43. So judges wanting to see those really critical turns on critical sections. And we saw in that last one, tied together 4 or 5 turns, but didn't really get that steep, aggressive section.
Yep.
And the judge is crueling him a little bit for that one. But he is sitting up in second place right now. He's looking for a 4.88 if he wants to chase down Xavier Huxtable in the green, who is holding the lead lead in the red. In third right now, we have Ty Watson. Couple threes. He wants to get rid of them with just 5 minutes remaining. He's got a bit of work to do. And then Caius King sitting down in fourth with a 4.73, though. So he's only
ready to pounce.
Ready to pounce. He's looking for a 4.68. Very achievable score right now. I know Caius and Jagger both in Bert Duffner, the coach down the beach right now, as corner. So he's going to want both of his boys to get something up into that 6-point range if they're going to want to progress. But Xavier Huxtable, I think he's a big threat for a Challenger Series spot, and I think he's well and truly due for a big event win on this QS.
Definitely. He had a lot of injuries last year and really did not compete a lot. And I spoke to him just before the event, and he was down at Manly with George Pitter. And he spoke about the fact that it's good to be back, good to be healthy, and he's ready to fight. You got to remember, this guy actually had got into the Rip Curl Pro in 2019, and he basically put it to the likes of Kelly Slater, and nearly beat Wado in round 2 of that event too. So he's had a lot of experience for a guy who's pretty young. So good to see Zave back, and like you said, like he's one to watch, because if he gets on a roll, he's going to be damn hard to stop.
Absolutely, and we just saw that score come in for Jagger. I must have been wrong. Either he's caught another wave, or they did like that long foamy one a little bit more than we thought. And it's coming in at 5.3, so he's taking himself up into the lead right where he wants to be with 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Xavier Huxtable up and riding here, down into second. He'll want to jump back up. Great first turn. Huge second one. Bit of early morning nerves, it looks like, as we see Ty Watson. Nice looking wave here. Big first turn once
Great
again.
Surfer.
Just can't hold on.
Yeah, you can definitely see these guys have identified the lefts is a lot more top to bottom, as we see the surfing in white just exploding Caius King. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, because like we said, he only needs a 5-1-2, and 2 good turns over the last couple of days has basically jagged you that.
Absolutely. We'll see what they think. First turn, he had to cut the bottom turn really shallow to try and get up there early so he could squeeze 2 in. I love the second turn. He got up there real upside down, super committed, and really leant over it and bounced over that foamy section. So hopefully we can maybe pick up a replay, potentially.
I like the speed of that turn as well. Just the commitment into the lip.
4.8, just under. Does improve his score by a fraction, but he's still going to be looking for something with 2.5 minutes remaining. So pressure on for Caius King. He did have a really big result here, I remember last year. I think he had a quarters or a semis potentially. Brought him up very close to making that Challenger Series last year, coming agonisingly short. So I know he'll definitely want that spot, because I think Caius is one of the most highly regarded young surfers coming out of Australia. I know he was battling a bit of a back injury to start this year, and he was saying he's just excited to be back surfing, but he would love to be finding himself down the pointy end of this event. Yeah,
it's weird when you think of all these guys. When you come through the system, like the development program, you see them as these little groms with a lot of hype, and then all of a sudden they turn into men, and the transformation out of that little grommet surfer to a guy who can absolutely challenge on the QS, it's amazing to watch. And like you said, Caius had a lot of hype around him when he was younger, and he's definitely living up to it because he's such a talented surfer.
Absolutely, and you've got to remember he got to surf in the event at Haleiwa a few years back with a sponsor wildcard, and back then it used to be called the Prime before the Challenger Series, and he put in a really good performance at Haleiwa. I think he made potentially quarters, or I know he made a couple heats and put it down a few big heat scores, and it's not tough on that next level. So pick up Ty Watson, last ditch effort here. Nice first turn up into the lip. Let's see if we can get a steep second section up vertical. He might get 3 here. So Ty Watson, his best wave, but just can't hold on there, unfortunately.
You could probably see in that ride from Ty that he knew he needed something a little bit spicy at the end of that wave, and you can see he was trying to drift the tail on the backhand, but unfortunately come unstuck. So this is a scenario, Cooch, where you're looking at Zabe, who's actually got priority now, so he would be absolutely keeping one eye on the ocean, one eye on Caius, because he knows Caius doesn't need a lot. So that's the the positives about the priority system, where you can really it's not what you take, it's what you don't take as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, you got to really be wary of, for one, trying to better your score, but with 30 seconds remaining, bettering your score is not on your top of your mind. Your whole goal is to make sure that if a wave that's going to be over a 5 comes through, you're stopping Caius from catching it. And with 20 seconds remaining, Xavier's in a pretty good spot here, because it doesn't look like Caius or Ty are going to get a shot. But we do have, coming up after this round 3. Heat number 2 in the red, we're going to see Nathan Cook. In the black, Kihu Butler. In the white, Logan Steinweed. And in the green, Kalani Ball. As we count this one down, that's going to be the end of Heat 1. We're going to see Jagger Bartholomew, a name that doesn't need much of an introduction into the surf world, and Xavier Huxtable moving through. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm sitting with Dimmy Hennessy. Thanks for watching. Heat number 1. We'll be back right after this break. Welcome back to the Vissla New South Wales Surf Series 2022. This is a Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Men's QS 3000 out in the water right now. Kalani Ball up and riding. Big roundhouse cut back. This is a nice looking wave to kick off this heat for Kalani Ball. 2 big strong first turns and getting it up for the third term. So he will be very stoked with the start of that one. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm here with Adam Dimmy Hennessy. What do you think of that one?
I love it the way Kalani surfs. He just opens up. He's got so much time in the way he drives through every turn, and that's a 6-point ride. And like you said, his timing, his rail work, his power, it just is, close. Just an amazing talent. He's going to be really... He's had a couple of good results.
Yeah, Kalani started the year pretty well. I think he had a semis up at Port Stephens and a good showing. He's been dropping some big scores in the last few events. We've seen Nathan Cook, really nice first turn, leaning right into it. Big roundhouse on the second turn and getting it up over for the third turn. So, strong start for this heat. Like we said, first heat, sometimes Guinea Pig Heat. First 2 waves of heat number 2, maybe 2 of the best waves we've seen this morning.
Definitely. Nathan Cook, very impressive in the way he just attacks. And this is a really tough heat on paper. You look at it and go, wow, all these guys have just been surfing amazing in the last 12 months. And, guys like Kalani and those kind of guys, they're the ones, you look at in a draw and you go, what's going to happen here? Because they've got, it feels like they've been around for so long, Coops, that they've got, similar to you, I look at you and go, wow, you're dangerous every time you're out in the water. And I'm pretty sure those younger guys, the younger gen, they look at that too and go, yeah, these guys are, they've got experience. We're going to be very, very watchful of what they're doing as we see a replay.
Yeah, I've been doing it a long time. Here we go, Cookie's replay. This came in at 4.67, so hard off the bottom. Nice first wrap. I feel like I would have given this a little bit more, but second turn nice, and then last one was nice and up and over that foam. Maybe didn't really get to attack it super hard, so that's where the judges kept that one down. We did see Kalani's first one come in at a 6. A little bit more aggressive, a bit more open face, a bit easier for the judges to throw a score at, and
I think Cookie had to basically shorten that up. Like the depth of that bottom hand turn wasn't, as spicy as Kalani. So that's probably where the point of difference was.
Yeah.
But
after the first turn, he could have maybe waited instead of the second cut in, hit the third one a bit earlier and just done 2. Might have been a different score, but good start nonetheless. 4.67. He'll be pretty happy with that, I think, as we see Kihu Butler out the back with first priority, hard off the bottom. Vertical, but that high tide's making a lot of these lefts. People push a bit too hard through the back.
It's like you need to shorten up, you know what I mean, and make sure that you're not getting caught. As we see Logan Steinwide up and riding. No, that is Kalani, actually.
I reckon we've got a creased board from his first one, where he went up late on that third turn, and he stood up and he felt it then. Wait and see what happened. But Kalani Ball, he's had a quick start. I'm sure he's still pretty happy with how he started this heat, but Yeah, Kalani had a really big result last event of the year at Haleiwa on the Challenger Series. Yep. So we know how capable he is if he can get himself a spot back on that Challenger Series. I think he ended up with the semi-final finish over there at Haleiwa with some really impressive, strong surfing. And
big waves too.
Big waves. He's not a big boy either, Kalani, but I think since seeing that O'Neill sticker on his board,
how good is that?
It's good to see people getting support in a time where it's very hard to find support. I'll tell you just all about that.
I mean, doing the tour, like, honestly, people ask me, these guys have got such a great life. I'm like, if you don't have a sponsor and you don't have a back-in financially, there's so much that evolves in the sport. It's not just about the surfing, the training, but it's about the mental application of having to deal with, the fact that you've got to pay for that tour. And
I was doing 50 hours of labouring a week and then going to get to the next event for 2 years.
I was seeing you down at surf school. You're doing a million different things, and that must be, a mental drain as well, just having to really support yourself. So these guys who've got stickers on their board have supporters. We see a surfer up, the Kiwi.
Kihu, big first turn up into the lip there. Bringing it around, the waves on the right have been going into this channel quite a bit, but there is a bit of a left coming back at them. Let's see if Kihu can connect this one. Hopping across to it, getting a nice big turn up into the lip. Let's see if this is going to reform for him on the left, and that's all she wrote. But big first turn, big last turn. We'll see what the judges think. A little bit disconnected through the middle though.
Yeah, and like you said, I feel like those lefts are offering more top to bottom, but if you can get one of those rights that line up and the ocean, really gives you what you want, you can really attack. But I love how flary and he's just got that, ability to just look absolutely perfect in his transitions. So I love the way he surfs. And like you said, on paper, this is a really solid heat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they score that. That first turn was really aggressive and really critical. Then the wave went a little bit dead. But it's important to note that all the biggest scores we've had today, Kalani's 6, in the last heat, Jagger's 5.5 or 5.4 were both on rights. So we've seen higher scoring waves on the rights, probably more lefts ridden though. So few and far between with the rights, but still just as much scoring potential.
What time's high tide today?
High tide was 20 minutes ago, so very tip of the tide. And yeah, we'll see what happens as it starts to drain out. But yeah, going back to the no sponsor thing, I found it interesting. You're saying it is very hard mentally, but for about a year or two of working full time to be able to support it, I used to feel sorry for myself and feel like the world was against me. And then I got to this stage where I was like, why? Like, I can either think this every time I'm paddling out and be like, I deserve a sponsor, or I can change my mindset and be like, I'm working 50 hours to go away and surf for 2 weeks and hang out and travel the world. The people standing next to me on the job site are working for 50 hours to come back next week to work 50 hours while I'm traveling surfing. So perspective's such a massive thing. And once I changed my mindset to have this sort of gratitude and grateful mindset, fire out, it changed my life.
I'll tell you, I went to your little seminar last night, and you did speak about that, and it's a really important part of, being a pro surfer, just having that gratitude of, wow, I'm young, I'm fit, I'm healthy, I'm doing what I love. Surfer in, red up and riding on the left again. But yeah, I did love the way you analysed and broke that down, because you can become a victim of your own mind at times, but I always say to anyone, just enjoy the moment, take a positive out of a negative. You can always take something out of a loss, and you can take something out of a mindset that is, creating negative thoughts. And the Good Human Factory last night, I got a lot out of that, because it actually changed the way I thought about different things. And you can put those little things into place, and it makes not just your career, but probably your life a little bit more easy to deal with at times.
Absolutely. As we see Kihu up and riding, nice little first turn. He locked in a 4.37 for that right just before this. Let's see if he can square up for this turn. Big second turn on this left. Just timing that turn a little bit wrong, and unfortunately not getting up there for the third. But yeah, as you were saying, it was really cool getting to run these, I call them feel-good well-being workshops. I'm trying to avoid the word mental health, because people say mental health and we think mental illness, whereas, like you said, if we can improve our well-being, it really makes us appreciate the fact that life's pretty good. And if we can realize that I started my whole journey when it came to the mindset as a performance-based thing for my surfing, but the more research and the more work I did in the arena, the more I realized that it's going to benefit my whole life. And that's why I do these workshops, to try and inspire and encourage people to develop really simple skills that we can implement into our daily life that are going to improve our well-being. It's a pretty simple concept.
Yeah, I think that, like, when you speak about mental health and like depression and stuff like that, it's just such a silent, personal situation, and you know, allowing yourself to, you know, reach outside the boundaries of that, I think is really important for everyone, just to realise that, you know, there's ways to get yourself out of a mindset and into a really good mental space. As we see up and right in Butler. Love the depth of that first turn, just how vertical 12 o'clock it was.
Yeah, he squeezed those ones in nicely. Got his timing a little bit better on that one, and it was really nice surfing.
So at the moment, it looks like Logan Steinway really a little bit behind the ball. Yesterday, he had a cracker of a heat, probably one of the best heats I've seen the young guy surf. And he just went on a roll and really dominated that heat. But right at the moment, mate, so talking about mindsets, when it's 9.5 to go, you've only got a 0.83 and a 0.50. As a competitor, what are you looking to do and what are you looking to change?
I mean, well, anything's possible. If you're out there right now in your Logan, you know that in 10 minutes it's possible to get a 5 and a 4.37 because Kiwi Butler's already just done that. So as long as you're aware that, you know what, I can turn it around and I can do the same thing in the same amount of time, or I can do better, and that's what he's going to need. But yeah, I think it's just a reset, and hopefully you can make it work. But one thing that is so important, and that I'm so proud of being Australian, and one thing that Surfing New South Wales wanted me to have a quick chat about, is the acknowledgement of the dark and young people, the traditional owners of the land and the beach that we're surfing on here today at Avoca. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. So big thank you, big respect to the traditional owners of this land. We could not be here and be enjoying this amazing ocean, this amazing land, if it was not for them. So big thank you on behalf of myself, Surfing New South Wales, and every competitor here who get to share these amazing waves.
100%.
So
it is a beautiful country, and Avoca Beach, what a great piece of coastline we have on the Central Coast. If you haven't been up here, get up here and check it out. It is, you know, an amazing part of the landscape of Australia. Of course, the Central Coast Council, a big part of the sponsorship crew here, along with Destination New South Wales, and our web partners, of course, the Mad Mex Minute we have coming up shortly. But yeah, Mad Mex, Volkswagen, KO Sports, you can watch it on KO Sports. But yeah, we are blessed to be down here at Avoca today.
Yeah, and like you said, such a great community. If you're in the area, make sure you head down to Avoca Beach Hotel, another proud sponsor of this event. Amazing food. Grab yourself a beer. As we see, Kiwi Butler locked in a 5 on his last one, and he wants something a bit bigger. Strong first turn, up through the lip for the second. See Nathan Cook on the wave behind him. We're going to stay with Kihu, third turn. And that's all she wrote for Kihu. Let's see if he can better that 4.37. He wants to edge further out in front. But Kalani Ball sitting down in second. He's only looking for that 3.37. Nathan Cook, he has that 4.67. We did see him catch a wave behind there. We'll see if we can potentially pick up another angle if we have a spare camera down there picking that one up. If not, we'll bring the scores in because the judges definitely saw it. So with 7 minutes remaining, Kiwi Butler in the lead right now, waiting for a score to come in for him. Kalani Ball sitting down in second. He's got that 6-point ride. He's looking to better that 1.07 and pick up something up over that 3.3 range if he wants to move up into the lead and into a bit safer of a spot. And we're going to pick up a replay here, I believe, of Kiwi Butler.
Look at him, just really off that rail. Sets that bottom hand turn sweetly into the lip, and a little bit caught on that turn there, but really getting to work towards the end. So we like to call this building house. Put in the bricks onto the house and sort of build in that performance. And the one thing I do like about his surfing is he tends to keep nice and busy. There's different strategies for different guys. Some guys like to sit and anchor. Other guys like to really sort of scope the lineup, even without priority, and really sort of look to keep that momentum, that rhythm going.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you like to do? It depends what it is. Really.
Sometimes everyone wants to get busy and just catch good waves, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way. I'm sure Logan will tell you exactly that right now. But that's where you need to adapt. I think the number one thing that we've seen time and time again from world champions and the best surfers of all time, Kelly Slater comes to mind, is the ability to adapt, the ability to overcome situations when they go against you to start a heat, and then have that mindset that's super flexible, so you can go, oh, you know what, this isn't working, I can change to this. Whereas something that I've struggled with a little bit in my career is that being set on a location in the lineup and sticking to it and it not really working. So
always got to have a plan B. So right now, Kalani, you can see he's sitting on a 6, but he has a 1.07. I will bring up a couple of heats yesterday where surfers actually bowed out with sort of, high scores of 7 or plus, and I saw one individual bow out with a 7 and only backed it up with a 1 and waited a long time, where if it was me or if I was coaching someone, I would have been saying just get out and get like a 2 or a 3 just to build momentum.
But you couldn't hear anything yesterday. That was the problem. It made it so hard. If you get a 7, you don't even know if you have a 7.
That is true, because so many people came in yesterday and said, wow, did I get through? I'm like, easily. And they're like, that was the tough part, because honestly, the mindset has to change then, because you just don't know what everyone else is doing. You just got to focus really more on your own performance than anything when it comes to a strategy. Is that correct? Which
I really enjoyed yesterday, to be honest. You get in your head a little bit when you know the scores and you start stressing yourself out, whereas in my heat I kind of just caught waves and I got 4 pretty good ones and made the heat. But yeah, I felt good. I'm analysing from the booth right now. I'm going to have to get down there and have a little watch later. I'll be coming up in heat number 7. But yeah, what I'm seeing right now, and this is hopefully no one in my heat's watching. But what I'm seeing is a little bit less is more. Kihu seems to be trying to squeeze in those 3 turns. We saw the same, I felt like, with Nathan on his first one. Everyone's trying to get in as many turns as possible, and the scores are coming down because we're not seeing many really critical turns. I know it is quite high tide and difficult out there right now, but I do believe, for me, I'm thinking just less is more. 100%. 2 big turns is going to be what's matter.
All you got to do is look at that first wave of Kalani, where he really extended through the body, and the patience and just the timing and the fluency of that ride jagged basically the best wave of the heat. And you're right, it was more about the rail work than the amount of turns done.
Absolutely. So with 3.5 minutes remaining in this one, right now we have Q Butler out in the lead. He does have 4th priority, so he might be trying to scope the lineup and pick up a bit of a scrap to better that 4.37. In second, Kalani Ball sitting with that 6 and a 1.07. So Kalani really wants to get something on the board soon. Just something up over that 3 or 4 point range if he wants to make it a bit harder for Nathan Cook down in third. He's got that 4.67 from early in the heat, back up of a 2. He's looking for a 2.41, but it is important to note if Kalani betters that 1 by anything, that 2.4 will raise. Logan Steinweed, bit of a sleepy heat right now. Couple scores under the 1 point range, so he's still in the heat though.
100%. He only needs a 6.24. He just needs to get one of those waves like he had yesterday, where he was able to really attack. And here we go. Looks like Kalani Ball up and riding.
Let's see what he gets. Yeah, a bit of open face. Nice first turn. Doesn't look nervous at all. Hard off the bottom. Bit of a wrap. This one looks like it's going a little bit fat, but he might get a little bowl at the end. Snaps another turn off, and that's why Kalani is one of the best guys in this draw, because under pressure, didn't look like it phased him at all. 2.5 minutes remaining. He's going to find himself up in the lead after that wave.
Definitely. He has consolidated his position. And I'm not a judge, but I'm calling that's going to be easily put him into the lead. And as you said, under no pressure, he just knows what he needs to do. And I love just the timing of his turn. He doesn't rush through his turns. He knows where he wants to hit the spot and hit the target. And like you said, this thing just sort of lined up, and it gave him the opportunity to maximise that scoring potential on the inside as well, and finishes off sweetly. So the crew from O'Neill, Bobby Bain and the crew, big shout out, and they'll be watching this heat just.
Absolutely, and there we go. 4.03, not a huge score. Didn't really get that at critical section, but he probably knew he didn't need much. He just wanted to back up that 6. So now we see Kihu down into second. He's looking for a 5.04. It'll need to be his best wave of the heat if he wants to jump up into the lead. Nathan Cook now down in third, still looking for a 4.71. So very achievable, but with 1:30 remaining, he's got a bit on his plate. Coming up in heat number 3, we're going to see Geordie Watson in the red, Hinata Izawa in the black, Noah Stocker in the white, and Brett Bircher in the green. So once again, another stacked heat. Action is going to be coming at you very hot all day. We do have women's action coming up just after this men's round. Sisstrevolution Pro, going to be good fun to watch them. As we hit this Mad Mex minute, going to be a tight finish in this one.
Definitely, and that last wave of green, what it did do was put a lot more pressure on red and white in the heat. So both Nathan and Logan, it pushed out their requirement, and like we said, he just waited patiently for that, and that 403 was one of those scores that had been in that mid-range. We've seen a lot of them in the last 3 days, so it was very smart to get that 1.07 out of the way with 30 seconds to go, the Mad Max minute, and yeah.
Did you get to have a burrito yesterday? The Mad Max minute, they brought the burritos down. I missed out. It was right when my heat was on. I didn't get to eat one.
The chicken burritos are amazing.
Yeah, every time I see that timer, I get hungry. And here we go. Last-ditch effort. Nathan Cook, first priority. He's found an opportunity. Strong first turn. Gets something up over the foam on the second, but this wave not looking like it's going to give him that much. Fighting for it, but I don't think that's going to do it for him. Only looking for that 4.71, but just didn't really get anything super critical.
So you got to look back at the last wave of Kalani's. It was a 4.03, so I'm not a judge, but I just don't know if there was enough spice in those series of turns. I did like the way he faded to try to get himself right into the power source of that wave.
Yeah, in that Mad Max minute, he didn't get much time to really do much. That's the first heat results we see on the screen, but just then we did see Kalani Ball take out that heat, followed by Kihu Butler in second. Thanks for tuning in to the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max QS Men's 3000. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max. This is the men's QS 3000 we have in the water. Heat number 3 of this round. Jordan Watson, Hinata Ozawa, Noah Stocker and Brett Bircher. Looks as though we had a few scores locked in. A 6 for Jordy Watson in the red. 3.83 for Hinata Ozawa in the black. And we have a destination New South Wales wave replay on screen. Jordy Watson off to a great start here this morning at Avoca Beach. Manages to lock in a couple of good turns there. So strong surfing there from the man in the red. Now residing up towards the Gold Coast. Noah Stocker back to the live action in the water. Great first turn. Looking for the second. Drives hard off the bottom and finishing off on that inside section. Just unable to stick that last landing. This is, of course, day number 3 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max. Hinata Ozawa just finishing off there. He's already locked in a 3.83. Brett Bircher in the green now, just sitting out there by himself with first priority. My name is Britt Nicol, now joined in the booth with True Starling. How are you going, True?
I'm a bit puffed, Britt. How are you?
Not too bad. I see Nathan just running up and sprinting up the pathway, trying to do that little transition with you on Beachcom so you could jump in the booth. So, bit of a hard one.
Yeah, but it's good fun. It keeps your heart racing, so I know I'm alive.
Certainly keeps you on your toes. Lucky that you're fit.
Yeah.
We've got Jordy Watson up and riding in the red, looking to back up that 6 that he's already locked in here this morning. Massive carve there and straight back into the pocket. This is, of course, heat number 3 of the men's round 3.
Yeah, it's really fun out there this morning, Britt. There's heaps of waves coming through. In the last heat, we saw Kihu kind of get a couple of really good lefts and a right as well, and Kalani ended up taking that one out with a left and a right. So it's really good that the surfers out there this morning have the opportunity to kind of go either way. And there's so many waves coming through as well. So here's the replay of the surfer in red, Jordan Watson. So carving his way through this one. Oh, that was a beautiful connection. And jumps out of that one, and he opened up with a 6-point ride. Took me through that one. I just missed it, Britt.
He certainly did. He managed to get 3 or 4 turns on his backhand, so it was a great combo there from the man in red. Really strong surfing, really committed, and yeah, great way to open up for Jordan Watson. We also have Hinata Izawa in the black, Noah Stocker in the white, and Brett Burcher in the green. True, you were just talking about the conditions. You've been out there surfing this morning. You're still in the event. Describe to us how you're feeling when you're actually heading out into the lineup, because it is a lot different when you're watching it from the beach.
Yeah, well, as we see Brett Bircher up and riding, beautiful way to finish that wave. I dare say that will be a good score. It's really fun out there. It's always hard in the mornings to catch waves, so I actually ended up paddling out yesterday afternoon. I had a feeling it was going to be here today, so I had a little bit of a surf yesterday. It's super fun. It can get slow at times, and here's the replay for Brett Bircher in the green. It's a beautiful way to start a heat. Yeah, it's super fun. There's waves where you kind of go, okay, I don't know if this is going to be a closeout or fat, or if it's actually going to be a really good one. So you've got to make sure that your wave selection is on point out there today. But there's so many waves coming through, you can kind of afford to just try your luck at the start of the heats and then really sit down with hopefully priority and anchor in a good one.
Which is great to hear, because the last couple of days of competition, this is of course day number 3. We've had 2 days before this. It has been tricky. Competitors have been a little bit caught. It hasn't been as consistent. There haven't been as many waves coming through, and it has been harder to lock in those good scores.
Yep.
The last few days, it's kind of been 1 or 2 people getting maybe 1 or 2 really good waves, and then the others are kind of left scrambling. So it's great to have consistent conditions here this morning.
Yeah, and I feel like the last few days, a key theme as well is getting 7s and above has been really hard. Here's Hanada up and riding on his forehand. Just gets a little hung up on that one as he carves his way through this one, and see how it starts to just connect on that inside, and he rides out of that one. So Hanada locking in another score. Yeah, the last few days I feel like it's been really hard to lock in a score above a 5 or a 6. The judges have been really critical and they know what they want to see. So kind of approaching heats, I feel like you go in and you go, okay, well, if I get a 5, that's a good score for today. So I think today, with the waves as they are, it's super fun. There's so many sections out there. The judges are going to open up the playing field a little bit, and yeah, there's going to be some big scores being dropped.
There certainly will be. And well, we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. Well, we were following the surfer in black. Looks as though the surfer in white also up and riding. That is Noah Stocker. Just the one solid turn, and just unfortunately getting a little hung up on his heels. So at the moment, there was a 4.57 that locked in for the surfer in green. Brett Bircher, we did watch that earlier. So he's currently in 4th place. It wouldn't require too much to go up into 2nd at this stage. We have moved a little further south along the beach this morning. The last couple of days we were a little bit further north on more of a beachy, and still a bit of a beachy this morning, but this bank has been kind of a bit better throughout the middle of the day and consistent throughout the entire day. So the contest directors have chosen this bank this morning, which I think is a really good choice for day number 3 of this event. Here we go, Brett Bircher up and riding on his backhand. Nice bottom turn straight into a backhand whip. Looking for a second. It's a strong surfing here from the man in the green. Also red up and riding. Geordie Watson just is on a flare here this morning. Wave flattens out a bit, but hoping for this steep section here.
Oh, that last turn was the money turn. The way that he finished that wave, and I love how Brett Birch was paddling out and Jordan just did not change his line for his competitors, and I feel like that's something we're seeing a lot more of, especially with the broadcast. We're kind of able to analyse that, Brett. And here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Brett Bircher carving that first turn so much spray, and again for his second. So kicks out of that one, and out the back Geordie, as we saw. Beautiful first connection. And he's just patiently waiting for this one to stand up as he puts it up there for a third turn, and then again for a finish with that bit of release. I think the judges are really going to like that variety, Britt.
I think they certainly will. He's already locked in a 6. So Geordie Watson in the lead in the red. On that last turn, his board, the nose of his board kind of buried a little bit. He did really well to hold on to that and just recover. Great surfing there from the man in the red. I do believe he owns his own plumbing business on the Gold Coast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Geordie Watson, so doing well for himself. And Brett
Boss
Burcher.
has taken a few weeks off work then.
Yeah, disappeared for a little bit. It was a fairly long leg of events. 10.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, Brett Bircher, he's also been doing some work at home. I mean, they all kind of work, but Brett Bircher's been doing some surf coaching in collaboration with Mollymook Surf School down there. So great to see Brett giving back to the local community and you know, sharing his knowledge for the ocean.
That's amazing.
He's locked in a 4.83 and a 4.57 for the surfer in green. Brett Bircher now in second place. Hinata Azawa, the Vissla athlete, bumped into third place. Now looking for a score to move into second. And Noah Stocker from the Sunshine Coast, still chasing scores also to progress. Coming up next, we will have the men's heat number 4 of this round, round number 3. Oscar Berry, Marlon Harrison, George Pitter, and Matt Banting. What an exciting matchup that one's going to be, true.
That's a great heat. I feel like this round is a round where you're going to see some big names being knocked out, potentially by some Groms. Marlon Harrison just won the Pro Junior at Redhead, and he knocked out the leader of the rankings, Joel Vaughan, yesterday, which was a massive upset. And now he's going into a big heat, and I think he's looking to take down some pretty big names.
Certainly looking confident. Well, another surfer looking confident on that one was Brett Bircher in the green. Currently in second place, chasing a score to move into first. Well, Geordie Watson in the red, he has extended that lead to 6.13. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. A flat turn there for the surfer in green, but really steepens up here. Manages to hold on and just unfortunately not able to get that last section, but great surfing there from Brett Bircher.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that Hinata Azawa is chasing a 4.74 to jump up into second. Noah Stocker a 5.67. But the scores haven't locked in for last for Brett Bircher as yet. Jordan Watson a 6.13 for that beautiful fin throw one that he got just before. And Hinata up and riding. Huge turn, rides out of that one. I wonder if he got anything before that, Britt.
Time will only tell. That was a replay. We've also got surfer in white from Sunshine Coast, Noah Stocker. This is live action in the water, bouncing his way through this frothy section. And wait and see what happened there. But Noah Stocker from Sunshine Coast chasing a score. Brett Bircher on screen there, making his way back out. There's just under 8 minutes remaining on this heat. Heat number 3 of the men's round 3. This is, of course, day number 3 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is a men's QS 3000. We also have the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex, the women's QS 3000, coming up a bit later today.
Yeah.
True, you'll be making your way into the water?
Yes, I will be. I'm excited. It looks so fun this morning. I'm just keen to go out and get a couple of waves with 3 other people out.
Nobody in the lineup. You don't have to hassle with the rest of the QS contenders.
Oh, yeah, this morning was a massive hassle, as it is every morning for a QS.
Everybody's just so fired up and so energetic to try and get waves.
Yeah.
It certainly teaches you to be aggressive going for those morning surfs with all of those surfers in the lineup. And it's not just like going for a surf somewhere and like there's a couple of surfers that can surf really well and there's a few, you know, recreational surfers just having fun. It's like you paddle out in the mornings here and everybody can surf. Yeah. Everybody's got that aggression. They're all fighting for waves. They're all fighting for the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big. This morning it was kind of nice because there was almost 2 peaks. So whenever there's 2 peaks, if there's heaps of people on one, I'm like, oh, I might just go get a couple waves on the other one and just try to figure it out. And I just treat my morning surfs as if I can get 3 waves and do at least 1 turn on them, I'll be happy. really teaches you patience, I feel like, in the mornings at the QSs. So a good warm up for your heats.
It certainly is. I feel as though with those free surfs, it's more so, well for me anyway, it's more so like about finding your feet and just finding your position in the lineup. Even if you're not necessarily catching waves, you can still line yourself up with contest bank.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, even just, I just was paddling around for a bit, just going, okay, I've seen waves come here, so I'm just going to sit here and look in and go, okay, well that's there, and just familiarising yourself with points that you can go, okay, this is bank A and bank B, and I never introduce a bank C because it just is way too confusing.
Don't put that doubt in your mind.
Yeah.
So leading into today, have you changed anything?
No, I've kept everything the same. The only thing that's changed is the fact that I'm commentating today. Yep. But apart from that, I've kept everything the same. Boards are the same swimmers that I'll be wearing. Just keep everything nice and simple.
Is that like a superstitious thing? Like, okay, these worked for me yesterday and the day before, I'm going to wear these swimmers every single time now?
I actually wear them because they're just so comfy. I wish it was a superstition thing, but I actually, right before it was, and then right before my first heat on the first day, my bikini top broke. And I was like, no, because the metal got so rusty. So then I've had to change bikini tops, and it was a big thing. I was like, my bikini top. But then
it's my winning top.
Yeah. But now it's just all about comfort. I just want to be comfy, and as long as I'm comfy in the water, I'm happy.
That is certainly the main thing. Bit of a slow few moments of this heat. Hopefully we've got a set rolling through now. Geordie Watson in the lead in the red with a 6 and a 6.13. Brett Bircher in the green in second with a 4.57 and a 4.83. It is Hinata Azawa in the black, the Vissla athlete, chasing a score to move up into second. Looks as though True has that on her WSL app on her phone. So Hinata Azawa looking for a 4.74. He's up and riding. Noah Stocker in the white chasing a 5.67. Linking this one all the way through, the surfer in black. Not a massive score, but as you mentioned before, True, it's been really hard to score high scoring waves out here the last few days. The judges really showing the surfers what they're looking for.
Yeah, I think they're being super critical, and which is a great thing, and it makes it really clear what they want to see, which is big waves, big turns. It's like as simple as that, and sometimes it's tricky in days like today when the sets aren't as consistent, but when they are, you just have to make the most of that opportunity and kind of go hell for leather.
It's much easier said than done as well.
Definitely. You can say, I wish I could just say it and go out there and do it, but
you can have the game plan all sorted, and yep, exactly that. 2 waves, massive turns, and still go out there, and then all of a sudden the ocean just doesn't want to come to play.
Yeah, well, you've got 4 competitors out there, really. 3 other competitors, and then the ocean. But it's really tricky for the competitors this morning as well, because it's hard for them to hear. They're so far out to sea that sometimes they're unable to hear what's going on by the beach comms. So we're always trying to yell out and be like, yes, this is what's going on. But even then, sometimes they're unable to hear. As you saw Noah just put his hand up before. And he's up and riding now, carving his way through this one. Oh, unfortunately, he's just struggling to connect this heat. Just a pair of 3s. Which yesterday we did see a few heats with people get through with a 4 and a 3. But today it's a little bit different with big scores like a 6.13 and a 6 being locked in. And I feel like if you're on the receiving end of that, that's awesome if you're getting those scores. But if you're hearing that come out for someone else, then it kind of rattles you a little.
I feel as though the way the event's panned out so far, you're either on or you're not.
Yeah.
Once those ones come through, there's still plenty of opportunity, but it seems to be the same person or the same 2 people getting those waves. They're just in rhythm with the ocean at the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Noah Stocker so far, just doesn't seem to be in rhythm with that ocean here this morning.
Yeah, he's chasing a 5.67, so that's the 3rd best wave of the heat. So he's going to have to really replicate a wave of Jordan Watson if he wants to get a score like that.
Certainly not out of the game. It's a highly achievable score. I guess the time will be the issue, and the fact that Noah Stocker's now in 4th priority. So anybody ahead of him, which is all other 3 surfers, have right of way. Yeah. So he may elect to just try and find a little peak further up the beach or further down the beach.
Yeah, well, there's heaps of waves coming through the first heat this morning. Jagger sitting in 2nd, hadn't really got too many good ones, and just kind of darted away from the bank and was able to connect 2 scores and roll through to the lead. Here's Jordan up and riding. He's just got those bigger waves that offer those more critical manoeuvres as he rides out of that one. So 40 seconds to go. He's like, there's no way I'm getting back out. In I go. It was a great heat for the surfer in red. Brett, unfortunately, just coming undone. And Hanada looks like he scored a 4.93, so he's jumped up into 2nd spot.
There we have it. Just like that, Hanada Azawa in the black jumped into 2nd place. Brett Burcher now on the back foot. We did just watch him on screen a moment ago, but unfortunately coming unstuck. Being bumped into 3rd, and there he is on screen. It looks as though that may be all she wrote for Brett Burcher and Noah Stocker. Great heat put together by the surfer in red. Jordan Watson just didn't seem to do anything wrong. I think he had 3 waves, a 6, a 6.1 and a 6.13. Excellent heat there for the man in the red. We will be cutting to a short commercial break. We'll join you back here for all the live action of day number 3 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex in a moment. Stay tuned.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the Vissla Central Coast Pro, and we are live up on the beautiful central coast of New South Wales, Avoca Beach, as we see surfer up and riding straight into it. This is going to be an absolute cracker coops as we see red just extending.
Oscar Berry.
Oscar Berry, the great man himself, comes from a wonderful family, and so good to see Oscar now competing at this level and getting off to a flyer.
Yeah, he's going to need to, because this is a stacked heat. I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be good fun to call it. Get some graphics up on the screen just shortly with the surfers in this heat, and we'll be able to share it with all of you out there. I do know we do have George Pitter, Matt Banting,
wow,
and Marlon Harrison, the winner of the Pro Junior at Lake Mac a few days ago. He's been in great form this last few weeks, Marlon Harrison. So stacked heat.
Matty.
And look at your boy, Georgie Pitter. What's that score to start the heat for him?
7.17. See, I've got to tone it down. I've got to just be nice and calm. Of course, comes from our beach, part of our board rise, North Stone board rise. So big shout out to all the crew down at North Stone who really support. We've got quite a few guys now who are on the queue, and George has definitely got a lot of hype around him. And let me tell you, the improvement in his surfing in the last 12 months has just been extraordinary, just the speed he's starting to create. But like anything, mate, you got to put it together in heats, and that is a great way to start, a 7.17. Here we go, Georgie. Bang, into it.
Very steep first section, but going aggressive at it. Huge second turn, far out there, scoring it tough. It's so hard to get in the excellent range because that was unbelievable. I was just down there watching the last heat live, and that was by far better than anything I've seen today. That first turn was huge. Really committed, didn't hold back at all on a section that was really steep. Second turn, massive as well. So it's going to be very tough to get something up in that excellent range right now.
I spoke to him before the heat, and what he identified was the fact that with a dropping tide, those lefts were creating a lot more, top to bottom opportunities, as we see the surfer in black, Marlon Harrison, who is just the most patient individual I've ever met. In that Pro Junior last week, right, he only got 6 waves in his last 3 heats.
No way.
2 waves a heat, 2 scores in the good to excellent range.
And he won the comp.
Won the comp.
First ever Pro Junior victory, so well done to Marzi. He's been having some stellar performances in this New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series, but unfortunately come up in the round of 16 short, both last 2 events, with big heat scores. So I'm looking for a big performance from Marzi. It's great that he won that Pro Junior, bring a bit of confidence, but far out. Look at this heat.
Does that fire you up when you get a big score and bow out? Because sometimes you just have that heat where you're out of rhythm, you have a shocker. But if you get a big score, what does that do to the mindset moving forward? Because you're up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good for the confidence, but far out it gets frustrating when it happens multiple events in a row. Trying to get over that mindset of like the world's against me, the ocean's against me, and sometimes that can be just as difficult as, you know what, I lost because I didn't get the waves. You can kind of go into the next event thinking, oh, if I get the waves, I'm fine. Whereas when you're losing, when you're getting the waves and surfing well, that's when it's really hard to keep that confidence and to keep that will to continue competing, because sometimes when you're surfing well and losing, it's just even harder to swallow than when you're surfing poorly and losing. You're like, you know what, if I change a few things, I'll be all right.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, I'm losing by 0.2, 0.3. Oscar Berry locked in that 5.33, so a big shout out to Oscar's dad, Tone, who's just a champion guy. And Matty Banting coming back too. Let's speak about Matty. Coming back from a pretty serious injury. Looked pretty spicy yesterday, fired up, ready to roll. And traditionally, he's the king of the Australian leg.
Absolutely. He's defending event champion, I believe, here at Avoca, am I right? I think so.
Pretty sure. Mate.
He wins it. He's won a lot of events. It's hard to remember.
I reckon in the last 4 or 5 years, he's been in the top 3 or 4 worldwide when it comes to coming out of the Australian leg.
Yeah, he's such a phenomenal talent. One of my best mates and my biggest rivals my whole career. And it's good to see him back on the board. It was so unfortunate for him. He had a bit of a foot injury at the end of the regional tour last year.
Yep.
He thought it was okay. And then coming into the Challenger Series, he was the hot favourite. He was carrying a second place in the Challenger from Manly the year before. So he had a big leg up on everyone on that Challenger Series going into last year's Challenger.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that foot injury just progressively got worse, and he didn't end up getting to compete. I actually got his spot as the last spot in Australia because he pulled out to go on the Challenger. Wow. But, yeah, it was heartbreaking for him not getting to get over there and compete because he does belong on that world tour. He's such a phenomenal talent, and yeah, he's got a bit on his plate in this heat now with George Pitter strikes early with the 7.17. Oscar Berry striking early as well with that 5.33. And it is tough to get up over that 5-point range right now. But if anyone's capable, it is Matt Banting. And yeah, we'll see what the last 13 minutes brings in this one.
Yeah, definitely has the arsenal to push the boundaries when it comes to scoring potential. And Oscar Berry deciding to roll the dice on this wave. Is this going to chip shot into a little right corner as he comes off the bottom? Nice free-flowing style. He's got plenty of flair in his surfing and nice power hack to finish. So, yeah, Oscar starting to develop into a very, very strong QE competitor. But this, as I said, on paper, this heat is just absolutely stacked.
Yeah, the heat draw
doesn't get any easier, does it?
Oh, I mean, if it got easier.
Not at this level.
Yeah, not at this level. But, yeah, the heat's definitely sort of chop and change based on the results in the previous round. Whether you come first or second, it changes up what heat you go into in the next one. So right now, this one is extremely stacked. George Pitter had a huge performance yesterday, one of the highest scores of the event. And as we saw earlier, Logan Steinway, big heat score yesterday, found it very difficult to back it up today. But George has shown that he can carry that form into another day of surfing with that opening 7.17.
Yeah, he's hanging around with all the Rip Curl boys, guys like Zave and that, and you can see the intensity in their pre-heat. You know, there's no stuffing around with these guys. They are really on point when it comes to studying the conditions and identifying exactly what they want. George works a lot with his dad prior to heats and really knows exactly where he wants to sit. So he's starting to develop that skill set where it's, you know, gone transition as we see Green up and riding. That is Matty Banting transitioning from that little junior surfer with talent to a guy who really wants it bad. So
yeah, that young Rip Curl crew, Flano out there, I'm sure watching.
Yeah.
They've done well over the last couple of years. Let's think back. Morgan Siblick, Jacko Baker. A lot of these young Rip Curl guys have broken through into that World Tour stage, and this regional Australasia qualifying series is Australia Oceania, we call it now, is that stepping stone. And for guys like Jackson Baker, Morgan Siblick from up there at Merriweather, this is where it all started. And yeah, the young Rip Curl team are definitely fostering some talent. And George Pitter and Zave Hux are the next two, I think.
Yeah, it's a real. Every brand has their different kind of philosophy on what they want out of their athletes, and Rip Curl traditionally has been very performance driven when it comes to their athletes, and they've got
a kid for a while.
Yeah, you were before you went to Hurley, you were with them, as we see Matty up and riding. But yeah, definitely they've got this younger generation now that is starting to build momentum for the future. So people were like, "Oh, Mick's retired and things are happening," but mate, one goes out, another one comes in, and that's the generation to generation gap when it comes to professional surfing.
Yeah, I think they're in very good hands. I've been saying with me and my dad have been talking about it a lot. George is such a phenomenal talent. See Oscar Berry up and riding, big vertical first turn. Looks like this one's going to go a little bit fat after it, but yeah, George, such a great surfer. Hasn't really put it together as much as he probably would have liked to yet, but sometimes it takes a little bit. Someone like Connor O'Leary comes to mind. Didn't have that huge stellar junior career, but then came onto the qualifying series, found his form, and really started to fire. And we obviously know where Connor's at now, so I can see that happening with Georgie maybe.
Yeah, I feel like in the last year or so he's changed the way he trains, and he's also changed his boards, moving on to Channel Island boards, and I just feel like he's 20% quicker through his transitions, and that speed has given him more confidence to really dig in. And coming from Manly, it's pretty hard, you know.
Terrible wave.
Oh, hey, dare you? Northstone's one of the best waves in the world. Larry Blair's barrel. Who could never forget that?
One wave in 100
I
years.
know. Mind you, every time the Challenger or the QS is there,
it gets pretty good.
Like the local guys blow up because they're like, "What is going on?" There's always waves when this comp's on. It's funny, but I mean, you come from Narrabeen, mate. Come on, that is the premier location when it comes to
the Northern Beaches,
especially. No, I reckon it's one of the best locations worldwide.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. But right now, here at Avoca Beach, another premier location, this beautiful central coast of New South Wales. Out in the lead, Oscar Berry right now, 3.83. 5.33. Marlon Harrison's locked in a 6-point ride. That's the biggest, second biggest score of the heat. And there we go, Georgie Pitter. We'll see if we can pick up a replay of that one maybe. But he's just locked in a 6.33, and that sends him well and truly up into the lead. Matty Banting locked in a 4.9, so he's in the heat, but he's got a bit of work to do here with Marlon having that 6 and Oscar a 5.33. It's going to be a very tight end of this heat, but George Pitter just really throwing down the gauntlet and showing that he means business here at this event at the QS Regional Tour 3000.
Yeah, but the thing with that two-wave combo, it's solid right now, but with the quality of surfers in the lineup with him, with Oscar, Marlon and Matty, he needs to be on point and he needs to really not take his foot off the pedal. So right now, his mindset would be let's just go absolutely ham on the next one and try to extend that lead and drop that 6.33. But yeah, mentally, I think he'd be in a good space.
Yeah, I think there's not many 13.5-point heats out there at the moment. If he can just control the end of the heat, be smart, make sure that if a really good wave comes through, he works his way up priority. He doesn't need to roll the dice on any more waves. He's already got the scores that are very, very well going to progress him through the heat. A mistake with an interference is one of the only things that could stuff it up for him. So I think if he's patient, works his way up through the priority lineup, and then has that last 3 to 4 minutes with first priority and can control any really good waves that comes through, it's going to stop the other guys from getting an opportunity.
Definitely. Right now you see Oscar Berry with a P next to his name. So Oscar has first priority in the lineup, and that is going to be a key point towards the back end of this heat. So he's looking to offload only a 3.83 because he knows Marlon Harrison. We've spoke about this before, just the maturity of this young man, just the way he just analyses heats, and he's never fussed about what he wants. He knows what he wants to identify in a heat, and that's the most impressive part. Right now he's sitting on a 1.93, but that wouldn't be bothering him at all because he's identified exactly what kind of wave he wants, and he knows he only needs a 3.16 to get on through.
We've got no priority next to Marzi's name, so
maybe there's one
I reckon
coming
he's
in.
just caught a wave. Hopefully we can start picking up a couple of replays, but yeah, it's a tight one for Banting. You do not expect to see him with the names on this sheet. Far, far more experienced by Matty Banting than all three other guys. All quite young competitors. Marzi and Oscar both competed in that Pro Junior a few days back. I think Oscar might have made the semis. So coming from a bit of form. He made the final?
Yep.
Epic. So
yeah, well,
there's a bit of form carrying through.
Saxon Reba got second. I'm pretty sure Oscar got third. And I'm trying to think who else was in that. But that was a really stacked up Pro Junior. And
it's nice that it's back to under 20 instead of 18.
I love that, to be honest. I just thought it took the real quality out of the Pro Juniors. I think that the under 20 gives them that little bit more time to develop their skill set.
Well, and finish school. I think as well it's important that when it was under 18, you kind of finish school and get 1 year. Now they get a year or two to become professional surfers, really build that momentum of training, working on their equipment, and then they can go into QS when they're a bit more ready.
I actually think that there's a bigger point to it as well. It allows those guys who are sort of at the back end of the ratings that opportunity to maybe go, you know what, I want to try to get into that junior series now I'm 18, and instead of having to get full throttle into the QS arena, because that can be pretty daunting for an athlete, right?
Absolutely, yeah. When you hit that QS, I mean, I was very fortunate that I had a few quite successful years on the junior tour and had a few second place finishes, I think, behind Solly 1 year and Wade 1 year. Never won it, but from that I got spots in the QS, and that allowed me to get in there. But there was so many great surfers around my age that didn't really get that bump up into that opportunity on the QS because it's so cutthroat, it's so tough, and traveling internationally. That's why it's really cool now having this regional tour. It allows people to try themselves against the best in Australia.
I was going to ask you, now that, you know, traditionally back in the day, you know, you'd have to travel the QE. They used to call it the QE grind. You'd have to travel the whole year trying to develop and also trying to accumulate points. How good is it now that we have a regional system where you're basically in your own backyard and you're a lot more comfortable? It has its positives and negatives.
I literally had this chat with Banting this morning, and it definitely has its positives and negatives. It has the positive of obviously the financial. It's nice to just be local. But I was speaking to Matt, and he's like, if we don't qualify for the Challenger, we're done in April, and we don't get to compete again until next February. So it kind of makes it a bit tough for guys who are sponsored and professional surfers they have about 8 months to twiddle their thumbs. But then as well, the only thing that I find that is a bit of a bummer, one of the best parts of my whole career has been the qualifying series, traveling the world, seeing amazing places. And you could do that on the QS 3000s and 1000s. Obviously, it costs a bit, but it's a great way to see the world. Whereas now, only the top cream of the crop get that opportunity to compete overseas, which, yeah, it has its positives and negatives, but I'm lucky I get to go and do that challenge like I did last year.
Part of the mystique, but of travelling and the unknown guys you see around the world is part of what the traditional QS was, as we see Marlon.
Wow.
I told you, he was going to sit, anchor down, and just wait for that opportunity.
That is some serious Iceman and Banting. This guy on a good left is very hard to beat. So a couple nice turns, huge third one. He's going to need this wave because Marzi's going to go up into the event favourite, Matt Banting, but George Pitter and Oscar Berry moving on through. You are watching the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. QS Men's 3000. We'll be back right after this break.
welcome back, folks, to the Vissla Central Coast Pro, and I'm delighted to have in the box right now my good old mate, Britt Nickel. How are you, champion?
Well, thank you, Dimmy. How are you going?
Very well, very well. Conditions are good, the waves are pumping, and the boys are going ham out there.
You'd be happy with that last result?
See, I'm not supposed to be biased, but on paper that was a tricky heat for all those guys, and to see Matty and Marlon bow out is a bit of a shock, but stoked for George and of course for Oscar, who is really starting to come through the ranks as well. But what have you made of the morning so far?
It's been great just to see consistent conditions, Dimmy, and good scores. Been locked in the last couple of days, been really tricky for the competitors. It's been a bit more wobbly and bump on the face. There's been a lot of water moving. We were on a bank at the Shark Tower just a little bit further north the last 2 days, and we've moved south down the bank now, and conditions are a lot better for day number 3.
Definitely. We sort of identified that yesterday afternoon. We were looking down towards the point. There was good waves on offer, and definitely with this shift up today, the performances have been amazing as we see Ryan up and riding. Nice free-flowing style on the backhand there for Ryan Slattery there. And this is a big heat on paper as well. So these heats do not get any easier as we see Michael Margson digging in that first manoeuvre and that wave just running off into the distance. But yeah, it's been great, and big shout out to all our event partners, of course our webcast partners, Mad Max, Volkswagen, KO Sport and KO Freebies. So big day of action, 24 heats. We're going to have the women's Sisstrevolution Pro on for round 2 after the completion of the men's, and then we're going to be back into the men's and women's again. So big day for the crew, but when you've got waves like this, Brett, you want to sort of use up all your good luck.
You certainly cannot complain. You want to be capitalising when conditions are like this. And as you mentioned before, Dimmy, this is an absolutely stacked heat, and as it should be. We're into round 3 of the men's. This is, of course, the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max, a men's QS 3000. Great to see some excellent scores being locked in here this morning, Dimmy.
Yep, big scores, big turns, and the judges are really rewarding those guys who are risking, as we see Reef Hazelwood. Look at this wave. He just drives off the bottom, a little bit caught on that first manoeuvre and digging in, and just probably the timing of that first manoeuvre created a little bit of chop on the wave for him and unable to stick that second turn. But what a talent, Reef Hazelwood. Wow, I love the way this guy surfs. So yeah, another huge day, and great to be on the Central Coast, one of the most beautiful locations on the east coast of Australia. It's been a pretty heavy couple of weeks, hasn't it, Britt, with just the tragedy of those floods for the far north coast. Even on the northern beaches we had it pretty tough as well, but the series of events just keep rolling on. The one positive to come out of everything for us has been the quality of the waves on tap, basically, for the whole QS.
It's been insane how good the waves have actually been, Dimmy, and it hasn't just been one event where the waves have been good. It's been like every event as we're leading into this one, and conditions just seem to be getting better and better each event. Yeah,
it has been, and plenty of shouts out to the crew on the web. Big shout out to my partner Ali and everyone who's watching from around the globe. And yeah, we've been blessed with good waves, and when you look at the town, as we see the surfer in green picking off an absolute bomb on that ride. So Ryan getting to work, already locked in a 3.93. And yeah, so give us your evaluation of what you've seen in the last couple of days when it comes to what you've really liked in both the men's and the women's.
I think, Dimmy, it's been like if you're on, you're on. If you're not, you're not. The conditions have been tricky. And
I know why you say that.
Just in general, overall, it's been like one or two people in each heat that seem to be locking in those high scores. And I think the judges have been really showing what they're looking for. A lot of heats have been kind of in the 4s and 5s, but then it takes someone to stand out to get those 6s and 7s. And judges really rewarding that strong, committed, critical surfing rather than out on the face and a bit of flatter.
Yeah, I think quality over quantity, and we spoke a little bit earlier with Coops about it, where we were watching Kalani Balls, and he did two of the most just magical turns, just really patient, really engaging the rail, and he was rewarded. And then you had other guys who were punching 3 or 4 turns and not getting over a 4-5, and he sort of locked in a 6. So it was definitely a clear point of difference with the judges about what they're looking for. And at this level, you know, you have to raise the bar as you go through each and every heat. So it's going to only get tougher. I'm glad I'm in the box and not in the water.
It's a lot easier said than done from here.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Big shout out to all our key partners, MadMex. Of course, the MadMex Minute we have in the web every heat, and we saw a couple of really tight encounters a little bit earlier. And if you want to get on to the www.newsouthwalesprosurfseries.com for all the results, check out all the results, all the stories. You can do that because this is part of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. How many times have they been? I'm pretty sure it's the 4th year that they've partnered up for the Vissla Central Coast Pro and the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. So great to have them on board. Of course, WSL doing a wonderful job developing multiple events in the Oceania region. So great to have professional surfing back after what's been a pretty heavy couple of years.
It has been. It's great to be bringing live action back to the screens at home for the viewers as well, or at work, wherever you're watching from. And yeah, it's been such a long time since surfing has been back in live action. So I feel like, Dimmy, though, for competitors, it's been such a different period in their lives for them. They're normally on the road and traveling, probably been overseas already 3 or 4 times already by this time of the year. So for competitors to spend pretty much the last 2 years at home fine-tuning their crafts, fine-tuning their training, their surfing, I think it's actually been a good opportunity for people to come firing out of the gates.
I think it's a good reset too, and a way to really appreciate what we have here, you know, because like you said, it's definitely changed up. I remember like 2019, you'd start the year and there was a 5,000 event in China, and you'd just be traveling the globe trying to collect and, you know, trying to get your points up nice and early as you build towards the back end. So it's definitely different now for everyone, and we spoke to Coops about this earlier, about the positives and the negatives of having not been able to travel and experience the world, but that will come. If you're good enough, you're going to get on the Challenger and you're going to get to surf some of the best waves on the planet. I mean, look now, Snapper rocks on the Challenger Series. Having 4 guys in a heat would be pretty.
That's an incentive just in itself.
I know, you'd want to just compete just for that and just gotta get there. But yeah, so amazing spots. I'm pretty sure Hossiger, one of my favourite joints in the world, that's also on the Challenger. So yeah, it has changed, and we've changed with the global situation. But stoked, like you said, there's been pretty much, you know, amazing waves through the series so far, through the New South Wales League especially. You had a pretty good result too. It's good to see you back. Yeah.
It's only been like 5 years.
I know. You were one of our most talented juniors, and back on the program. And did that take a lot of mental sort of application of getting yourself back fit, finding your rhythm, and believing in your talent and your ability? Did that play a part as well?
It did, Dimmy. And like, I think I worked out in the last 7 years. I've been out of the water for 5 in total. So
wow.
Like, it's been a long time, and a long time out of action, not just out of surfing, but just physical activity in general. So for any viewers at home, I've actually, I've got a health condition, and I had to have a fair few bouts of surgery, and well, stayed out of the water. But this man here, he's in the water, a surfer in green. Ryan Slattery, he is in the lead with a 6.83 and a 3.93. Not sure that will improve on his situation.
Well, Alistair Reginato, they're just getting nice and loose. But yeah, it is good to see how you've been able to apply yourself. Like, congratulations to you for battling through what's been a really heavy situation for you since you were pretty young. And the fact that you're back and you're actually competing and you're winning heats, you're looking good in the water. You look like you're in a good space mentally when it comes to your competitive, you know, juices that are flowing freely, I'm presuming. Are you going to do all the series? You are now, I saw.
I think I'm going to withdraw from Maroubra, to be honest. I haven't actually done that yet.
The 5,000s?
The 1,000 in Maroubra, because I've got uni. But I will be doing the 2 5,000s. One's at home, so it'd be silly not to do that at Cabarita there. and then the other one is in Newcastle. But yeah, it has been a long time, Dimmy, and it's taken a lot just to get to where I am, to even just simply be in the water, let alone putting a rashie on and getting back into the contest space. And I'll put it out there, like I have Crohn's disease, which is a form of inflammatory bowel disease, and I was diagnosed with that at the age of 7, and I now have a permanent colostomy bag and surf with that. I still compete with that. I live everyday life, and so it's taken a lot to get to where I am now, but mentally, just being out of that competitive zone for so long, it's one thing. I do a bit of surf coaching and stuff as well, but it's one thing telling competitors what to do and being able to dictate and just, kind of just help them and support them and guide them without actually doing it, let alone when you put on a rashie, you've got a timer, you've got the nerves, you've got your pressure, you've got the strategy. It's a completely different ball game altogether. So it's actually good to put that rashie on and just bring yourself back to that level. It's
funny, as a coach, it's do as I say, not as I do.
Certainly don't do what I did in this one.
Oh, that's all right. Everyone can have a bad moment, and like you said, but that was pretty tricky. Those conditions that you had were basically 2 surfers were in rhythm and 2 surfers were not in rhythm in most of those heats on day 1 and day 2. But right now in the water, it is the man in green who has really kept himself nice and busy out there. I think that's been the key to Ryan's performance so far. He's already locked in a 6.83 and a 4.5, and when you got the likes of Micah Margetson, Reef Hazelwood and Alistair Reginato out in the lineup, you know that you can't take anything for granted. These guys are just outrageously talented.
You would say that Ryan Slattery is the underdog in this heat, and at the moment he's well and truly putting it to those other 3 competitors, and they're all amazing surfers, but just note that Reef Hazelwood actually finished 3rd in this event here, the Vissla Central Coast Pro, last year. So he's no stranger to winning and making heats out on the Central Coast here. As you said, Dimmy, you definitely can't rule any of these surfers out. There's still 6.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Alistair sort of exploded onto the scene a couple of years ago at the ABB and basically brought it home for his side. And I'm sure as we see White up and riding, sort of just trying to find something that he can generate some scoring potential from Michael Margetson. So slow start, and that can have a effect on your mental thought process. But that was pretty smart because he just wanted to get himself a second score on the board so he could build house out there. And nice first carve. You could just see him lining this inside section, so he wants to get nice and vertical into the lip, and nice flare out of that final manoeuvre. But yeah, I'm loving it. Good waves. This is the first QE I've been on all year, and I've been watching you guys online and just stoked with the conditions you have had to deal with over the last month or so. The waves basically been pumping all year on the East Coast. We've had some amazing swirls, and just talking about Cabba, we're up at Cabba next week. What have the banks been like up there?
Just quietly, I'm putting this out on a live broadcast. Nah, they've been really good. I mean, it's going to be live to air anyway. And we've been really lucky at home. It's been a lot of sand at the headland, which we haven't seen for a very, very, very long time. And we've had sand and banks for the last probably 3 or 4 months.
Manly's the same. Like, honestly, we have had this left that has just been just outrageous all year. So Challenger Series coming to Manly in May, I do believe. So it's good to see that the swells have actually broken up the banks and offered up plenty of quality opportunities. And right now it is pretty much, if I was looking on paper, the 2 dangerous guys I'd be looking at would be Alistair and Reef in this heat, and both are in 3rd and 4th. Reef doesn't need a hell of a lot, but he only sits on a 2.07 and he does have priority, so that gives him the opportunity to take any wave he wants. But he's going to have to get a ribble on Britt because there's only 4 inches to go. How quick do these heats go? Must be pretty heavy when you're in the lineup.
Yeah, I feel like it's way worse when you're in the lineup. It's either the longest 3 minutes of your life or if it's the quickest 3 minutes of your life, depending on whether you're in a progressing position or not. So I feel as though for Alistair and Reef, they'd be sitting on edge there. Reef Hazelwood holding down first priority at the moment, meaning that he does have right of way for anything that does come through the lineup. And, well, he managed to get a 5th place in the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 just the other week.
Yep.
So, great result there for Reef Hazelwood. And Alistair Reginato actually finished 3rd in the Carve Great Lakes Pro on the QS 1000 earlier.
So everyone has form on the board.
They're certainly coming in with a bit of confidence, and here we go.
Oh, look at this thing. He's sort of got the angle on this wave. You can see it now going back out to sea, and lovely projection into that final turn, and plenty of flare and flow. And that's what I love, not getting caught in the lip. The judges want to see that, and you could just see he was just patient. First turn comes around, opens up, just nice little carve to start with, and then he eyes off the target and just goes bang.
You can see that's exactly what he was waiting for, Dimmy. Waiting for that section to present that opportunity. And there it is at 5.67 last of Surfer in Black. So with 3.5 minutes on the clock just before, he managed to lock that in. And, well, Mike Amargo in the white now chasing a score to progress. And Reef Hazelwood. Well, there we go. Micah, live action in the water. Belts those couple of sections.
That was impressive. So this is going to be interesting because we have said, you know, Ryan's been on such a roll in this heat, but he's in a pretty pressure-built situation right now because everyone is starting to find their flow and their rhythm. But the only negative is that time is starting to run out. So there's only 2 minutes left. We'll be looking at these waves that have just been ridden and give you an update. But right now it's actually Reef Hazelwood who is at the bottom of the pole when it comes to scores, and he's going to have to get himself really busy towards the back end if he's going to get through. Because that would be an upset.
It certainly would be an upset. And, well, he was holding down first priority before all of that exchange happened. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not Reef paddled for a wave. But Mike Amargo, a 5.73 and a 5.1. So Surfer in white now back into second place, and Alistair Reginato in the black back into third. So extremely close scoreline between first, second and third right now. Reef Hazelwood, there we go, a 6.03. So he did catch a wave, Dimmy.
Yep. As we said, towards the back end of these heats, the Mad Mex minute, what is going to happen? And with the quality of athletes out in the lineup right now, we knew that, you know, that nothing was, don't take anything for granted.
There's our little burrito clock on the screen.
You've been tempted by the burritos? I saw you have, what did you have yesterday? You had a box.
I had a burrito bowl yesterday.
The burrito bowl,
it's
how
absolutely
good.
delicious.
I've been hoeing into the to the burritos.
Start looking like a
Oh,
burrito
seriously,
scene.
I've got to hold back a bit. It's only day 3. Here we go, Surfing red. Reef Hazelwood up and right in, jamming into that first corner. Nice elevation out of the lip and lovely free-flowing carve to finish off. So that is going to be an interesting ride. I'm not a judge, but it's going to tighten up the heat for sure because he only needs a mid-4.
Spells trouble for Micah Margerson in the white. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on screen. Drives hard off the bottom, cracks that second section. Flattens out a bit here, but carves straight back to that power source. Has a quick look back just to see if there's any more waves or if any surfers have taken off.
Yep, that is going to be an interesting scenario to finish off that heat. Another exciting heat. Round 3, heat number 5 here at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex.
welcome back to the live action here for day number 3 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We have the men's QS 3000 in the water, heat number 6. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. Do we have results from that last one, Dimmy?
Yeah, mate. Unfortunately for Reef, it was not enough, so it was very close. I think he needed just under a 5, and he got a mid-4, so that is going to be devastating for Reef. And that was a very tight heat when you consider only 0.8 separated first to fourth. So, unfortunately, for Reef, he's out, but Michael Margetson into the next round. As we get into another exciting exchange here, and it looks like the surfer in white opening up to start his campaign off, and critical points on offer, Britt, and that's the big thing about these 3000s. This is where it starts to get a little bit serious, and look at that. Billy Stamen already with a 5-1-7 and a 5. How did...
All in a matter of 2 minutes.
Hey, we've just come off a break, and he's already locked in a couple of solid little... not keepers, but a nice start to the heat, I'd say. And this is a big heat. Coda Kilhorn out there in the red. Stewie Kennedy, of course, former World Tour surfer and looking to get himself back where he wants to be. He is in the black. And the young man from North Stain, Axel Rose Carrotta. This is where it gets a little bit nervy for me.
I was just looking at you thinking that.
Look... I just love the whole surfing thing, and you know, the grassroots level is where it's all about for me. But sometimes it can be nerve-wracking because I just know how much, you know, all these guys want it. Not just my guys, but just everyone wants it so bad. As we see Stewie get into work, and yeah, there's a lot of pressure. You feel bad for them at times, the young guys, because they're trying to deal with the development of the sport and also dealing with the pressure that comes with competing at a higher level than they're used to.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Dimmy. Although, I was speaking to a few of the women in the last event, and there were a couple of the younger ones that were coming through, and their attitude was like, well, we've got a heap of confidence. We've got nothing to lose here. And realistically, those ones have got everything to lose and we don't.
Yeah, that's true. It's more of a mindset, isn't it? That first wave of green was a 3.9. So you can look at it in, you know, a lot of different ways. You can think about, I'm having to take these guys who have been on the tour, like Stewie's already locked in a 5.6. But you can also look at the positive, that you got nothing to lose and everything else to gain out of a situation like this, where most people who would not know you wouldn't expect you to get through. But you just got to back your ability and know that, you know, it's a journey. The pro surfing is one of the most difficult sports. I mean, I'm saying that biasly, but honestly, in the world, where so much happens when it comes to a heat, performance, waves, lack of waves. There's so many strings to the bow you've got to get and work out, and it's a game. You've got to play the game, and you've got to be mentally strong enough to be able to adapt on the run, as you would know.
It is very strategic, very strategic. Not only are you dealing with the variables of the ocean, Mother Nature, but you're also dealing with, other competitors, and, you know, how you play priority right, and the time, and, you know, how long do you wait until you go maybe sit on someone towards the end of the heat, like what banks you go sit on. Like, I was speaking to True earlier, and she's like, I always make a plan A and a plan B, but never a plan C, because that just confuses me too much.
Yep.
So there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just a matter of picking up your surfboard and jumping out.
Yeah, and I think that taking ownership of it as well is an important part. I always say to guys, you know, like, you can have as much support and coaches as you like, but really at the highest level, those guys, the elite guys at the highest level, really identify their own performance. They take ownership of it, and I think from a young age it's really important that that you take that kind of ownership. Support is so important, but identifying exactly what you want out of your performance is key. So as we said, Billy off to a flyer. He is always in the mix for a spot on the Challenger. Such is the talent of Billy Stamen out there.
Billy was an Olympian at Tokyo 2020 for New Zealand. Yep. Been a pretty amazing opportunity for the surfer in white.
Wow, that was a different stage for those guys. Like, someone said to me about Owen, you know, how just the excitement level from Owen grabbing, you know, bronze. To be an Olympian and Olympian medalist, that is just, you look back in 30 years and go, that is the most incredible experience ever, as we see White up and riding.
Just a quick up and out there for Billy Stamen. He'll be looking to build on that house now. He's created those foundation scores, a 5 and a 5.17. Realistically, he doesn't need to take anything less than that 5, Dimmy.
Yep, got to build on that score. So anything below that really just wastes energy and momentum in your heat. So massive shout out to Vissla, who have partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events for the past 4 years. To all the staff, Johnny Mossop out there and all the crew, done a wonderful job promoting this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series over the course of what's been a really difficult times for not just people but brands. Like that whole COVID situation has been intensely hard for brands to invest. So great to have them involved, and yeah, without them, the show would not go on, buddy.
It certainly wouldn't. And we've actually got a Vissla athlete in the water, Kodakilo, on the Maroubra guy. He has been a standout coming through the ranks. So hello to everybody watching from Maroubra, representing Maroubra United. Great young surfer.
Yeah, definitely. One of the standouts from the Sydney region, starting to find his feet, and he'd have a lot of support down from the Maroubra crew. And yeah, it's good to see these guys getting the opportunity to invest time and energy into performing, because for a lot of the top guys, it's about trying to make that Challenger Series. For some of the younger gen, it's more about finding their feet, getting a seed, and having like a 2 or 3 year plan of what you want. Is that how you'd sort of promote it as a younger surfer coming through, just knowing that, you know, the more heat you surf, the more comfortable you get in the surroundings and the environment?
100%. I think you've got to pick those events though too that you're wanting to go in. Like the regional series here and the New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series is a great opportunity for those surfers to really build and gain that momentum. So whether they're focusing on just building that or qualifying, I feel like for ones like Coda, he'd, like you just said, Dimmy, he'd be more so looking to just build those points, find that momentum, feel comfortable in Arashi, feel comfortable on the QS scene, and then really give it a good crack over the next few years.
Yep, Stewie Kennedy up and riding. He is identified a left, but that wave really not offering a lot. The one thing I say about Coda is I fancy his hairdo right now.
He has got one of the most insane mohawks at the moment. He's sprayed it purple.
What about it? I was jealous yesterday. I went,
because he's got hair?
Yeah, because he actually has hair. It's North Stain, mate. Everyone at North Stain's bald. Yeah, well, Richie Lovett's still wearing a hat. So get that hat off. Be loud and proud, son. As we see Red up and riding. Coda Killhorn into it and pulling out of that one. But yeah, I really love the fact that these guys are backing themselves in, and it's important for the development, just not only in our region, but just worldwide, to have that next generation's ability to really find their feet and rhythm. And that is the advantage of having, regional series, because really the costing of traveling the globe is a lot, heavier than it is when you're just traveling in your own region, as we see the surfer in white. Billy up and riding. That board looks pretty spicy, doesn't it? It's just got great flow to it. Flies across that section. Nice floater on the backhand. And it's found himself a little corner, so connecting the dots.
Conditions are really starting to turn on here at Avoca Beach. You can see the point on screen there. Yeah, how was that left, Dimmy?
He read that so perfectly, and instead of trying to get under the lip, he just floated perfectly over the top of that lip, and what it did, it projected him into that corner with a lot of speed.
Here we go, Coda Killhorn up and riding on the forehand. Nice first turn there, and straight into a second, so absolutely no downtime between those two turns for the young man in the red.
Nailed it.
There's not much more he could have done on that wave.
He squeezed everything out of that orange, let me tell you. That was a sick little combo. And the great thing about it, there was no downtime. He kept that flow and that rhythm going the whole way through that ride. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow more than 2 turns, but that will give him a lot of confidence knowing that if he gets one of those bombs, he's going to be able to unload as we see the surfer in green. Axel Rose Carrota up and riding on the backhand. Lovely finishing turn for Axel as well. So the youngster in the game, and I'm sure that there'll be plenty of support from Manly online. And Axel, his old man, was a really good surfer coming through, one of the legends of North Stain. And of course, he won't mind me saying that, but his old man's a great musician.
Oh, wow.
His dad was in a band that basically nearly headlined the first ever Big Day Out with Nirvana.
Oh, that's insane.
Mass Appeal, they were called. Yeah, it's pretty cool. People look at Brett and go, what? He was in a band? And oh, mate, they were crazy. But love that turn. And like I said, for him, it's just about identifying what he wants. I had a bit of a chat to him before the heat, and he was looking at those lefts, but he knew that he'd have to be on point because, you know, with Coda, Stewie and Billy out there, yeah, but he did take a lot of confidence from his heat yesterday as we see Surfer in white again just projecting a lot of movement of water through his turns, and that board looked very switched on, but unfortunately just grabbing an inside rail there.
Billy Stamen, the New Zealand competitor, looking very spicy here this morning. That board, yeah, looks great, Dimmy. Wave selection has been really good here from the Surfer in white as well. Cracks that second section and just unfortunately catches a rail here. Just the rotation was a little bit out, but still great surfing there for Billy Stamen, the current heat leader. He's locked in a 5 and a 5.17. Stewie Kennedy still holding on to second place.
Yep.
He's locked in a 5.6 and a 3.1.
The thing about this heat is they're all in the game. When you think of no one has really pushed the point over a 6.
It's a 6 on the scoreboard now, Billy Stamen.
Yep. And that would have been for that wave. Yeah. So had he landed that turn, it could have gone up in the 7s.
So great committed surfing there from the man in the white, Billy Stamen. Conditions are actually getting better, I feel, Dimmy. It's interesting. The first section seems a little bit flatter, and then on that inside through the middle of the bank, it really starts to steepen up on that left.
I actually think it's going to get better now that tide is starting to drop out. I think high tide was like 8 o'clock this morning. So it's definitely yesterday I felt like that mid-tide was probably the best. It got a little bit funky on the low, like the dead low, but definitely there was more, you know, below sea level waves coming on through when it came to the to that mid-tide as we see the surfer up and riding on a foamy one. We've just lost him.
Lost in the foam.
Oh, there he is. He got lost in the foam. He's back out there. So, yeah, these heats, 20 minutes, rapid fire, and for surfer priority as well. So, when do they go into 2 surfer heats? I'm pretty sure it's quarterfinal on for both men and women.
It certainly is, Dimmy. You are correct.
And let's talk about the big chunk of points. If you get a victory here, 3,000 points, that is a huge amount. When you consider we only have 1 3,000 and 2 5,000s available for our region, and to get a result here and a big result is going to sort of chip shot you into maybe qualifying for that Challenger Series. So in the women's, I'm pretty sure is it top 6 or 7 and a wild card, and in the men's it's definitely 9 and a wild card.
Yeah, so the women's is a top 7 and a wild card, so it makes it 8.
Yep.
And yeah, the men's, as you said, top 9 and a wild card, so it makes it 10. Not many spots on offer.
When you consider the amount of actually surfers competing. That's heavy.
But in saying that, like you said, the QS 3000s and the QS 5000s, they're the ones that you're wanting to grab those points and really progress through those final stages of the events.
Yep.
QS 1000s are good. They can allow you to, you know, lock in 1,000 points for a win.
Wow.
But once you get into these events, everything can just switch up.
Yeah. There's definitely more pressure, and you could feel that energy on the beach too. This morning there was definitely a shift from those top guys as they started to think about the serious nature of this event because of the amount of points on offer. And we just saw Stewie Kennedy. Did you like that? I love the just the power that Stewie has through his turns. He looks like it's just that effortless. It's an incredible trait of his, just to really throw a lot of water through each and every turn. I don't know if he improved because it was really only just one turn, but this heat is still up for grabs, definitely with all 4 surfers in the game.
It is. Well, Stewie Kennedy is no stranger to the World Tour. His last year on tour, I think, was 2017, and he's been wanting to get back there ever since. He's got a strong support crew back in Lennox.
Yeah, part of the Labar board riders.
He certainly is.
They produce some amazing surfers. One of my favourite surfers ever on tour, Adam Melling, the great man himself. And yeah, they've got some really talented guys coming through. Guys like, let me think, Mikey Madonna.
You got Nixie Ryan.
Nixie Ryan is leading the series right now. She's been absolutely on point.
James Wood.
Can I smell
lives in
coffee?
that region as well.
Yeah, 100%.
They've got a hotbed of talent up there. Yeah, you can smell coffee.
Yeah, so good.
How many of these do you think we're going to have today?
I don't know. We're going to need a lot.
Long day.
Claudia, quick. Get those coffee runs going. But it's great. I love it. I get that excited about watching heats. I could watch heats 24/7.
I feel like you do that anyway, even if you're not here.
It's a lifestyle. I do. I get a lot of enjoyment out of watching the next generation, but just fulfilling their potential and having a crack as we see Axel up and riding. But yeah, I do. I was watching all your heats. Don't worry. I was supporting you. I've been in your corner since you were very young.
And I can't.
You're one of my faves.
I can't thank you enough for
your
support
you've
over
got
the years, Dimmy.
a wonderful family, very supportive family, and yeah. I'm really proud of the fact that you've fought your demons and fought everything you've needed to and come back stronger as a person and as a human.
Thanks,
Legend.
Timmy. It means a lot.
But right now it is Billy still out in the lead. Started off well and he's kept that momentum going with a 6 and a 5.17. As you see, Stewie Kennedy with a 5.60 and a 4.47. And he only needs a 5.58 to consolidate and go into first. But it is up to the young guys, Axel Rose-Carotto and Coda Kilhorn, to get the job done. They only need mid-5s to high 5s. 1 minute, the Mad Max minute. I love that thing on. Makes me want a burrito.
I think that's the whole point, Timmy.
I know. I'm addicted to burritos. They're that good.
I had a burrito bowl yesterday, which was absolutely delicious.
What?
So
Yeah,
for anyone viewing at home or at work, if you've got a Mad Max in your area, be sure to head there and grab yourself some of their delicious food. I feel as though all of us in the event crew are going to be looking like burritos by the end of this week.
Yep.
And I'm not complaining about it.
No. We're well fed and well charged up, and yeah, great to have Mad Max on as a supporting partner and an important partner of this event with 20 seconds to go. And will there be another opportunity? Will anyone get the Here we go. The young man from Maroubra up and riding. Lovely first turn. Comes around, opens up the wingspan and gets into another series of manoeuvres. So that was a nice 1-2-3 combo. And will Axel get into this wave? I think time has run out for the young man from North Stamen. But again, it's all part of the journey and part of the learning process. And we are going to be waiting for that score for the last of red to lock in. But I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It looks as though it might have just came through, Dimmy, on screen. Just fell short. So Coda Kilhorn, unfortunately, bowing out with Axel Rose-Carotto. It is Billy Stamen and Stewie Kennedy moving on through to the next round. We'll be going to a short commercial break. Join us back for the live action in a short moment. The Vissla Central Coast Pro.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
The Central Coast Pro, thanks to Vissla and Sisstrevolution. We've got the Vissla, the men in the water right now. They're up to round number 3. We're up to round number 3 now. Welcome back. It's Nathan Riverland and Sally Mack in the booth with you as we kick off heat number 7. Welcome back, Nath.
Thanks, Sal. Yeah, good to be in here. Out of the weather. It's actually it was pretty wet this morning, but gladly it's gotten a bit nicer this afternoon, and yeah, we've had a couple of epic heats go down already, and we're already into heat 7, so 8 heats in this round, and then we'll be into the second round of the women's, so looking forward to that one as well. So we've got 17 minutes to go in this one. You can see we've got Tom Carvalho in the black, Cooper Chapman, one of our fellow commentators, in the red, Levi Stewart in white, and Jacob Wilcox in the green.
Yeah, so the waves have it's cleaned up so much this morning, which is awesome to see. Yesterday, a bit of a mishmash out there, Nath, as we said, you know, the surfers were having to dig real deep, and we've got Surfer in blue up and riding.
So this is Jacob Wilcox, former championship tour talent. He's had plenty of wildcards over the years on the tour, and just working this one over. What was that with the layback? A bit sticky there, so I reckon it's going to be in probably the low to mid-range score. It's not going to be a super big one, but yeah, we've definitely got some talent in this heat, and as we're getting towards sort of the midway point of the event.
And we're going to catch the New South Wales replay, and we've got Cooper Chapman in red, caught a wave just off the back of Jacob's wave, so we can see there Jacob in the corner, a couple of big steep turns, vertical for Cooper, and that's his second wave of the heat. So on the replay there, Cooper Chapman. It's been a big morning already. You know, the wave height's up to anywhere between 4 to 6 feet out here at the Avoca point, which is really nice to see that we've got some offshore conditions as opposed to what we were kind of dealing with yesterday, Nath. Thomas in the replay there. So that's our heat leader. Jacob Wilcox, a 5.33 for that last wave. So Jacob Wilcox leading the heat, Western Australian surfer, with Cooper Chapman in second on a 4.63. And Levi Stewart still yet to get a wave. Plenty of time left with 15 minutes. So many waves on offer out here at Avoca this morning. Once again, thanks to Vissla for allowing us to put this event on. And allowing the live webcast is Volkswagen, Amarok, Vans and Utes, and Mad Mex, who are providing some pretty amazing lunchtime specials for all of our surfers and team here at Avoca Beach. So that top scoring wave at the moment is still sitting with Jacob Wilcox, a 5.33. This morning we've already seen some 7-point rides, Nath, so I think, you know, anything could really happen in this. Cooper's definitely got a good mindset this morning. He's gone out there. He's not too worried about the competition. He's loving it, and I think we're going to see a little bit more action from the surfer in red, but we're not going to put Jacob Wilcox behind the 8 ball at all. He can definitely pull out any kind of manoeuvre that he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, cool. I'm back on. Just had a couple of
just letting me have
a couple of headset
issues.
Yeah, I had a couple of headset issues, but back on. So yeah, Jacob Wilcox starting off with that 5.33 as we said, sort of in that low to mid range score, but he'll be happy with that. Good little start for Jacob. Get the feet in the wax. He had a pretty good heat in his round 2 matchup yesterday afternoon, and yeah, he'll be looking to continue that form as the day goes on. He had a win at Phillip Island in the first event of the QS series, which was, was the first event of the 2022 series before we went into this New South Wales Pro Surf series at Boomerang, and then we had Port Stephens, and unfortunately Maroubra did get postponed, but it looks like hopefully we'll be going back there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll be heading back to Maroubra. It's going to be the first event of the 2023 QS season, just because the Challenger Series actually kicks off in that April period. So due to the postponement of that event, it's actually going to be the first event of the 2023 QS, but we can see Levi up and riding his opening wave.
So Levi Stewart just getting a quick one there. Levi just getting a quick one there. He wasn't seeing too much potential down the line, so we've seen a lot of the surfers. Even this morning we saw Micah Margison in the heat before, and Ryan Slattery only picking up 2 or 3 waves, just really picking the waves out of the bunch. Because, as we know from surf comps, you only need 2 good waves.
Definitely. And yeah, really, it was a shame seeing Reef bow out in that last heat, because he kind of has that Kelly Slater-esque effect a little bit, don't you reckon? Like, he can pull some incredible manoeuvres out of not too much. Well, we're going to see surfer in blue. It's Jacob Wilcox back. One solid opening turn.
And he's coming onto this second bowl, digs in with the layback. That was some beautiful surfing. Connects nicely and gets the finish there. So Jacob Wilcox getting another good ride there. He's just had his 2 waves in this opening 8 minutes of the heat. Cooper Chapman's had a 4 and just a throwaway 0.63. We've got the wave replay powered by the New South Wales government and Volkswagen. So Jacob Wilcox just digging into this one. The second turn was absolute money. Loved that one. Bit of a smaller wave on the inside, but still getting the work done and showing off his extensive competitive experience.
Yeah, look, we really are lucky that the waves have cleaned up. Completely gone offshore this morning, which is amazing. We're a little bit more south of Avoca Beach than we have been the last 2 days. But yeah, yesterday was really challenging. We were seeing a lot of I guess, the more lightweight surfers get knocked out. They just didn't have the strength and power to push through that white water that was sitting up, nearly double overhead, some of them. So you really, having that weight and strength on your side was a real benefit yesterday, and that's what we saw. Like, there was a lot of heartache, but
it was.
Today, these guys, they're being rewarded for that effort that they put in, and we're going to, today's probably going to be the best, I think, of the conditions for the rest of the week, but it's beautiful out there for them today. So perfect conditions for Australia, the Oceania top ranking leaders. We will see a change in the Australia-Oceania rankings, because the leader, Joel Vaughan from North Shelley, local, he was knocked out yesterday. So the men's will definitely change. So we got Nixie Ryan. She's the women's leader. She is still up in number 1 because she's still in the event. This is a QS 3000 event, so every single point matters, every round matters. Nixie from Lennox Head, especially, she's going to definitely be wanting to progress as far as she can to maintain that leader, because it's the top 1 and 2 females from Australia Oceania that go through to the Challenger, and that's where you want to be, because you're not going to get through to that Dream Tour, the World Championship Tour, without those points. So yeah, looking good for Nixie so far. Yeah,
she's been pretty much, she hasn't put a step wrong so far. She's been making heats like just in her sleep, already taking out 2 events. So yeah, she's still in the draw. Yeah, we did see Joel Vaughan bow out yesterday. It was a bit of really tricky conditions yesterday afternoon at the sort of in front of the Shark Tower down at Avoca, and we saw a lot of sort of the top seeds bow out in the men's. So yeah, there's going to be a difference in the men's rankings as we see Jake Wilcox staying nice and busy here, coming towards this inside bowl, just annihilating that section.
You can see his experience there. He's making really good wave selections out there this morning. Poor Levi, he's yet to get on another wave, so he's still stuck on a 1.50 with 9 minutes remaining. It's got to be putting the pressure on him a little bit. We're going to dive back into that New South Wales government replay as we see Jacob Wilcox from WA wrap around. He's going to see how much he can make of this small wave, little off the top, winding down and then into that point at Avoca. So a couple of little turns there probably won't improve his score too much. He's sitting on a 6.67 and a 5.33. So I'm pretty safe to say that wave won't knock up into that area. But yeah, a couple of 7-pointers already this morning, Nathan.
Yeah.
And really exciting to see. Was down on the shoreline, and those waves sitting up from the shoreline are pretty solid. And yeah, seeing people like, even though some of our top seeds, Matt Banting and Reef Hazel would have been knocked out, huge waves, huge scores coming out.
Yeah.
And then we had George Patar, North Stain, Dimmy's territory, just absolutely tearing. So yeah, it's absolutely perfect. Even though the sun's not out, the water is really warm thanks to our tropical our tropical system at the moment, and these guys are going to be pretty stoked to have some clean waves on offer.
Absolutely. So yeah, we can see that last score. So Jacob Wilcox with the 6.67 on that long running left, where we saw he just dug into that second section. So he's got a pretty nice lead at this point. It's been a bit of a sleepy heat, I'd say. Tom Carvalho and Cooper Chapman only with a 3.6 and a 4, and they've just got small throwaways, and Levi yet to grab a second wave. But yeah, like we were saying, you only need 2 waves. You can be nice and patient as we see Cooper Chapman digging off the bottom. Oh, he'll be spewing with that one, just going down, falling on his back. Hopefully he's not too winded. Did look like he dropped right back on his neck and his back, so hopefully he's okay.
And look at that's literally 3 waves. There wouldn't even be 2 seconds between those waves in that interval.
It's a very small period.
So the New South Wales government replay, Cooper Chapman, he's going for the flow and unfortunately just loses that weight off the back. It didn't actually look like too good of a drop off the back either, Cooper.
It didn't.
Be careful out there, right?
I know.
We don't want to give you all the commentary. Or maybe that's what he's planning. He wants to get back in here. But yeah,
Who
Cooper
knows?
Chapman, he's been on the Pro Surf tour, I don't know, 15, 16 years,
The
I
QS,
reckon.
yeah, he's been doing it for a long time.
He knows what he's doing.
He's been close to qualifying on numerous occasions as well. Hasn't been too far off the pace. I think he's been top 50 in the QS in the world, I think 2 or 3 times. We're having a chat at Port Stephens, and he was saying, yeah, he's just like, he's so close, you're not too far off it. Top 50, it's an amazing achievement.
So many people get in that situation though as well, and it makes the loss a little bit harder. But yeah, Cooper's got an amazing not-for-profit mental fitness program that he runs, initiative that he rolls out into schools, and it's the Good Human Factory is the name of it, and he's been running a series of workshops called Ride the Wave, which are amazing for teenagers, just helping people understand how to shift their mindsets. Only 45 minutes. I went to it last night. It's absolutely amazing. Like the tips you learn in 45 minutes to change your attitude, and it's all about taking accountability, responsibility, and being gracious, using gratitude, practicing gratitude. And it's 100% the best thing that you could do is get your kid in to listen to him chat, or get your board riders club. If you're listening and you're in a board riders club, contact Cooper or Surfing New South Wales, and we will get him out to run a program for you, because I can't even say enough about it. Like, I literally learnt so much about mental fitness and what I can do personally to change. And he did this great analogy with John Florence's, one of John Florence's trainers, about a tiger going out hunting a deer. Both of them are trying to do it to survive, and the deer's trying not to get killed, and the tiger's trying to not die of starvation. And the tiger slips as he's turning and misses the deer, and he goes back home and he doesn't go, oh, the judges didn't score me well enough. Can't go home and do that. So he goes home and he sharpens his claws, and he goes back out the next day and he doesn't slip on the turn, and he gets the deer. So he survives, the deer dies. But it's a
Good
great
story.
analogy, I think.
Yeah.
He's trying to show kids about taking responsibility and being accountable for their own actions, so not blaming other people. And I think in surfing, it's such a big one. It's so easy to come out of the water and be like, oh, it's underscored, or, this didn't happen, or the waves didn't turn up. It's like doing what you can, being in the moment, preparing for all these kind of things as best you can, and being responsible for yourself and what is happening. Oh, and we see, there he goes. You must have heard me. He just flew onto the screen there. Couple of turns, and he's just trying to improve that 4-point ride. So I reckon he might have done that. We'll have to get the replay and...
Yeah, he got a couple of turns done on the outside.
You're welcome, Cooper.
Yeah, we're giving him a bit of a plug. He's got a good head on him, so good on you, Coop. That's Tom Cavallo, the powerhouse from the Goldie. He's been really a great surfer to watch over the last couple of years, Tom Cavallo. He's picked up a major sponsor in O'Neill just over summer, and well deserving. He's been ripping and putting out some epic clips on his Instagram and all his socials, and been a very good competitor for a long time as well. So it's good to see him making a couple of heats, and yeah, we'll have a score to drop in for him as well and see if he can jump up into second and try and get through this heat. But Jacob Wilcox is looking pretty in first place at this point.
And that was a couple of rights through there. We haven't seen any right-handers for a couple of heats. So yeah, the two boys. New South Wales government replay. Hopefully we've got Cooper. He's going to dive in here. We just missed the start of that wave, but we will wait to see how the judges scored that. He's picked up a little bit of a reform on the right.
Bit of a soupy one on the inside, so yeah, we didn't see the outside. So hopefully got some work done out there. See White. That's
everyone
Levi
must
Stewart.
have got a wave in that last one.
Yeah, that was quick. This is Tom Cavallo.
Look at that peeling off down the right-hand side. That was a good wave choice by Thomas.
It's got a good wall on it. Like you were saying when you were down on the beach, it's super steep when you're standing down there, like real steep, giving surfers ample opportunity to put their best surfing on offer. Because so big thanks to the New South Wales government and Volkswagen for powering our replays for this whole New South Wales Pro Surf Series. You can see those scores have just come in. So Cooper Chapman,
look at that,
with a 5.67. So his strength and his position in second. Tom Cavallo with that 4.93 obviously wasn't enough to climb into second, with Cooper putting up the requirement there.
Yeah, and we've only got 2 minutes to go, so these guys, hopefully we're going to see Levi pick up his momentum a little bit more pace out there. He probably needs... Yeah, he's on a 6.33, but everyone else, total combined heat score of 6.33.
Yeah, he's going to need
just under a 5. But it's not hard to knock off a 1.5. So, yeah, I mean, like, he's in a little bit of trouble, but it's not unachievable right now. Let's take some Cooper Chapman advice. Block it out, reset. You got a minute 30 on a minute. Sharpen those claws. You got a minute 30 on the time, and we've got a set coming, which could help any one of these guys out. But we haven't seen a change in the scores or the leaderboard. Losing my words this morning.
It's all right.
Jacob Wilcox, WA in the lead. We're about to hit the Mad Mex minute. Jacob Wilcox with priority as well. Oh, he's in the position of power right now with this set looking like it's going to approach. Is he going to take the left or the right?
There's the Mad Max minute. I don't know what he's going to go, but I was saying Mad Max have been giving us all burritos and doing a couple of drops on the beach all week. So yeah, massive thanks to Mad Max jumping on as a supporting partner of this New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Have been doing an amazing job feeding all the surfers and feeding everyone. So they're doing a great job.
Health food for life. So it looks like everyone was just out of position on that last set, and that's, you know, the nature of this. It's an east-southeast swell, so it is working for Avoca, but yeah, between the shifting tides as well, it's becoming a little bit trickier, it looks like, to find the right spot to sit. We did just see those two sneaky rights through there before. So you can see White, Levi Stewart, he's going to want to find 10 seconds. He's got to take one of these ones.
Yeah, it's getting towards the crunch time here. We can see Black's paddling. He's in third, so he needs to score too. It's Tom Cavallo dropping in. Gets the hammer off the top. This one getting a bit sudsy, but getting a bit of a bump there. But he's got to try and milk this one. He's going to need a bit more scoring potential on the inside to get that score. Ooh.
Land it.
Geez, it's going to be close.
Make that look easy. I think
Claps
that could...
himself.
I reckon that could knock a 3.6 out.
Yeah, I reckon he's... What's he going to need to go into second?
If he knocks his 3.6, he'll go into second and knock, because Cooper's only on a 5.67 as we wrap up heat number 7. We'll wait for those final scores. But yeah, that was a good move by Tom on that right hand, popping up. One turn, he's going down the line, wrapped around, got a little bit uneasy there. Thought that wave was going to just wind it up, and then he hits this last section. little bit of airtime in the middle there and made that one look a little bit easy.
We'll wait for that score, but in the meantime, we're just going to go to a quick break. You're watching the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is the Central Coast Pro. We'll be back after this short break. Central Coast Pro here at Avoca Beach. Nathan Rivlin, I'm here in the booth with Sally Mack. We're into Heat 8 of Round 3 for the men's. We've got Kai Warner out there in the red, Connor Lyons in the black, Mikey McDonough is in the white, and Jarvis Earls in the green. How you going, Sal?
Yeah, this is going to be a good one to watch. These guys have all been surfing. Mikey McDonough on fire at the moment from Lennox Head, won the Port Stephens Pro. So he is definitely going to be running off that momentum. They have had a very tough time. Hello to anyone up in the North Coast, Northern Rivers region watching. We do send our love and support down to you. Mikey McDonough's on fire, but you know who else has been on fire today? It's Ryan Slattery. He's a local, and Carly was down with him on the beach after his win.
Program, no. Just got myself on the big waves, and yeah, it was fun out there.
Yeah, it definitely looked like you were having fun out there. How does it feel to have such a big event right at your local?
Yeah, it's good. It's like a 40-minute drive south of home, so I've surfed here growing up my whole life, or in comps every now and then. But yeah, it takes the stress off.
Yeah, awesome. Well, good luck in the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
So Ryan Slattery there took out the defending champion. It was Matt Banting, defending champion, out of the event. Had a huge day yesterday. All props to Matt. It's a 3,000 event. He is going to be saving up his biggest scores for the 5,000s coming up at the
Newey 5,000s at the Surf Fest at Newey. So that'll be a good event. I'm sure Matt will be going down to that one.
And the Tweed Coast Pro?
Tweed Coast Pro, I think
3,000?
It's a 3,000, yes.
So we did actually see Mikey McDonough in that interview kick off the heat. Commentator's curse. I am so sorry, Mikey and Lennox Head, Labar, for that one. But he has put his opening wave up there. It's a 1-point ride. So let's build from there, Mikey.
Building a house. Just a small start.
That house. We're down here for the Vissla Central Coast Pro, proudly presented by Mad Mex at Avoca Beach. Huge day in the water today. We're going to try and knock over 2 rounds of each for the men's and the women's. The Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. Avoca Point is just pumping. It's turned on. We've gone offshore, which means that we've got these beautiful, clean, groomed waves. They may not be turquoise today, but it doesn't mean that the quality is lacking, because we've got amazing waves for a QS event, qualifying series event. And here we go. It's Jarvis Earl.
So Jarvis Earl getting a nice flow in on this one. Gets a 1-2 punch here. Love that second section, how he hit it. And he's going to bow out of that one. But yeah, did get a nice 2-turn combo in on that wave. That was his first one. So he'll be confident, get the feet in the wax, and he'll head back out the back and see. Looks like White Mikey was scrambling for that one, but unable to get into it. And we've got 15 minutes remaining. And I just saw those scores from the last heat because the scores didn't come up after that. But Cooper just got the nod over Tom Cavallo, so Tom didn't get that score late. So it was Cooper getting through.
Sorry, Nath, that means that you're back in the commentary booth. But that huge backhand turn, that's going to line up probably a low to mid-range score there for Jarvis Earl, 3.23. So the judges know that he can get a little bit more out of that. Tide is turning, so the guys are just trying to work out exactly where they should be sitting. We saw a couple more lefts earlier this morning, peeling into the corner, but yeah, it's just switching up a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys do.
Yeah, the banks are ever changing at Avoca. We've seen over the last couple of days in the event, just the waves are going all over the place. You might be surfing the left bank down the beach, then you're surfing a right straight out the front of the tent, and then the waves sort of closer to the point have been the pick in the back end of yesterday, which was why we did have the location move to the Pines, which is a bit further down towards the point from where we were yesterday. But yeah, this bank's been providing for us all morning, and we've had some pretty good waves on offer. And you can see a little set coming through here, and Red is having a look. This is Kai Warner. So nice float to start off with for the surfer in Red. And I like that carve out of the top, looking nice and silky smooth. Kai Warner. And this one getting a little bit soupy, trying to link this one all the way through to the inside. And it's probably, I reckon this might be the best wave of the heat so far. I reckon it'll eclipse Jarvis Earl's 3.23.
100% best wave. He linked that section beautifully. So Kai Warner, he's going to land his first score on the board, 13 minutes to go. I feel like these heats are going so quickly. We're going to head into the replay and just see he's going to head down this right. So he built up his speed, hit that top foam section, winding back around. Nice little off the top there. Couple of little cutties. He's getting a little bit lazy in that section, I think.
Yeah, just waiting, just being patient, waiting for something to open up for him on the inside. We've seen a couple of the waves have a bit of downtime through that rip bowl on the inside, and then you can kind of get that bonus one section on the inside where you can really dig in and throw another major manoeuvre in.
4.07. Solid start, Kai. Good job. Apologies for just saying that you were lazy. That was me being lazy, using the word lazy, that I yesterday told Nathan to stop using words like that. So apologies. That was a great wave.
I did not use lazy. I used spicy. That's my pick word.
Jarvis is back. He's back in the heat lead. As we see, Mikey McDonough right out of that one. He's going to get around the whitewater. Rights are lighting up, wrapping around into this little reform section. What's he going to be able to make out of here? We're going to see him go to the air. Little punt. Come on.
Give us something, Mikey. Yeah, we did see him at Port Stephens. He was loving throwing it to the air and showing off his elite rail game. You can see we were just under 12 minutes, so yeah, we are almost at the halfway point of this matchup. Jarvis Earl's currently in the lead. Only a couple of small sort of numbers for Jarvis and Mikey. You see Kai Warner did lock in that 4.07, and Connor Lyons yet to open his account in this one. He did some clutch surfing yesterday, Connor Lyons. Got some, I think he got a 6 or a 7 in the last couple of minutes and managed to scrape through. So he's definitely got the surfing that stands up in these sort of events. And we can see Mikey McDonough sticking that landing there. But this one just had a bit of downtime once again. Yeah, the conditions are changing quite a bit out at this northern end of the beach. And you can see they're sort of running into the rip a little bit more with those rights. The left-handers were standing up super critically this morning, but there has been a little bit of a change in the conditions. Yeah,
so a nice increase in the score there for Mikey McDonough, a 4.23 for that last ride. So sometimes they do get lucky in those two sections link up, and that's where they can get a little bit more out of it. It does get really challenging when you get to those tail off sections. You see a lot of people start pumping, using their legs because they're running out of speed and they're trying to find that little rampy area to get something, just like one last little bang out of it to impress the judges. But unfortunately that didn't work out for Mikey there, but still he's in second place behind Jarvis Earl, 3.77 and 3.22. So just a 2.77 for Mikey to go through into first place, and then Kai Warner. And Kai Warner's just looking for
small score, 1.17 to move into second. So you can see that the needs tally there is what the surfers need to move into. So Mikey McDonough, the surfer that is in second on the leaderboard, that scores to go into first, and then the surfers that are in third and fourth on the leaderboard, their scores are to move into second to advance through the heat. So top 2 advance into the next round, which will be the round of 16, and then following after that will be the quarterfinals. And I believe, we are going to try and run through round 2 of the women's after this, and then round 4 of the men's, setting us up for quarterfinals action, and we'll be into round 4 of the women's by the end of the day, hopefully.
So, Big Dave Surfing.
Huge day of
surfing. Thanks to KO Sports for supporting us and having more surfing than ever in 2022 available, live surfing. I thought I saw someone's head in the corner of that frame, but they must have been gobbled up by the whitewater. So 9 minutes to go. If you've got one wave and you've got 9 minutes to go, it's a bit of a yesterday. We were seeing two wave heat totals of like 2-point rides. So you want to, a 4-point ride. Kai Warner can get definitely another 4 at least up on that scoreboard, and that will push him into nearly first.
Yeah, he'd move into first if he was able to get another 4, but it's interesting to try and delve into the minds of the competitors. I know in the commentators booth we've got a couple in Britt Nicol and Cooper Chapman and True Starling as well, who are all competing in the event as well. But I've had a couple of free surfs after the event, and it's so easy to get lost out in the water. There is so much water moving around. I reckon for 25 minutes last night, I just spent paddling around getting no waves at all. I'm like, oh my gosh, I was getting so frustrated, and all these free surfs just laughing at me. I'm like, I haven't had a free surf out here yet. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see Connor
Lyons here in the black.
Oh, so that's his third takedown, unfortunately, for Connor. He's still got just under 8 minutes to go, so he's got enough time. He's got a 1.57 on the board.
He's in a lucky position as well, Sal, that no one's put up a really big score yet. So he's in fourth. He's fallen on his 3 waves, but he only needs a 4.17 to go to second. So it's still very doable. Like I was saying, I saw him lock in a couple of 7s yesterday, so he's certainly capable of doing it, as are all these 4 athletes, all in the 3rd round for a reason, that they've made a couple of heats already and have put some good surfing on show. That's right. And as you were saying with the free surf, I mean, it's really frustrating when you're out there. When you're sitting right here, the couch surfer, it's so easy to catch them, but these surfers make this stuff look so easy. Like this wave Mikey McDonough's on. Oh, how's that fin waft? Is he going to come out? He's gone. Oh, that would have been a huge score for Mikey. Kai Warner behind him. It's going to bowl up. Good looking wave here for Red. Really digs into that first section. Floats it on that second into the mushy inside bowl. And it's just a bit of downtime here, waiting for something. Plenty of water moving around. Ditches the fins for the finish. And I think that's probably going to second wave. That'll be the best score of the heat. I reckon he just really dug into those first critical sections out the back and managed to get a finish as well on the inside, which is what the judges have been looking for all day. And here's the wave replay of it. Take us through it, Sal. So you watch him come down here. It's bowling right up in there, and he hits the top. You can see the spray off the back. A little foam climb in there. He's waiting for these 2 sections to link up, and it does for him on this opportunity. You can see right there, hits the top of that wave, comes down and rides out of it. So that last wave, the one that didn't happen for Mikey McDonough, he was looking for that last little reform section. It didn't turn up, but Kai Warner has found it, and there it is, a 5.5 for that ride. Takes him up from 3rd to 1st with just under 6 minutes to go. So he's going to be pretty happy with that one. It raises the stakes a little bit more, and poor Connor, he's going to have to find a couple of higher scoring waves to get out of that little 1.57 heat total right now. He's going to want that. He's going to want to move up. Jarvis Earl with the priority out there. And correct. Back to the us thinking that it's really easy to surf from the screen. It's absolutely not. Yeah, as you're saying, the water moving around. You get out there. You can even see it on here, right? So the water, you can see like at the bottom of the screen, it's kind of moving to the right. So it's sucking back out to that rip at the southern end of Avoca, just below where the surfer in white is. And then you see at the other end, like it's just swirling. Yeah. So it's all easy for us to say, oh, I can't believe you didn't do that. But you get out there and you just have no idea. And then
the beauty of these guys is, as qualification series surfers, they need to be able to put on the best surfing that they possibly can in these conditions. Yeah. Because that's what they've got to deal with. And they make this stuff look so good and so easy. So it's awesome to be able to watch. But yeah, get out there yourself. We'll put a camera on you. It's different.
It's different once you get out there. It was interesting. I was talking to Matty Banting after his heat yesterday in a post-heat interview, and he was saying how, he'd rather surf this sort of mushy, I wouldn't say average waves, but even average waves in Port Macquarie where he grow up and he lives.
Waves that everyday surfers catch.
Yeah, waves that everyone sort of would, paddle out in, and rather than going out when it's pumping and it's super busy, the QS is predominantly, we get pretty fun waves always, but it can be, difficult conditions on some days, lots of water moving around like today, and it's also these QS competitors are trained up in all these conditions so that when those conditions strike in an event, they're ready to go.
And it's so inspiring when you see them as well. Like, I mean, when you and I go out for a free surf and we get stuck and we've been watching this stuff all day and we're like, oh yeah, we can go out there and do that. I mean, not me, but yourself. And you just can't find a wave. And you see these guys in the free surfing and they're just absolutely tearing it apart. And to see them is so inspiring. Like, doesn't it make you just want to get out there the next morning and you're like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to have 3 surfs because I want to be able to build up the paddle strength, the wave selection. I want to do everything that they're doing. And even though we're not going to get there probably now, but it's so good. That's what sport's all about. Is about finding that spirit in you to make you want to get up each morning and get out there and live a healthy lifestyle, be amongst the waves, and just live your best life. We love the ocean. Makes you feel so good.
Absolutely. So it looks like Black trying to get into that one. That was Connor Lyons. So he's unfortunately missed out on that one with 3 minutes remaining. And so you can see Kai Warner still holding down the lead. Jarvis Earl in second, needing a 5.80 to go into first. So good position to be in with priority. And Mikey McDonough's in third. Or Jarvis Earl's lost priority, with that paddle. So Mikey now with priority, only needing a super small score, a 2.77. Here he is on this one, on the inside. Driving around back to the whitewater. Standing up tall, waiting for something to arise on the inside.
Come on, Mikey, pull it out.
Oh, there it was. That was a nice bit of variation there from Mikey McDonough.
Only needs a 2.77. Depending on what kind of mood the judges are in today. What do you reckon, Nate?
I think that'll definitely go in. Definitely go into his top 2. I reckon it may even well be his best score. He did get some critical turns done on the outside, and then that variation on the inside was pretty different to anything we've seen today. So, I think that'll bounce him up. There it is, a 5.07, so it was his best score of the heat. He's gone into second. It means Jarvis Earl is now in third, needing a 5.53 to go to second. You can see Connor Lyons just falling a bit behind the pack here, needing an 8.23 to go to second. So he'll want to get a score in to try and whether it's that 8.23 or just chip away and get 2 more scores. But time is running out. Here he is though on this one, getting a nice wrap off the top. But kicking out of there is that left just fizzling out into the rip bowl.
Yeah, just a little bit wobbly this morning, Connor, but he's had a good run this event. Did really well yesterday. So, as we said, every round, crucial points.
Every heat's different too.
Every heat makes a difference in your surfing and the future. So, a great way for him to finish off in a 3,000 event in this event. Just over a minute to go. And Mikey McDonough, if he can hold that second place as we go into the Mad Max minute, Mikey McDonough is going to want to keep every point because he's actually in second on the Australia-Oceania rankings for the men. So he is going to want every single point to keep himself up there. Joel, actually he's probably in first now because Joel's out. So
yeah, Joel was pretty far ahead because he's had a first and a second already. This is Jarvis Earl with 35 seconds.
He heard us.
Clipping that section, so he's surfing to go into second and knock Mikey McDonough out of this draw. So like you're saying, Mikey in second in the rankings. Jarvis, wow.
Found that section.
4.31. Oh, it's going to be tight. I reckon it's going to be thereabouts. And once again, that Mad Max minute just coming back to bite our surfers. Red as well. Using priority, Kai Warner. So clever decision to use priority on this one. make sure that black didn't get that wave and couldn't get up the scoreboard. And
3, 2, 1.
bang.
We're going to wait on that last score, though, because that is going to be all the difference between our number 2 rankings leader, Mikey McDonough from Lebar Lennox Head, going through or getting knocked like Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting, but we are going to go to a short break before we get into women's round 2 action. You're watching the Vissla Central Coast Pro, and we'll be into the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro after this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Welcome back to Avoca Beach. It's the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. That's a look at Avoca Point. Absolutely pumping this morning. So many waves. Cooper Chapman literally just got out of the water from his heat and he's back in here for the girls. Round 2, heat number 1. We have Molly Picknell in the water. But first, we're going to throw down to Arabella Tarpey and George Patar, who had a huge heat win in the men's round 3.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm down here with George Patar from North Stamen. How's it feel to take out the defending champ Matt Banting and drop some huge scores?
Well, I didn't even know that, to be honest. You can't hear anything out there, but no, it was fun. I managed to get a couple lefts, and the waves are kind of pumping, to be honest. Like, a lot better than yesterday, a lot more manageable, and yeah, it's really fun out there, and I'm stoked to just make another heat.
Yeah, awesome. And being from North Stamen Board Riders Club and a few guys making it through, do you think that's helped you with this, or yeah, how do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely motivated me, seeing all my mates getting through. It's so good to see everyone get through. You know, we're all in the same boat trying to make some heats, get some results. So it's great seeing everyone get through, and just to make another heat with them is great.
Yeah, awesome. Seems like you have a great community there. Well, good luck with the rest of the comp, and I'm sure you do great.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Georgie Pitter putting on a stellar performance a little bit earlier on this morning in the men's division, but we are back down here, women's division. Right now we are into the round of 32 of the women's right now. Heat number 1, Molly Picklam out there in the red. Bit of CT experience, local girl here at Avoca Beach. Look for her to do some damage right now. We did just see Holly Williams in the black finish off a nice little left. You see a couple guys jumping off the point out there. My name's Cooper Chapman. Just came in from my heat. I haven't actually looked at the scores yet, but I think I snuck through. I'm sitting in here with Britt Nicol. How good's this? Women's action out there now.
It is. It's so good, Coops. And there we go. Surfer in pink, Molly Picklam, off to a great start. The local surfer. She did actually win this event last year. Molly Picklam should be looking to go back-to-back at the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Cooper, you mentioned you just were out there for a heat. How'd you find the conditions this morning?
It's tricky. Just like George said before, without being able to hear the scores, I think we blew a speaker yesterday, and it makes it really difficult to structure your heat. We're so used to having updates from the commentators letting us know what scores we've had, and it makes us be able to adapt and be able to try and change the kind of waves that we're looking for based on what scores we've got. But when you don't get the scores and you don't know what position you're in, you're kind of surfing a little bit blind. So that was difficult. conditions are quite nice. It's clean out there today. Yesterday was a little bit smaller and a little bit more all over the place. It is a bit more organised, but I found it quite hard, to be honest. It's a little bit. The tide is quite high still. We had a 8:30 high tide this morning here at Avoca Beach, and as it draws out, I think we will see some better waves, a bit steeper and a few more opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, Molly Picklum dropping an 8-point ride to kick off her campaign here in round 2, heat number 1.
Yeah, the local woman, North Shelley Board Riders. This is home for Molly Picklum. That excellent scoring ride of an 8. Well, Molly Picklum is on the World Tour now, thanks to Caitlin Simmers declining her spot. Molly did get the call up, but on live action here, surfer in green, Bodie Lee Jones. Just the one turn there.
Yeah, really aggressive. I like what I see there from Bodie. She's had a nice little start to the year. She did pick up a 2nd place in the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series event up at Boomerang Beach, the Carve Pro. Great performance up there by her. And I think she'll be looking to back it up with another big one here. First 3,000 event for this Australia Oceania Regional Tour. Big first turn, right up tight in the lip. Unfortunately, that wave shutting down, but she'll be straight back out the back. It's tough to get back out. I had one after my first wave. It took me about 7 minutes to get out. And in a 20-minute heat, that's a lot of time.
It certainly is a lot of time, Cooper. There's so much water moving, and it's really hard to see. You know, it's easy for us sitting here in the booth and just looking at it on screen, but when you're down in the beach, and it's not until you actually put that rashi on and paddle out, you realise how much water is moving.
Yeah, there's a little dead zone at the end of the left. Trying to get back out, it's hard. And, 7 minutes, that's like 35% of my heat. Trying to get back out after one wave that I haven't even looked at the scores yet, but I'm pretty sure it was probably something in the 3 to 4 point range. And when you get into something quite low, it makes it difficult mentally to regather your thoughts. But yeah, maybe it was a blessing that we couldn't hear the scores, because I think it was quite a low scoring heat. My one, Jacob Wilcox, I know, caught a few pretty good ones. And yeah, hopefully I can pick up the pace a little bit in the next round. But picking up the pace right now, we've got out there Molly Picklum in the red. She doesn't need much of an introduction. Great surfing on the World Tour. I think she has a lot more in her than how she surfed. I'm going to call it early right here, right now. Bells Beach, Molly Picklum champion. I think she's so due to really put a mark on that World Tour. She had a few events to settle in. I saw some free surf clips from the wedge in the corner at Super Tubes. Really fun little breakwall wedge, and she looked phenomenal. But she didn't really put it together in the comps yet, so I think it's very close.
I think it's only a matter of time, and you know, the Molly Picklum, she's been knocking on that door for a while, even though she's still so young. But as you said, Cooper, just finding that groove, I think, once she's on the World Tour. You do see it every now and then with the rookies. They get on tour, and then it's kind of a real readjustment. But at the start of this year, it was kind of the complete opposite. All the rookies look so comfortable.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it earlier on the web with the earlier events. I think with the events mixing up a little bit and having pipe, sunset, it kind of took away that advantage that the more established, women would have. So I think that might have been a reason for a bit of a mix-up. And it was interesting, actually. I read something recently. So at the events in Hawaii now, they have to have men and women by law, because Keala Kennelly went and was petitioning for that in the Hawaiian law, and now all events in Hawaii have to have men and women by law. Pretty cool.
That is really cool. That's absolutely amazing that Keala Kennelly's taken on that voice and petitioned it. And, well, they spoke and they got what they wanted, and it's great to see that equality.
Absolutely. And this is the first stepping stone for that World Tour stage. This is the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 4, but stop number 3 because we had to cancel or postpone one event due to weather and the craziness of the world right now, as we see Holly Williams up and riding. Bit of a froth monster left. Nice first turn and kicking out of that one. So, as I was saying, this out there right now is the women's division, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Madmex, QS Women's 3000, Australia Oceania Tour. So this is a stepping stone. Top 9 men and top 5 or 6, I believe, women. Top 7 women will be making it onto that Challenger Series. First event, Snapper Rocks, early May, straight down to Manly for the second event. So the Aussies have got a great start to the year. If they can edge their way through this Challenger Series, and somebody who would love to edge her way through is Kobe Enright. Should be loving to find her spot in that event at Snapper Rocks, right at home for her. And yeah, I believe she has a very good chance if she gets a shot in Snapper, because she's a strong surfer. Forehand dynamite, as we see her working her way through the inside of this one. and finishing off quite a nice ride there for Kobe Enright.
She is in Snapper Rocks Board Riders, so I'm sure that if she did get that opportunity for that Challenger event, she's definitely one of the surfers that, you know, it's home for her. She's well tuned and fine tuned into that wave. So Kobe Enright in the white should be looking to secure that spot, and there it is, a 5.5 for the surfer in white. She's got a 3.17 as a backup. We have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay on screen. Talk us through this one, Cooper.
Yeah, so a little bit flat at the start, still gets a nice turn. She's gone out on the face quite a bit, and a lot of them haven't really stood up wide, but she gets lucky here and gets a nice two-turn combo. I think the judge is really eating up that lip line there. Coming around the section, holding a rail nicely on that turn on quite a flat section. Then this one dribbling out a little bit. She sticks with it, sees a little bit more juice at the end of it, and I think she gets one nice little stab here. One more little wrap, and that'll do it. So 5-5, pretty good score out there right now. The judges, I feel like, have really pulled that scale down a bit. We've gone up in rating this event. This is the QS 3000, the first one of the year. We're going to go back-to-back 5000s over the next 2 weeks up at Cabarita and then Surffest at Newcastle. So this is the first big event of consequence, and everybody wants to get the ball rolling right here at Avoca Beach.
They certainly do, and this is the first QS event of the year for Kobe Enright. Holly Williams and Bodie Lee Jones, well, they've been doing some work in the background in those last few events, so they've probably had the opportunity to try and find that momentum and gain momentum throughout those events before they've got to this QS 3000. Kobe Enright, she's currently sitting in second, Molly Picklum in first. Obviously been spending a lot more time with their equipment and strength and conditioning, and you know, Kobe Enright's probably been working behind the scenes at home, whereas Molly Picklum, well, she's just come back from overseas on the World Tour.
Yeah, Molly has been having a great old time travelling the world. Nice of her to come back, surf a home event. I'm sure all of the local girls and pretty much everyone getting to watch this will be super pumped getting to watch Molly Picklum, one of the massive standout surfers coming through from Australia. Got that last little cheeky spot on the World Tour this year, and it's gonna, I think she's, like I said before, hasn't made the mark that I expected of her. She's so talented. I did an interview at the start of the year and I put her as definitely Rookie of the Year, potential world title threat, top 5 finals time maybe, but she's got a bit of work to do. I don't think she's had an amazing start to the year based on what she might have expected of herself, but she's very humble. She also knows, like, you know what, I'm coming here to learn. It's my first year. Going to absorb every bit of information she can. I'm sure Micro's in her corner, giving her every bit of advice that is super worthy. But yeah, her mindset last year, I spoke to her after she missed out in Haleiwa by, I think, 1 spot. She needed to get 3rd and she got 4th or something. But the way that she digested it, instead of trying to blame the world and say this is the worst thing ever, she was like, oh, that's all right, I learned from it. I'll come back better next year. And as soon as she said that, I was like, something good's going to happen to her. And she's going to go very far, and there she is on tour. Universe spoke back to her for the good energy she put out.
Yeah, it's great to see Molly Picklum on tour, and as you mentioned before, Cooper, it was thanks to Caitlin Simmers, who did qualify, but declined the spot, which then opened it up for Molly Picklum. She had a great run of results last year, Molly did. We'll talk through them in a moment, because we have Kobe Enright on screen. She's just blending in with that white frothy section in the white rashi. She's looking to replace a 3.17 from her scoreline. I'm not so sure that will do it. Kobe Enright looking for a 6.41 to take the lead, but back to Molly Picklum. She had a 1st in the Great Lakes Pro last year, a 1st in this event last year, so she's the previous event winner. And Bodie Lee Jones, on screen, just a quick one for her. But yeah, Molly, a 1st in the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and she got a 5th and a 7th on the Challenger Series, which, as you mentioned, she was 1 spot off from qualification. Got the call up, and she's had 2 9ths and a 5th so far on the CT.
Pretty good. In the women's, though, it's so cutthroat. 2 9ths and a 5th sounds amazing, but she's probably finding herself outside the top 10 with that. As we see a replay here from Kobe Enright, as you said, blending in. I really like this first turn. Aggressive through a really tough section. Just the 1 turn. She made just better that 3. It was quite a big set wave. Judging has been quite critical right now. Wait and see what score that is. As we see Bodie Lee Jones, another foamy one, coming hard off the bottom. Hooks that under lip nicely. Little snap there, and that wave dribbling out. So, nice couple waves for the girls. I'm sure they're looking for something a little bit more than that. As you see, Kobe Enright did better her score just slightly, 3.77. Edges herself further ahead of Holly Williams, who's now down in 3rd place with first priority, looking for a 4.95. Down in 4th right now, Bodie Lee Jones trying to work her way back out the back. She just has a 3.33. and a 3.07, looking for a 5.9. But the story of this heat, Molly Picklum, 8-point ride to open up, backed it up with a 3.9. Excellent scoring wave, first one of the day, and Molly's showing just why she's a defending event champion.
Here we go. The Sunshine Coast surfer, Holly Williams, is also a Sisstrevolution athlete. Little hung up and caught behind the section. It looks as though she's going to try and stick with it and hope that it reforms on the inside. Sticking with the power source, and it steepens up here. Holly Williams, little hung up on the back foot, but manages to get those couple of turns in. She's looking for a 4.95 to advance at this stage. I feel as though that may fall short. I'm sure she'll head back out. There's just under 5 minutes on the clock. Still enough time for the surfers in black and green to find those scores they're looking for. However, Molly Picklum in the lead, also holding down first priority. Kobe Enright in second, holding down second priority. Meaning that they do have right away, once those waves do find their way into the lineup. Here we go on screen. It looks as though we may have a set. Is there anybody in position? Doesn't seem to be the case. This is, of course, round 2, heat number 1 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. This is a women's WSL QS 3000. While we have a bit of a lull in the water, I'll take this opportunity to thank our supporting partners: Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, and of course our webcast partners Mad Mex, Volkswagen, KO Sport, KO Freebies. We of course would not be sitting here bringing you all the live action today without those amazing partners on board.
Absolutely. It's been a great first couple of days here. We do have a few more days up our sleeve. We're going to be jumping into junior action, I believe, tomorrow, sharing the love with the younger guys and girls, which will be great fun. We're looking forward to calling some of those heats. I haven't seen too many of the up-and-coming junior surfers from Australia. I don't quite get the amount of time around the junior events like I used to, so I'm looking forward to it. If you're tuning in right now, make sure you tune in. The next 3 days we're going to be bringing you action live every day, and it's going to be really, really fun. It looks like tomorrow we should have great conditions, so make sure you tune in for that. We do have coming up in the next heat, round of 32, heat number 2 for the women's division, Safi Vetti from over in New Zealand in the red, True Starling, co-commentator of ours, in the blue. Another Kiwi, Paige Harrop in the white, and Dimity Stoyle, Shimmy Disco in the green. So 2 Aussies and 2 Kiwis. Looking forward to that heat. Can't wait to call that one, hopefully, because all 4 of those women are incredible surfers. Little Anzac battle coming at us right after this heat.
2 XCT surfers in that next heat. Paige Harrop and Dimity Stoyle, they are both no stranger to World Tour competition. In the water, round 2, heat number 1, Molly Picklum in the lead with an 8 and a 3.9. She's looking to increase that scoreline to increase a lead. Really wanting to drop that 3.9 and make things much harder for second, third and fourth. Kobe Enright in the white, sitting in second place. And they're looking for a 6.41 to take the lead. Holly Williams, Bodie Lee Jones chasing mid-range scores, highly achievable with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white having a look. Kobe Enright currently looking for a 6.41 to take first place from Molly Picklum. Massive turn there for the surfer in white. 1.5 minutes on the clock. So strong surfing there from the young woman from Snapper Rocks. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay powered by Volkswagen. Set-up section here. She's waiting for it to steepen up. And just a massive drop wallet there for Kobe Enright. I do feel like that will increase her scoreline and make that requirement a little bit harder for the surfers in third and fourth. Surfer in black, Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast chasing a 5.11. Bodie Lee Jones looking for that 6.06. We are into the Mad Mex minute.
Plenty of action every single time in that Mad Mex minute. Not needing big scores at all. We see that burrito timer going around. It is 11:15 here, almost lunchtime. I did just have a little cheeky chicken Mad Mex burrito down the beach. So if you're in the area, make sure you come down to Avoca Beach. check it out tonight, Avoca Beach Hotel. We've got a movie premiere on. Tomorrow night we've got the Swell-In, so here we go. Fight back wave. Bodie Lee Jones looking for a 6.06 final minute. Solid second turn. Looking for a third and hits it up there. Rides out of that one. That is, we're going to leave that one with the judges. Smaller wave. We'll wait and see what Kobe Enright's last one. That's going to actually increase the requirement, I think. That one turn was huge. Maybe it just came into 3.93. We'll wait and see. But Bodie Lee Jones giving herself every opportunity to get herself back in this heat with just 5 seconds remaining. That will be the last wave ridden. We'll leave that one with the judges, but you're watching the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex Women's QS 3000 Australia Oceania qualifying series. My name's Cooper Chapman with Britt Nickel. We'll be right back with the next heat after this break.
Welcome back to the live action for day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the women's QS 3000 in the water. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth with Cooper Chapman. We are into heat number 2 of the women's round of 32. Safi Vetti, True Starling, Paige Harrop and Dimity Stoyle. She certainly will. Plenty of opportunity out there, Cooper. It's better conditions, I feel, this morning for day number 3 of this event. This is, of course, round 2, heat number 2. Coming up next in heat number 3, another great matchup between Sophie McCulloch, Elise Cooper, Gia Lorenzen and Tiana Breeze-Demoige. Live action in the water. True Starling off to a quick start here. A little hung up, manages to recover and just straight up and out of there at the end. In the red, or in the pink should I say. Nice first turn, but unfortunately pushing a little bit too hard, and no harm, no foul. She'll still be out the back. Like I said before, that paddle out is very tricky if you time it wrong, and yeah, you want to make sure you're getting a good score. If I feel as though for Safi and Paige, both New Zealander competitors. Paige is a little bit older, probably more experienced. She is an ex-World Tour surfer. She fell off tour in 2014 and then requalified again 2017, 18, 19. And, well, Paige Harrop, she was actually the first New Zealand competitor on the women's side to qualify for the Women's World Tour back in 2019. So I feel as though Safi Vetti would be someone that she looks up to in the water, Paige Harrop.
I'm off. So
it'd be great to see these two come head to head along with True Starling and Dimity Stoyle.
We're going to go into the next round now.
Just a couple of small scores locked in. Safi Vetti at 1.07, True Starling at 1.83. Dimity Stoyle got the better of that exchange so far, 4.5. Just under 16 minutes remaining. Paige Harab sitting out the back in the white. There she is on screen, holding down first priority. That does, of course, mean that she has right of way for any wave that comes through the lineup. She can take off, regardless of who else is there.
Pretty gnarly.
Paige Harab would be looking to capitalise.
Can I put mine back on yet,
with
Sam?
a high score.
Can I put mine on?
She makes her way back out.
The mic won't.
Dimity Stoyle from the Sunshine Coast in the lead. True Starling, originally from North Narrabeen, now living at Cabarita Beach. On screen, Paige Harab, the Kiwi, great first turn, really drives hard with that back foot, wraps it around for a second one there. It steepens on this inside section, and an impressive lip line there for Paige Harab in the white.
Yeah, that was a solid wave. She waited a while, she sat out the back with priority, but bought her time. She didn't wait too long, 5 minutes is a pretty nice little sit and wait at the start, but she absolutely capitalised on it. Let's pick up this replay. This first turn I loved. Real patient off the bottom, came up in the pocket, held her line the whole way through that turn. Didn't go too gnarly through the middle here, waited and really connected with that last turn. Made sure of it, super compressed at the end. All the coaches out there would have been very happy with that one. So Paige Harab putting herself on the board, and there we go, 7-point ride, straight to the lead. Paige Harab from the Kiwi surfer.
There it is, answering back. So all four surfers now locking in at least one wave. Paige Harab a 7, Dimity Stoyle a 4.5, True Starling a 1.83, and Safi Vetti, she's on screen now. She's locked in a 1.07. She's looking to do a lot better with that. Frothy section ahead of her. And just unfortunately going down on that last turn.
I was just about to say, she did really well through that first turn. She had some suds to deal with, but she kept really good flow and hit that section nicely. Second one, unfortunately, not being able to capitalise on that second foamy section. But right now, with 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, we've got Paige Harab out in the lead with that 7-point ride. Dimity Stoyle sitting in second with that 4.5 early ride for her. Safi Vetti in third, 2.3 and a 1.07, and True Starling just at 1.83. So you are, of course, watching the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022. This is the sister Revolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Madmex QS Women's 3000. Big thank you to all of our supporting partners. It's great to see all the local community getting behind these events, bringing tourism back after such a crazy couple of years we've had. So we could not be doing this without the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, the World Surf League, and of course, Surfing New South Wales. Once again, it's been a crazy couple of weeks for them. We've had plenty of weather with the setups. Everyone's down there in their rain jackets, making sure we can have the best opportunity to compete in the best waves, and today it's super fun. And also our webcast partners, of course, bringing you live action for these 4 days of competition. Today's day 1 of the webcast, day 3 of the event, and we still have a few days ahead of us. So big thank you to Madmex, Volkswagen, and of course KO Sport, KO Freebies.
Safi Vetti in the pink. She's locked in a 2.33. Just a couple of small scores. She'll be looking to replace those, Cooper. Because with the likes of Paige Harab and Dimity Stoyle, you can almost guarantee they're going to lock in a couple of excellent scores.
Wow, look at this one, a bit bigger. Unfortunately, caught just behind that section. And she'll be copping a couple on the head there, unfortunately. It's going to be a bit of an annoying paddle back out, I think, for Safi. Plenty of energy out there today. I was just out there, and here we go. Dimity Stoyle taking off on a nice looking wave. A lot of foam to deal with. Huge first turn. That is about as good as it gets through a section like that. Straight up for a second foam climb. Wow, that was great surfing there for Dim. Far, and she'll tell you this as well, forehand may be her strong suit. Growing up on the Gold Coast, her forehand is phenomenal. That was some of the best backside surfing I've ever seen Dimity do. So I'm looking forward to that score, and I guarantee she'll be stoked with this one. Tough section. Vertical, drives through the turn, maintains speed, hard off the bottom, up over the foam, complete composure. I love that from Dimity. Great to see.
You could also see how bumpy the wave face was too, and how easy it would have been for her fins to disengage in that little foamy section. The Dimity did really well just to hold her composure, and it's a 6.0 for the last wave of the surfer in green, so judges rewarding those two critical turns. I feel as though Dimmity's going to make her way back out and look for something even better. She did actually lock in a high-scoring 8 earlier in the event, and that was on a backhand too. So for someone who normally goes right, she's doing pretty well on the lefts.
Yeah, I love seeing Dimity mix it up. She had maybe not her best ever run in the Challenger Series last year. I remember back over in France, a little left rip bowl, had a few quite tricky heats, but great to see that backside really firing up here at Avoca Beach today. Bit sudsy on that last one. I actually personally thought maybe a little bit higher that score, but you got to think back to that first wave of Paige Harab. Cleaner wave, 2 nice turns, first and last, with that connecting one in the middle. So judges really appreciating that clean surfing on the nice open face wave. So 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Strong lead right now by Dimity Stoyle, backed closely by Paige Harab with that 7-point ride. The 2 younger competitors are on the ropes here.
They certainly are, but you definitely can't rule them out with just over 10 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time remaining and plenty of opportunity in the lineup. Conditions seem a lot more consistent today than what they have been the last couple. And True Starling, the North Narrabeen surfer, up and riding. Probably not the best wave selection for True on that one, and just buckling a little bit, but manages to ride out of it.
Yeah, I think that turn would have felt really good. As a surfer, when you get that bit of tail release, it feels so nice under your back foot, especially when you come out with control, exactly like True did. But as you said, wave selection may be costing her a little bit on that one, and yeah, that one locked in just as a low 3, but we'll pick it up, comes up hard into the foam, hits it, gets that bit of drift, comes out in front of the foam nice and clean, but as you said, wave selection costing her just a little bit on that one, only locking in a 3, and she's going to be looking for much more, as we'll wait and see what Paige Harab can come up with. She was patient at the start of the heat. If she can pick up something clean and nice, again, True and Safi are going to have a lot of work to do here to finish off this heat. Heat number 2, round number 2 of the Women's Sisstrevolution Pro here at the beautiful Avoca Beach, Central Coast. Love it.
We certainly do love it. It's a beautiful part of the world here in the New South Wales on the Central Coast. As you mentioned, Paige Harab sitting at the back with first priority with a 7. Well, Paige is no stranger to competition. She's been on the World Tour before and she knows exactly what it takes. She is remaining extremely patient. She knows the type of scores and the type of waves that she needs. So although she hasn't locked in a second wave, she's certainly more than capable of taking this heat on the next one.
Absolutely. She's not looking for much, just a 3.5. So we'll wait and see if Paige can use that first priority wisely. There's still plenty of nice waves out there. We've been lucky today. Yesterday we had that easterly wind pick up quite early, and it was very difficult, to be honest, to get right waves. Today a lot cleaner, as we see in the pink. Safi Vetti, a little bit late to that first turn. Coming around this section, looking really sharp on this wave though. Bringing around 2 roundhouse cutbacks. Let's see if she can get something a bit steeper on the inside. Here we go, bang. It drifts the fins a little bit on that one. Nice turn. That's going to put her back in the heat. That's going to give her every opportunity at the end of this heat. Even if she can get something up in that 4-point range, she won't be chasing something up in the 7-point range to chase down Dimity if Paige gets something to jump into first. So, just them. There we go. 5-point ride. Safi Vetti from New Zealand. She jumps over Paige Harab. Paige, of course, is only looking for that 0.33 as she's holding on to a 7-point ride. But the important score now is Safi's only looking for a 5.5 if she wants to jump over Dimity. So, pick up this replay. Britt?
Here we go. The young woman from Gisborne in New Zealand. Safi Vetti in the pink. Nice second carve there, sorry. Really flattens out through this section here, but manages to stick with the power source and the whitewash there. Drives hard off the bottom, drifts the tail, and manages to hold on to it. So the surfer in pink, she did lock in a 5 on that wave. It has pushed her into second position. Now only looking for a 5.51 to take the lead, but keeping in mind that Paige Harab in the white currently has a 7 in her scoreline, and only looking to really stand up to take her into second at this stage.
Yeah, so Dimity Stoyle sitting out there in the lead right now, holding on to second priority. Paige Harab, patient as ever, only with the 1 wave ridden, but it is the best wave of this heat. She'll be waiting to try and pick up something, as we see. Slight little paddle for True Starling. She's in third priority, so that won't matter. Safi Vetti still making her way back out the back, so True can have a paddle and still maintain third priority right now. If Safi was out the back in fourth priority, True would have just swapped over into fourth priority with a committed paddle. But as Safi, and there's no deemed fourth priority, doesn't matter if True has a paddle right now. So with 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, this is going to be a tight end of this heat. Paige Harab does have the biggest score of the heat. I don't think she'll be too stressed out just yet. She's only looking for a .33. She has first priority. If she stands up, she will be moving into an advancing position. But now with Safi Vetti, with that 5-point ride, she's well and truly in the heat. True Starling, bit of work to do still. And here we go, Paige Harab.
Paige Harab, the Kiwi, up on her forehand, really bringing it around on that first turn. Straight into a second, so no downtime between these turns for Paige Harab. And it finishes off on that frothy section, keeping her composure nice and low centre of gravity. So she's already locked in a 7, not requiring much to go to second, but she may even go to first. Wait for those scores to lock in for the surfer in white.
And there it is.
There we go. A 4.43 for last of white, Paige Harab. It has taken her into the lead. Dimity Stoyle now in second. And Safi Vetti still looking for a 5.51. Now to move to second instead of first. True Starling chasing a 7.47. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Coops.
Great wave selection here by Paige. She's really picked waves that allow her to have a bit more time. Not as much froth as a lot of the other women's waves. As we see, getting it up there nice and late for the third one. She didn't need a huge score. That was just smart, mature surfing. She knew if she just finished her second wave, she could back up that 7-point ride, and it sends her straight up into the lead. She's in a very safe position now. But the story right now, can Dimity better that 4.5? Or Safi Vetti? She's needing her best wave of the heat, but she's shown she's capable with that last wave of hers, a 5-point ride. Still not out of range for True Starling, looking for that 7.47. But big ask in conditions like this, and also with the way the scale has been, we haven't seen many waves up over that 7-point range. So tall ask for True Starling and Narrabeen local to finish off this heat.
Still more than highly capable. True Starling, as you mentioned, North Narrabeen, now residing on at Cabarita up on the Tweed Coast. So she'll be looking forward to next week's event, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. We are up at Cabarita next week. But yeah, we're of course at the Central Coast at the moment, Avoca Beach, for day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We of course have the women's QS 3000 in the water. This is round 2, heat number 2. Coming up next, we have heat number 3, Sophie McCulloch, Elise Cooper, Gila Renson and Tiana Breeze Demoige. But on screen, back to live action, True Starling looking for that 7.47.
Fight back wave. She had the big first turn. Unfortunately, that one not giving her much more. That first turn was exactly what we know True is capable of. Really strong, tied up in the pocket. That's the sort of wave that she wanted to pick up earlier in the heat. She may better her 3 with that one turn, but still, wave selection really costing True at the moment in this one. As we're going to pick up a replay, Dimity Stoyle on the left here. Cleaner looking wave, bit smaller. Bang, hits that closeout nicely. That board's looking phenomenal under her feet. Darren Hanley up on the Gold Coast making some magic sleds for a lot of competitors in this event. As we see Paige Harab backside, a little bit sudsy. Strong first turn, great second turn on a really tricky section. So she looks down at the watch. She's got a tall ask to get back out in 3 minutes from where she just finished that wave off. But right now, Dimity Stoyle must have got a first turn before that clean closeout. She just dropped a 6.07, shoots her up into the lead. But what that shows us is Safi Vetti and True Starling just made their heat a little bit more difficult. True did lock in at 3.63 as suspected with that one solid turn on her last one, but that requirement up at the 7.8 range right now. And Safi Vetti looking for a 6.98 with 2.5 minutes remaining. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex QS 3000 Australia Oceania Regional Qualifying Series, the stepping stone to that Challenger Series, and then onto that ever elusive World Tour. So I'm sure all of these women would love a spot in that first event at Snapper Rocks. First time ever we've had a huge QS event, Challenger Series event at Snapper, and I'm excited. I'd love a spot.
I bet you would, Cooper. I guess the other two, all 4 competitors in this heat would love a spot, but Dimity Stoyle and Paige Harab currently in first and second. They've both ex-World Tour surfers. They've both surfed Snapper Rocks before. They know what it takes. They'd be looking for some pretty solid results here because at the moment, Paige Harab, she's competed in the first 2 events on the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and she's had a 33rd and a 9th. And Dimity Stoyle, well, the 2 events she's been in on this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, she's had a 17th and a 13th. So both women really looking to show up and blow up here for the QS 3000 and get those results and get those points.
Absolutely. The tension will continue to rise as we go through this series. We've had
A few small 1,000 events, really starting to set the scene. Everyone's built a bit of momentum, got the cobwebs off. Now we're into this 3,000 event. We will be heading up to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro at the end of this event on Saturday, and then the following week we will be down at Surfest for the Newcastle Surfest event, the last event of the year. Another 5,000 event, so plenty of action coming to finish off this Australia Oceania tour. But right now we are into the Mad Max minute. The women out in the water, sitting pretty right now, Dimity and Page, I believe.
They certainly are. 6.98 requirement for Safi Vetti and 8.34 for True Starling. Taking off now. Probably not the wave she's looking for an 8.34, but she's hoping to put it up there and just close the gate on this heat. She's surfed well, but just unfortunately True, I feel as though the wave selection's probably let her down in this one, Cooper.
Yeah, wave selection is a huge part of surfing, and if you're not on the best waves, it doesn't matter how well you surf. Find it very hard to progress through heats, but with 5 seconds remaining in this one, it looks like we're going to see Dimity Stoyle and Paige Harrod progressing through this one. They'll be coming up potentially later today in the round of 16 for the women. You are, of course, watching the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. My name's Cooper Chapman, joined by Britt Nickel, and we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the live action, day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. The Women's QS 3000 is in the water. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth now with Sally Mack. How you going, Sal?
Oh, Britt, how good's this? We're back.
Just like old times, 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, we'd be making Shmoo proud, wouldn't we?
We certainly would be. Yeah, it's very different not having him here, but hopefully we're doing him proud.
He's watching. He's paying us out. Hey, Shmoo. We've already got a replay on the board thanks to New South Wales Government. Who have we got up and riding in the black? It's Elise Cooper from Queenscliff Board Riders Club. She's going to make as much out of that little foam climb as she can. But, you know, Britt, as you know, any wave is a good wave to kick off the heat. And then we've got Tiana in the green. She's heading straight up on that left towards the point. That's the furthest we've seen today, I think.
I feel as though the competitors have moved a lot further south than what they were positioned this morning. It's a little hard to tell in the booth here because obviously we're seeing what the viewers at home are watching on the screen, but just seems as though that headland's a little bit closer now.
Yeah, definitely. And they're picking a couple more lefts, the girls, now. I don't know whether that tide's completely turned over. You see Tiana not quite making the top of the wave in any of those turns, but still, all we want to see is anything pretty much above 2. She's got a 2 for that wave, so that helps you build your confidence in that first couple of minutes of the heat. The last thing you want is, you know, even some of the boys, some of the most powerful men on tour were scrambling with 5 minutes to go with a 2-point combo, and that is not where you want to be. So I feel like Tiana's done the right thing, taken that little wave. She's got her confidence up there. She's against, you know, this is all these heats out here today. Anyone that survived yesterday, that craziness that was the 1 second intervals that we saw up a little further north at Avoca, if you got through yesterday, you 100% are worthy of being here. And Sophie McCulloch is up on this wave.
Sunshine Coast Surfer just laying into that one and just unfortunately getting a little hung up on the heels. So not able to ride out of that turn. Sophie McCulloch in the pink. Great competitor. We have the destination New South Wales wave replay on screen. She's really setting herself up here to come hard off the bottom and just got hung up on those heels. The arms went back, and a really difficult one to ride out of when you're in that position. So she'll be making her way back into the lineup. Just a 1.2 for the surfer in pink. She's already locked in a 3. Elise Cooper in the black, 3.57. And Tiana Breeze Demoige in the green, a 2. I feel as though for the surfer in green, she is a New Zealand competitor, 21-year-old. I think she's now based on the Gold Coast. But I feel as though just watching that last heat with Paige Harab and Safi Vetti, fellow Kiwi competitors, I feel as though it'd really fire her up.
Yeah, look, this whole heat, they're all up and coming. We see Gia Lorenzen. She's going to wrap that one round. She's on her backhanded goofy. A big turn off the top there for Gia, and she's decided not to head towards the rocks, which is probably a good option. But I don't know, Britt. I mean, it's really easy to be the couch surfer right here, right? And you know me. I will do that, and I can call a score, but I am not a judge. So you talk me through this and what technical points those judges are going to be picking out to award in this wave.
The first turn was kind of flat, but the steeper section there, there was this last section to that she didn't kind of go for. I feel as though judges might kind of pull back on the score there. So 4.33 for the surfer in white. Still the highest scoring single wave of this heat so far. But as I mentioned, Sal, the judges really looking for those steeper, squarer sections rather than those flatter calves out on the face.
Yeah, so far, of course, we're seeing those lefts. It's better for the goofies. The brights with the men, though, earlier this morning, we did see a couple of lucky ones connecting 2 sections together. So they were able to find this nice big hollow face in the first one, get a couple of nice big turns. And then for some, not Mikey McDonough, unfortunately, he lost out from Lennox, one of your hometown faves. He was unable to find any of them. And it was so disappointing because he was our champ coming off the Port Stephens Pro. And it would have been awesome. He was in number 2. But, you know, for the men especially, so far, there is going to be a huge rankings change because we had Joel Vaughan from North Shelley in first for the Australia Oceania rankings. And then Mikey McDonough in second. So with Joel being knocked out yesterday and Mikey being knocked out today, that means there's going to be a massive reshuffle. In the women's round for the Sisstrevolution, we have Nixie Ryan on top. So at the moment, she's still in the draw, yet to surf today. But she's still maintaining that quite significant lead, and with a 3,000 event, if she can do the same damage as she did in the first 2 events, she is well on her way to securing a spot in the Challenger Series. So as well, the WSL World Surf League has kind of switched up how qualification's done these days. So basically these guys have come from board riders clubs and regional competitions. They've arrived here for this qualification series event. We've had the 1,000s, we've got the 3,000s now, and then we've got 2 5,000s. The more points you get, the top 1 and 2 surfers go through to the Challenger Series. So that's kind of between the qualification series and the Dream Tour. And that's where you want to be, isn't it, Britt?
It certainly is. I think on the women's side, there's top 7 and maybe 1 wild card, so 8 in total. And then on the men's side, it's a top 9 and 1 wild card, so 10 in total. So on this regional series, as you mentioned, Sal, we've had a couple of the QS 1000 events. We had a Phillip Island Pro way down south. And then also our first 2 stops on the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series at Great Lakes and also Port Stephens. So the difference with these events now, we're into the QS 3000s, as you mentioned, it's really a chance to reshuffle those ranking boards. And here we go, surfer in red, just absolutely going to town on that one. Sophie McCulloch, she had a win at the very start of the year. She first placed at the Phillip Island Pro, the QS 1000, so that was the first QS event of the year for this regional series. And she actually graced the cover of Surfing Life recently.
Oh, I totally forgot about that. We're going to jump into this replay. You can see those fins hit the top of the wave and she decided to boot out, which is probably a good idea with that because it looks a little bit more shallow than it was just a couple of hours ago. But yeah, huge for Sophie. And we're going to see Elise Cooper just come off there. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a run of them, right? We've seen Lucy Small. She was on the cover of Tracks a couple of months ago. Amazing longboarder. And figurehead for women's surfing right now, doing amazing things. And then we see Sophie McCulloch on the front of Surfing Life magazine. Sean Doherty, we're putting the call out. Surfing World magazine, get amongst it, okay? Shauno, we see you watching down in Victoria. We want to see your next mag, girl on cover.
Which one did Macy feature on?
Oh, God. Don't spring me like that. I can't remember which one Macy. Probably Surfing Life. But if
I feel
you know
like
the
you're
answer,
hoping that it's not Surfing World.
drop it in the Okay, and Shauna, if it is Surfing World, I am deeply sorry, and you know that you will have every right to destroy me after this. But Surfing World, it's been going forever. And speaking of Surfing World, we will throw in a plug for Ain't That Swell podcast. Legendary ex-editor Vaughn Blakey and Jed Smith are going to be live recording of Ain't That Swell podcast tomorrow night at the Avoca Beach Hotel. Tickets are running out, so if you can, get onto newsouthwalesprosurfseries.com, get your ticket on the events page, and we'll see you at the Avoca Hotel. These guys put on a show like no other. This Ain't That Swell is one of the best podcasts you can listen to. So much surf banter, not very much taken seriously. Awesome fun. Kelly Slater is going to be on the Margaret River live recording of their podcast too. So a whole heap of stars coming up. We're going to have Ross Clark-Jones on Thursday night. So if you're a fan of him, but let's get back to the action. Sorry, got sidetracked. We're in heat number 3 of round 2 for the women's at Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, and it's Sophie McCulloch in the lead.
Who have we got on screen? Just completely disappeared on the bottom turn there. Gia Lorenzen kind of come from nowhere this year. She's at a 3rd place at the Carve Great Lakes Pro, so she'd be looking to get another great score here on this series. So the surfer in white, she's already locked in a 4.33. Really nice, effortless style. Beautiful to watch. Here we have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay on screen. Completely disappearing there. Almost thought she fell off, but there we go. Gia Lorenzen, great bottom turn. Really flat section, but she managed to stick with it and just get that last turn in there. So we'll wait and see what that one comes through with the judges and where she is on the leaderboard. And there it is, a 4.33 and a 4.17. I feel as though that 4.17 was the last one for the surfer in white.
Yeah, and it's you're really seeing the difference in the women's surfing. Like even in 2022, I feel like lockdown did a lot for surfing. Everyone was in the water in Australia as much as they could be because it's where we were allowed to be in New South Wales and Victoria when we were locked down. But right now, we're actually going to throw down to the 2 winners of the previous heat. It's Molly Picklum and Kobe Enright with the far south coast's Arabella Tarpey.
They just killed it. So Molly, tell me, how's it feel competing against one of your best mates out there?
I actually struggle to compete against my mates. I don't know why, but it's just I can get distracted and then obviously things don't go my way sometimes. But this time it did, and it was amazing to share a heat with Kobe, and yeah, hopefully I get better again.
Yeah, sick. And Kobe, tell us, how does it affect you, like surfing against one of your mates, and how much these QS events mean to you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I feel like I never actually make it through with one of my friends. It's usually them beating me. So I'm stoked to make it. Have Molly out there coaching me, which was pretty nice, because otherwise who knows what would have happened. So yeah, hopefully she doesn't beat me again, but we'll see.
Yeah, awesome girls. Well, we'll be watching and with the rest of the comp. Thank you. See you guys.
So good. Britt, have you ever surfed against one of your best mates? What's your strategy if you're out there? Like, do you just have to switch on?
You do have to switch on. I feel as though sometimes, you know, your friends on the sand, competitors in the water, but there have been situations where I've either been up against someone else that's been in a friend situation, or I've also been that person a very, very long time ago, but it was like, you got to the end of the heat and you're both sitting in first and second, and you kind of look at each other and like, all right, how are we going to play this? You use strategy.
Imagine if it was us two.
It'd be pretty funny. We'd be giggling the whole way.
I'd just be like, my spray was bigger. 7 minutes on the clock. Sophie McCulloch leading. Gia Lorenzen in second, needing a 5.85. All these scores to catch are 100% achievable by these women. And we have just had a little comment in. It was Surfing Life magazine. They're leading the way with women's covers. Macy Callahan on the front of that in December. But Elise Cooper, she is not going to let this heat go to waste. Up and riding, heading towards the south end of the Avoca Point. She's going to try and wind up. That was a nice little climb, and she's riding out of it. She won't make Dimmy proud because she's from the club that shares the same beach, but is a dead set rival.
How many board riders clubs are on that one stretch of sand?
Oh, well, we'll check the replay. So wrapping right back into the critical section of the wave there. She's going to find another one. It's going to be a 3-turn wave, finishing it nicely, releasing the fins a little bit out, a small amount of air between the foam and the air there for Elise Cooper. And we'll see if that gets her a higher than 4.93 to move her into second and go through to the next round. So Manly stretch, there's Queenscliff Board Riders, North Staine Board Riders, and then Manly Malibu. And 3 surf lifesaving clubs.
There's a lot going on that one stretch of beach.
And not very much sand. Like the floods and the rain last week, if you jump onto Sprout Daly, who's the local photographer down there, he captured some pretty amazing stuff. But it's literally, they open the lagoon and the storms and the lagoon strip all the sand away and there is no sand there. So it's pretty full on. Lucky they get such good waves. Like they've got that legendary Bommy out there. The Manly, the 1979 event was held there, which Larry Blair and Wayne Lynch surfed the final in. It was like perfect 10 foot. They get some amazing opportunities along that stretch. And of course we've got the Sydney Surf Pro coming to Manly in May. So yeah, Manly Beach, that's where it's happening. You want as many board riders clubs as you can. But with Dimmy, our mate Dimmy on the mic, you know, how is there room for anyone else? And North Staine, they've got so many people left in this event.
They certainly do. I feel like Dimmy's been whispering in their ears. But yeah, Elise Cooper from the Northern Beaches. She's coming off a 3rd place at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. That was our second stop on the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. So Elise Cooper should be rolling into this event with a little bit of confidence. Gia Lorenzen, as mentioned earlier, she finished 3rd at the Carve Great Lakes Pro. That was our first stop on the New South Wales Pro Surf Series presented by Vissla. And well, Sophie McCulloch, she won the very first QS event of the year here in our region down in Phillip Island. So we've got 3 competitors out of 4 that have made finals already on this QS 1000 leg. We are, of course, now into the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is a women's QS 3000, so a lot more points on the line, a lot more money on the line.
That's an important one, right? Because these guys have to pay for their entries into these events. I don't know if unless you've competed before in one of these events, you don't actually know that they actually have to pay for their entry, right? You're still competing in this event, and to be getting prize money is a big thing because it makes it worth it, and travel, everything's huge. But we've got Tia, she's trying to get her second wave in. Looks like it's just she's not gonna catch the end of it and it's gonna wipe out, but I don't know, that it's going to probably hit around the same 2.0 mark, I reckon. 3 minutes to go, though, 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes on the clock, and so far, Sophie McCulloch has locked in the highest single wave score of this heat, a 7.17. Really not much else has happened throughout this heat. We've had a few mid-range scores. Really hard to crack over that, say, 4.5, 5 points. Judges really proving what they're looking for. Strong, committed, critical surfing. And Sophie McCulloch, she locked in that 7.17 nice and early. She'd be looking to replace that small score of a 3 from her scoreline just to solidify that first place a little bit more and make that harder for competitors in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. At the moment, it is Gia Lorenzen from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast sitting in 4th place. 2nd place, sorry, chasing a 5.85 for first. Sorry, I just got distracted in the booth.
Sorry, I was just getting excited that I called a 2. So watch out, WSL judges, because I am not coming for your job. But I was just going to say, with 2.5 minutes to go, how, Britt, do you deal with this in your head and not get defeated? Because this can be such a make or break section. Like she only needs a 6.4 to move from 4th to 1st, and a 5.85 to get to 2nd. It is 100% doable for any of these guys. What are you going to do in this position as a surfer?
You'd be hoping to make your way out into the lineup and give yourself enough time. So at the moment, you can see that Tiana Breeze de Moyes in the green hasn't got a priority number next to her name on the left, which means she's still caught paddling back out. So with 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be really difficult for her to get herself back in the lineup and score that 6.4. I feel as though it's going to come down to the surfer in black, Elise Cooper, sitting out there in 3rd place. She's only looking for a 3.83, so really not much. One solid turn there for the surfer in black, and will pretty much guarantee that she's got that score.
But if you can't, we heard in one of the interviews before, like the wind and the waves breaking, like there's so much noise out there and you're in competition mode. Sometimes you can't hear those scores. Do you get to a point and you see or you know on your watch that there's a minute left, like how hard do you push before you move into like, I'm just outrageous?
At the end of the day, like you're still surfing for yourself, regardless of whether or not your competitors have locked in good scores. So for me, it's like, okay, there's over a minute left. If you've got a watch on, you'll know that if you can't hear from the beach. But at the end of the day, you can't control what's happening with the swell and the waves coming through. So you're just going to be sitting there hunting. With 1 minute on the clock, you can't just sit and wait. You've got to really hunt that line up.
That's right. Mad Mex minute. The girls, they still have every single opportunity to make it, and that is so true. And Cooper was talking about that in his presentation last night. Amazing. If you haven't, and you're a kid, you've got to get along to Cooper Chapman's Good Human Factory chats. 45 minutes, change your mindset, and that's what Sophie Mikulic's going to do. She's going to keep her lead with 35 seconds. Big bottom turn, wrapping around. She's going to try and find some speed and milk out what looks like it could be enough of a reform for one last wave. And you see how she didn't quite stand up out of that white water. That means that the ride is incomplete for her, but it's okay because she's sitting on a 7-point ride and a 3.0.
That was Sophie Mikulic in the pink, the current heat leader. It looked as though it was going to be a really nice left. Nice composure through that first turn. She's just waiting patiently in the foam ball here. She drives hard off the bottom. Looked a little unstable on both of those turns, and she cracked it off the lip there and just unfortunately got bobbled on her way down. So that was our Destination New South Wales replay. That was the women's round 2, heat number 3. We'll be moving into round 2, heat number 4 in a moment. We'll be cutting to a short commercial break, and we'll join you back here for the Sister Evolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex in a moment. Need a photo of us both. You were a second. That's the one. That's the one. I'm out now. We're both out? Yeah.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Well, that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Hello everybody out there in Webland, and welcome back to the Sister Revolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is the women's QS 3000. We are into round number 2, heat number 4. Out in the water right now we have Nixie Ryan, Zali Kelly, also Ellie Lampkin, and Jessie Starling. Sitting right next to me right now is True Starling. How you going, True?
Yeah, well, thanks, Cooper. How are you?
I'm very well. Wow, look at this first wave for the surfer in green. That's Nixie Ryan. She's coming off back-to-back event wins, bringing in some serious form into this event. But how was it just then, True? You had a bit of a tricky heat. I was in here calling it.
Yeah, it was a tricky heat. I just was unable to find a two-turner out there, to be honest, and it was pretty hard to find the good spot of the waves coming through. But there's still plenty of waves, and I feel like keeping busy is definitely key out there, which I did not do.
Yeah, wave selection's quite tricky. In your heat, I remember Paige Harab was quite selective, but the 2 that she picked had plenty of scoring opportunity. And right now there is quite a few waves coming through, but it is hard to find those ones with that big scoring opportunity. Someone who did find that scoring opportunity right now, Nixie Ryan, opened with a 7.33, so that is a huge score. And Nixie Ryan, I've just been shown, is in the lead right now for the Australia-Oceania qualifying series. We've had 3 events so far, due to having to cancel or reschedule one of them. But after those events, we've had 2 event wins by Nixie Ryan. She took out the event up at Boomerang Beach a few weeks back, followed that straight into Port Stephens, back-to-back event wins, and she's coming in firing in this heat right now, opening with a 7.33. What did you tell Jessie before she went out there after your heat?
I said, take a 6-minute paddle out. I got so smashed when I was paddling out for my heat. I thought I was out the back, and then these just freak sets came, and myself and Safi Vetti actually got them on the head, and we got pushed a bit further in. So I was like, take a longer paddle out, and if you get it right, just like dig deep and try and get out as quick as you can, because 20 minutes, even though it feels like a long time out there, especially today, it's really short because it's so hard to get back out the back. But I feel like the waves are starting to clean up, and it's definitely not as hard as it was this morning.
Yeah, I was saying exactly that to Britt in a heat. I think when your heat was on and we were commentating, I caught a left and ended up quite far inside, and I thought, oh, you know what, it's going to be easy to get back out from the left. And I reckon it took me 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I got smoked, just non-stop, not big waves on the head, but just stuck in that little dead zone, and found it really tough to get back out. So looks like now as we've got the lower tide, conditions are cleaning up a bit, a little bit more manageable. But as you said, those long right-handers, there is a bit of a channel going out on the end of the rights, but yeah, after the lefts it's really tough to get back out.
Yeah, it's tricky, and hopefully the girls are able to or the women I should say in the lineup are able to dig deep and get nice and quick paddle outs. It seems like Zali and Nixie aren't, or maybe they're on a different peak, but they're not in that same zone as what Jessie and Ellie are at the moment. So 7.33 for first of Nixie. That's how you want to start a heat. And here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. That was her second turn. Super spicy, so critical, and Zali just a quick one turner and she gets out of that one.
Yeah, so hopefully Jessie can find something nice. North Narrabeen local, now residing up at Cabarita. How you liking living up there? You didn't get many events growing up getting to surf North Narrabeen. Now you're living at Cabarita and you've got an event in your backyard coming up next week. You excited for that?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. The banks are really fun, and yeah, I hope that there's swell, and it's going to be nice to just be able to walk across the road and not have to drive everywhere and hassle to find a car park. So I'm really looking forward to it, and it being the first 5-star of this leg of events, it's going to be really cool, and the points are going to really start to come into play with these last 2 events, because there's so much that goes into it, and yeah, everyone's going to be really hungry for a win.
Yeah, and as we see, up and riding now, Ellie Lambkin. Nice first little turn, comes hard off the bottom, snaps that tight in the pocket, bringing it around. Looks like a local girl. I see Slimes on the board. That makes me realise that's a Central Coast surfer. And unfortunately not getting the completion on that, but a few nice first turns on that wave, leaving your sister out the back. And what do we call that? A mistake. Losing priority, paddling for a wave. But Nixie just caught one, so doesn't matter. Jessie's going to stay out the back with first priority. Bit of a slow start for her. 7 minutes gone in this one, yet to catch a wave. But surfers in 3rd, 4th and 2nd haven't got too much anyway. So we just saw that wave come in for Ellie Lambkin. 4.17, so pretty nice little start for her. Nixie Ryan well and truly out in the lead with that 7.33 to kick off her campaign.
Yeah, well, Ellie just locked in a 4.17, as you said, Cooper, and I really liked the way that she was able to kind of read that wave. She didn't get too far ahead of herself, stayed nice and close to the pocket. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to connect on that finisher, but I feel like a 4.17 for that with a fall is a pretty good score.
Yeah, I think she'll be pretty happy. That's what we like to call a backup wave locked in. Now she can sort of take a bit more time and try and pick up something up over that 5 to 6 point ranges. The scoring has been quite difficult. I'm sure as a competitor and commentator you've noticed that the scoring at this event has been quite difficult to pick up something up over that 6 point range. So yeah, if you can get pocket 5s, you're in with a pretty good shot at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Even watching the men's this morning and commentating them as well, it was really tricky to pick what was going to come through. When you thought it was going to be an excellent score, the judges were just going, no, we want to see more. So it's good that they've kind of gone, this is what we want, and this, which is big turns, hard off the bottom on set waves, and the girls or the women are hopefully trying to do that out there in this heat.
Yeah, as we see what looked like your sister. Quick in and out there, 0.5 to open up her campaign. Probably not what she wanted to do to start off, but I think it's not the end of the world. It'll get her in a bit of rhythm. She'll be able to work her way underneath priority now, maybe pick up a few more waves. Like you said, getting busy is super important out there right now. You can get a bit stuck with priority waiting for something that might not come, so hopefully this will kick Jessie into gear, find a bit of momentum out there right now with 11 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Still wide open.
Definitely. And a 3.68 and a 1.68 for Zali as well. They're small scores, but it's a little slower today, or now compared to when it was this morning. The way the sets aren't coming through as consistently as what it was. So I feel like now more than ever, it's really important to stay busy. Even if you get those mid-sized ones and can kind of crack 2 turns and get a pocket 4-5, you're on your way.
Yeah, having a couple high 4s to mid-range 5s is definitely what you want to have in your scoreline as the heats progress, because it is really difficult to get up into those really high 6, 7, 8 point range. Nixie Ryan showed just how to do that with 2 huge turns on her first wave, something that we maybe thought would have been up in the excellent range, but like we said, judges are keeping that scale down. They want to see explosive surfing. They're going to be helping progress the sport, as we see Zali Kelly, speaking of progressing the sport, one of the most exciting young female surfers in the country for doing things just like that. Great 2-turn combination, holding her speed through here, bounces off the foam. Unfortunately, unable to ride out there. The suds eating her up, but I still think that was quite a nice wave. Great opening combination. That's going to be her best wave for sure. And with 10 minutes remaining in this one, take us through this Destination New South Wales replay.
Yeah,
True?
well, Zali, she almost fumbled on the takeoff, but she recovered nicely, carves that first section, takes her straight back to that beautiful sucky part of the wave, and that board just glides through those fat sections. She hits it, but unfortunately, that slidey turn, it's high risk, low reward. She almost could have just projected it forward a little bit, just done a little tap, just to complete that. But a 4.33, the judges really liked that first and second combination of those maneuvers, that carve to snap, and they've gone, you know what, if you can do that again, we'll give you another score around that same 4-point range.
Yeah, like we said, I think that's a nice backup there for Zali. She'll be out there now waiting for something a little bit bigger. Hopefully can get the completion to finish off the wave with 9 minutes remaining. Jessie sitting down in 4th right now, just a 0.5. Really looking to get something going in this heat. It is, like we said, quite difficult to find the spot in the lineup out there. But as we progress through the end of this heat, hopefully Jessie can find something. We, of course, could not be here without all of the amazing sponsors. It's so great to be back here on the Central Coast. I love coming here, and we couldn't be here without our amazing sponsors. This is, of course, the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Right now, out in the water, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max QS Women's 3000. Big thank you to our supporting partners, the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel. If you're around tonight, come down. There is a movie premiere tomorrow night. We've got the Swellians live podcast. So if you're in the area, make sure you come check that out at Avoca Beach Hotel. Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales, as we see. Talk us through Jessie's wave.
Yeah, carves for that one and hits it for a final maneuver and kicks out of that one. So Jessie locking in her first solid score. I think it'll be around that 4-point range, just looking at what Ellie and Zali did. But here's Nixie. Carving that one, unfortunately, just pushing it a little too far. She's trying to upgrade that 1-point ride to really solidify that first spot, which she did, a 1.4. But she's really hoping to get a better backup to kind of move through to the next round.
Yeah.
First of Jessie was a 3.6.
Yeah, so Jessie putting her hat in the ring, putting herself up there around the other two women in second and third scoreline. She's now looking for a 3.24, up in third right now. But with first priority is Ellie Lampkin. She has a 4.17 for her opening ride. Pretty slow heat for her, just a one-wave ridden, 12 and a half minutes gone. She's looking for a 2.67 if she wants to jump up over Zali Kelly, who is sitting in second, who she's sitting with a 4.33 and a 2.5. She wants a 4.41 if she wants to jump up into the lead. As we see Ellie Lampkin, local girl, up and riding, hard off the bottom. Nice first little snap, picked a great looking wave here. Comes around the section, hits it fast, maintains speed through that turn and tries to throw it up, but unfortunately unable to get it up there just in time to get the last turn complete. But we might see her jump up into second. We'll wait and see. let's pick up this Destination New South Wales replay. Great wave selection.
Yeah, so Ellie, beautiful wave. She just kind of cuts that turn a little short and carves it for her first turn, and again for the second, and just unfortunately hits that last section a little bit late. She almost could have either gone up a little earlier to really kind of try and make that last turn, or even not gone for it, just to leave the judges on a high note.
Yeah, she could have. I would have liked to see the second turn a little bit more committed.
Yeah.
Driving through that second turn and maybe leaving out the third turn. Would have seen that score go up a little bit higher, but still, she picked up a 2.93. That was enough to move her into second place with just over 6 minutes remaining. All the women looking for that second scorer. Wide open. Right now, Nixie Ryan is in the lead with that 7.33. Look for her to extend the lead. Something up over that 3-point range would be amazing for her. And we'll wait and see how that goes. And then Ellie Lampkin, 4.13, 2.93 for the last, 4.17, sorry, and 2.93 for that last one. She's looking for a 4.5, but that requirement will go up if Nixie can manage to better her 1.4. Zali Kelly in third right now, sitting with first priority. She has a 4.33 and a 2.5. She wants to get something up over that 2.77 range if she wants to jump up into second. But dare I say, she wants to get something up over that 5-point range and really solidify her spot in the lead right now. And Jessie sitting down in fourth. She does have that 3.6. Well and truly within range. Only looking for a 3.5. Coming down to the 5-minute mark. It's going to be a very exciting end of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen so many people make heats with a high score and a pretty low score to back it up. And you can see the girls are really struggling to hear out. Well, the women are struggling to hear out there. It's really tricky. Kind of when there's waves coming through, it's so tricky to be able to hear what the broadcast is saying. Or I should say the beachcombs are saying. So Zali, she's popping her hands up. Even Ellie, everyone's just like, hey, give us an update. It would be good if they could hear us. We'd be able to tell them what they need. So just under 5 minutes to go. Zali needs a 2.77, and that's well within her arsenal. She can get that in her sleep. And the same as Jessie needs a 3.51. So first spot, it's almost locked away. Second spot, it's wide open.
Absolutely. There is going to be some fireworks to finish this one. As we come down to the Mad Max minute, a lot will change as we see first priority Zali Kelly. Looks like she's spotted something out the back right now. Important to note that, here we go, Zali Kelly, nice looking left-hander here. Hard off the bottom, up just underneath that foamy lip. Setting up this second turn, great second turn, up through the lip. Third one, keeping her speed. It's a great way of running all the way down the beach into this southern corner of the beach here at Avoca, and she loves it. She knows that one is going to be her best wave of the heat. Great flow, and we see Nixie Ryan finding it quite difficult to back up that early 7.33, but I think that one may be a little bit better. She finished on her feet, and with the 1.4 as a backup, she's going to move herself a little bit further in front, I think. We'll see if we can pick up a replay of the first turn, but the one that matters, Zali Kelly, long-running left-hander. We'll wait and see what score comes in. She wasn't looking for much. It's going to move her, dare I say, up into the lead. We'll try and pick up the replay, and here we go. Zali Kelly, this just came in at a 5.83. Moved her into the lead momentarily, but Nixie Ryan picked up a 3.3. I love that second turn.
Yeah, Zali, she's been really working on her backhand recently, working with Stace Galbraith, and she finishes that one off nicely. So every day of the week, that was a 2.77, came in at 5.83, as you said, and Nixie just looking at a 3.3 on this one, a bit of a foamy wave, but she's just wanting to really solidify that first position to make her way through to the round of 16.
Yeah, that was very well surfed there by Zali. I thought, looking back, Nixie's was quite flat and short. Very lucky to get that 3.3, but backing up that 7.33, they've made it very difficult for the surfers down in third and fourth. We know what Nixie's capable of. That first wave was so incredibly surfed, but smart surfing. She picked up something just to better that 1.4 she was sitting on earlier. Yeah. Made it a lot safer position for her right now, getting up over that 10-point range, backing up that 7.3 that she started with. Zali Kelly, great surfing. Both of those women from that Lee Bar region up there around Lennox Ballina. As we see Jessie, fight back wave. She's going to need something big here, looking for a 6.56. Be flat on the first turn. Second turn, not quite getting a lip to hit, and that's going to be all she wrote. And pretty hard paddle back out, I think, for Jessie right now.
Yeah, she's going to be struggling on the paddle back out. There's so many waves coming through right now, and with 2 minutes to go, I wonder it's so hard to tell if she'll be able to make it back out the back. Hopefully she does. Fingers crossed. So here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Jessie. Carves that first turn, and she's trying to find a steep section as she hits it for that last one. Unfortunately, that wave just a bit of a slower pace than what she'd maybe like. So scores to lock in. It was just a 2.4. She's looking for a 6.56. And Ellie Lampkin in the black is also looking for a 5.99 to move up into second. There's a minute and a half. And Zali's sitting with first priority, so she's put herself in the perfect position right now.
Absolutely. So well served heat here by Nixie and Zali. Put them in a nice position, coming down to very close to this Mad Mex minute. Right now, out in the lead, Nixie Ryan, 7.33 and a 3.3. Sitting hot behind her in second, Zali Kelly, 5.83 and 4.33. Right now, local girl Ellie Lampkin, she's looking for a 5.99 as we see that burrito timer start spinning. And Jessie down in fourth right now, looking for a 6.56, but with under a minute remaining, it's going to be very difficult for the women down in third and fourth.
Definitely, and even sitting with no priority not first priority for Ellie and Jessie, it's going to be even trickier because Zali is just not going to let them move. But she's opting to sit a little bit further away from Ellie than what I thought she would be. So
you were just out there. She probably doesn't know.
Yeah, she probably has no idea. So 30 seconds, and she's probably going, I'll just try and get one and go in, and I'll be able to tell on the shore if I made the heat or not. So Zali carves that first section again for the second one, puts it up there for a third, and she wants to kind of solidify her spot in second, maybe even move up into the lead. She was only chasing a 4.81 to take Nixie Ryan's leading spot.
Yeah, I think she may have done that. Very smooth surfing. Got across a few nice sections. Finished very solid, but that will take us to the end of this heat. We will be seeing Nixie Ryan and Zali Kelly heading through, and we'll be right back after this break with some more hot action coming at you.
Welcome back to the live action here for day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the women's QS 3000 in the water. We are into heat number 5 of the women's round of 32. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with True Starling. How are you feeling after that one, True?
Yeah, Jessie, my little sister, unfortunately just got knocked out, so pretty bummed for her, but stoked for Nixie and Zali. They really needed to get through. Nixie is really wanting to solidify that number 1 spot in the ranking, so I think she's looking for a win here at the QS 3000 at Avoca today. Well, hopefully throughout the weekend, I should say. Jasmine Sampson, one massive turn for the surfer in pink. She's taking on Jarly Stokes. I think it's Talia Henderson and Charlie Hurst as well, so this is going to be a great heat to watch.
It certainly is, as we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. Massive turn there for the surfer in the pink. That is Jasmine Sampson. Just the one big turn, so 5. I'm not sure if she's got another score in a scoreline, but it looks as though that might have been a 5 for that one massive turn. Well rewarded. Judges showing that they are looking for that critical square surfing. So the surfer in pink off to a quick start. 17 minutes still on the clock. We also have Jarly Stokes from the Sunshine Coast in the black. Talia Henderson in the white and Charlie Hurst from the South Coast in the green.
Yeah, this is a heat of there's a couple of Groms in the heat, a couple of experienced surfers. Charlie, of course, she's made a couple of rounds in a few of the Pro Juniors. She's been around for a little bit, just chipping away, and she's made a couple of really good heats, and she's not afraid. She feels pretty confident out there, and she's got a lot of courage. She's pretty eager to hit those big sections, and here she is up and riding. Charlie tags that first one, and again for a second. So she's hoping to find an inside connection, but it's so hard with that whitewash in there to see if it's going to wall up for you. So she kicks out of that one and has a pretty good looking paddle ahead of her.
She certainly does. There's so much water moving out there, and there has been the last couple of days. It's a lot trickier than what it looks even. It looks tricky on screen, but you get down the beach and you start paddling out, and it is a good at least 3 to 5 minutes stuck on that inside section. So surfers in the water just trying to make their way around and manage these 20-minute heats as well as they can. So Charlie Hurst in the green, a 3.67. She's just come off a 5th place at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 last week. So great start to the year for the young surfer, Charlie Hurst, 18-year-old. Charlie Stokes also coming into this event with some confidence, I'm sure. She did get 1st place in the 16 and under Rip Curl Grom Search Nationals at Urban Surf just last week. She is a Sister Evolution athlete, and she is up and riding in the black. Great first turn on her forehand. She's looking for this inside connection as it stands up. Frothy one. Manages to ride out of it. It's a great surfing there from such a young competitor.
Yeah, well, Charlie, she's just able to connect so well on that one. And here out the back, Talia Henderson up and riding. So, unfortunately, that wave had a lot of bump in it, and she just was unable to kind of glide through that one like the rest of the girls. Their waves looked a little bit cleaner, a bit less frothy. But yeah, as you said, Charlie, she's a really young competitor, but feels like she's got so much maturity in her surfing and able to read this wave. Here's the destination, New South Wales wave replay. So Charlie carving back for this one, and you almost thought she was going to hit it a little too late, but just perfect timing. Rides out of that one nicely and cleanly. She looks strong in the legs, so that's going to be a nice looking score locked in for black.
With 14.5 minutes on the clock, it is currently Jasmine Sampson in the pink in 1st place. Charlie Stokes in the black in 2nd. Charlie Hurst in the green in 3rd. And Talia Henderson in the white currently in 4th, but still plenty of time remaining, plenty of opportunity. And while we have a lull in the action, no waves coming through, this is of course a good opportunity to thank our partners for this event. This is of course the Sister Evolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the women's QS 3000 in the water, and there it is, Mad Mex on the screen there. If you scan that, head to a Mad Mex near you and you can get 2-for-1 burritos. We've had a fair few burritos this week. I'm pretty sure I'll look like one by the end of this week, True.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many more burritos I can eat, but they're just so good. I keep going back.
Can't help yourself but want more. But yeah, we do obviously have a fair few supporting partners as well. Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, and of course our webcast partners, Mad Mex, Volkswagen, KO Sport and KO Freebies. We would not be sitting here today bringing you all the live action of this event if it weren't for all of that amazing support. So we're stoked to be here at Avoca. Beautiful part of the world, part of New South Wales. If you are coming along this New South Wales stretch, New South Wales region, be sure to check out Avoca Beach.
Yeah, I love Avoca. It's a really punchy. It's a really punchy beach break. I was thinking of like punchy and beach. It's a very punchy beach break, and it's got so much power to it. And there's always really fun waves around, whether it's a rip bowl or the points working or where we are today, which is in front of the Pines. It's always really fun. There's a left and a right, and I feel like it accommodates any surfer. And there's so many cafes around that you can go to and have a good coffee or a feed. And yeah, I love coming here. It's one of my favorite stops across the legs.
On screen, we've got 3 competitors, pink, green and white. They'll be looking for scores. There it is on the scoreline. So Jasmine Sampson in the pink, it was a 5. Keeping in mind that was just one massive turn. So strong committed surfing there from the young woman in the pink. Charlie Stokes in second with a 3.93 and a 0.77. Charlie Hurst, she opened up with a 3.67, and Talia Henderson just a 0.57 at this stage. Still plenty of time on the clock. This is round 2, heat number 5. Up next we have heat number 6, Killy Andrew, Alyssa Locke, Philippa Anderson and Sage Goldsbury. Back to the live action in the water. Just a quick up and out there for Charlie Stokes.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a really good next heat. I feel like a lot of these heats are so stacked here for, I believe this is around the 32 for this, the women's side of the event. We were going to be, the next round, around the 16 for the men's and women's we were going to run into that, but that is not going to be happening anymore. They were on standby, so they've decided, you know what, we're going to give everyone a break for the day, which is pretty nice, and start again tomorrow.
I do believe that tomorrow's conditions, the forecast is looking pretty nice, so competitors probably not complaining about the fact that they've got the afternoon off. They can go out and explore the local region and rest up and be prepared for tomorrow. So yeah, we are into heat number 5 of round 2. In this round there's only 8 heats, so we've got another 3 heats following this one, so you've got about another hour and 12 minutes left of viewing for the live broadcast. But stay tuned for the remainder of these heats. Still plenty of action. Women's in the water. Last of Charlie Stokes, a 1.9, so even though it wasn't much, it did take her to first place. Jasmine Sampson now in second, only looking for a 0.83. Charlie Hurst chasing a 1.34, and Talia Henderson only a 4.44. A lot of water moving out there, True.
Yeah, there's so much water moving out there, and that paddle out is so hard, but then staying in the spot just makes it even harder. You definitely want to make sure that your arms are feeling nice and warm before you make your way out. No one's really had too many waves in this heat. It's been really quiet, which is surprising because the last few heats there's been a heap of waves rolling through. I don't know whether the girls are on the bank or if they're just a little bit off it. But I feel like that's been one of the key themes. It's just turning waves, catching as much as you can in good waves, not just catching any willy-nilly waves that you want. That's been a really key theme in regards to getting through heats. But with just over 9.5 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time for the ladies in the lineup to get some good waves under their belt.
Last couple of days and today have seen the QS 3000 for both the men and the women hit the water. But tomorrow we'll be introducing the Pro Junior JQS 1000 within the event. So they are bundled into this event as well, and they'll be lucky enough to be on the live broadcast. So not only do we have the QS 3000, we've also got the JQS 1000. So everyone viewing from home or work or wherever you may be, you will see some of our best Australian juniors coming through the ranks as well as of tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'm actually really looking forward to watching the Pro Juniors come up tomorrow as well. I think it'll be really cool to see how they approach the waves, how they approach their heats, and also who's coming up. We don't really get to see much of that, especially travelling around on the QS and watching all the QS heats and things like that. So being able to watch a couple of heats for the Pro Juniors, we'll be able to see the up-and-coming younger generation, I guess, moving on through and seeing what the next pool of talent for Australia has in store.
One of the up-and-coming talents in this heat is Charlie Stokes, the current heat leader.
Yeah.
As previously mentioned, she did just come off a win at the 16 and under Rip Curl Grom Search Nationals down at Urban Surf. And she also had a 3rd place in the Gold Coast Oz Open of Surfing last year. So she's got a few results under her belt for such a young surfer. Charlie Hurst, well, she's only 18 as well. I'm sure she may appear in the Pro Junior now that the age bracket's gone back to, I think it's 20 and under.
Yeah, 20 and under now, yeah, which is really exciting that they've opened up this age bracket. I wish I was 20 and under. Last year.
Makes you feel old, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Oh, my sister's Jessie's still in it, and I'm like, you're so young, you're so little, but she's not. Like,
she's 19 now, isn't she?
Yeah, she's 19, but
so she'll be competing in the Pro Junior?
Yeah, she's in the Pro Junior, so she's got a couple more heats ahead of her, which is really exciting.
That's good. Good opportunity for the juniors to not only secure those points on the JQS 1000 starting as of tomorrow, but a lot of them have been competing in this QS 3000 event as well. So great to see those competitors coming through the ranks and really starting to rack up those seed points.
And a lot of the junior athletes are also, like, they've been following the QS events throughout this whole leg, and I honestly don't know how they're doing it, because they've got they had a pro junior event on the weekend at Redhead, and now they've got this, and then this also overlaps with the pro junior event, and it's just they're going to be surfing so many heats and at so many events, and there's going to be so many beach days. And half the time I'm down here, I'm like, okay, I need to get off the beach. It's just so hot, or it's raining. Luckily, it's a beautiful day here today, so it's kind of manageable. But the last few events, it's been pretty rainy. So I'm like, okay, I need time off the beach, and to think that I have another 3-4 more events that I have to do, it's going to be intense. So I don't know how they're doing it. And props to them. They're all really stoked, and they've got so much energy, and they're keen to kind of be at the top of the rankings in that top 5 and qualify for the World Juniors as well.
There's been absolutely no gaps in the schedule at all, and as you mentioned, True, it's going to still be a pretty busy, say, 4 weeks ahead of all of us involved in these events. And, well, I think it's just gone from 0 to 100 real quick after not really having many events on the schedule to all of a sudden have so many back-to-back-to-back-to-back. And, we're pretty happy to be bringing live action back to everybody that's tuning in to our webcast. This is, of course, day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the women's QS 3000 in the water. We had the men's QS 3000 Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex in the water this morning. As True and I touched on earlier, we will be wrapping things up here today after this women's round 2. There is 8 heats in this round. So we've got another 3 heats ahead. And then we'll be calling it a day. Competitors can go home, rest, relax, reset, go explore the local region here on the Central Coast and come back tomorrow bright and early for another day of action. This is a 6-day event. We'll be wrapping up on Saturday and crowning our champions. And this young lady here would be looking for a spot in that final. Charlie Hurst in the green. Really tricky section.
Yeah, that was a really tricky section to ride out of it, and she made it a little bit trickier for herself by standing quite tall. I feel like if she had have kind of bent those legs and compressed a little bit. Here's a Destination New South Wales wave replay. So she just kind of carves that first turn and then aims it for the second, and see how she kind of just stands tall, and then the whitewash just eats her up. It's so powerful out there, so it's really tricky to ride out of waves like that, but she only needed a small score, and a 2.17 takes her straight up into the lead. So Jasmine Sampson opens up with a 5. She's looking for a 0.83. Talia Henderson opened up with a 0.57. She's looking for a 5.26. And they've only had 1 wave. So it just shows how tricky it is out there to back your waves up and to get another one. There's been a lot coming through, but being in the position for those waves, you've got to really make sure you're in that perfect spot. Otherwise, you're going to be either getting smashed or you're way too far out the back.
It is one of the most crucial aspects of competitive surfing, is making sure that you're positioned well, you're in the lineup, you're where those waves are breaking, you're giving yourself that scoring potential and the opportunity to be on those good waves, because at the end of the day, you can be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not catching those good waves, you're not allowing yourself that opportunity to actually progress. So
definitely,
wave selection is certainly key with competitive surfing, one of the biggest factors that come into it. Charlie Hurst, she's locked in a 2.17 and a 3.67, currently in the lead. Charlie Stokes currently in second, but not necessarily safe, with Jasmine Sampson only looking for a 0.83. She'd literally just need to stand up and get to her feet. Open nice and early with a 5. Nobody's really run away with this heat yet. There's still just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Could be an exciting Mad Mex minute, True.
It could be an exciting one. I feel like there's heaps of waves coming through. The women just need to make sure they're in the perfect spot for those waves. If I was Jasmine, I would be hunting around as much as I can. I only need a 0.83,
But in saying that, it is so hard to hear out there. She probably has no idea what's going on. Within her mind, she's probably thinking, I definitely need another wave, and hopefully it's only a small score that I need to get up into second spot, or even potentially the lead, because she only needs a 0.84 if she wants to go up into the lead. So she has she's in the best spot out there. She's got first priority. She needs a really small score. The only thing that's not on her side is there's under 2 minutes to go.
She does have a priority, so meaning that the surfer in a pink on screen there does have right of way. So as soon as a set comes through, all competitors must give way to that competitor in the pink. Such a close scoreline between first and second and third, but first and second literally 0.01. And
wow.
As you alluded to earlier, True, a 0.83 required for second, but a 0.84 required for first.
Yeah.
So Jasmine Sampson, she's on the hunt on screen there. She's looking a little bit more urgent now in the lineup. There is only just over a minute on the clock. This is where it gets very, very crucial.
Yeah,
she
well,
needs to go.
Yeah, here she goes inside the Mad Max minute. She's up and riding on her backhand, carves that first turn, and I'd say she's already got the score, and brings it around for another. So Jasmine definitely gone up into first on that one, without a doubt in my mind. 40 seconds, so that means Charlie Stokes is really going to need a score here. She needs a 1.91 to go to first, so a round of 2 will get her up into second spot and for qualification for the next round. So Jasmine, Destination New South Wales wave replay. I love this second turn here. Times it perfectly. Just projects down, and then she manages to get a little foam climb section on that one, but just kicks out of there, and I wonder if she's even trying to get back out. And here's Charlie Stokes. She's looking for a small score. Just a one turn so far on this one. Makes it around for this and puts it up there for a finish and rides out. So as you said, Britt, it's going to be an exciting Mad Max minute, and even though it's just finished, it was a very exciting minute.
And there we go, Charlie Stokes in the black. That was that surfer on screen, the Sisstrevolution athlete looking to move through the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We have no doubt that she just got the score required. We'll be moving into the next heat after this short commercial break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the live action for day number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. This is the women's QS 3000 that we have in the water. Round 2, heat number 6, Killy Andrew in the pink, Alyssa Locke in the black, Philippa Anderson in the white, and Sage Goldsbury in the green. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with True Starling. An exciting matchup. This one is True.
Yeah, it is an exciting one. This is a pretty stacked heat. Keely Andrew, XCT surfer, Alyssa Locke, she's been on the qualifying series for a while now. Philippa Anderson has been so close to that qualification spot that I think it's been like one heat she's missed out on. and Sage Goldsbury, a young up-and-coming junior qualifying series athlete who is from Phillip Island, and she's ready to take some heats down and some big names. So this is a really good heat to watch. I'm looking forward to it.
This is an absolute stacked heat. This is, of course, round 2, heat number 6. In the next one, we also have another stacked one. Macy Callahan, Ellie Brooks, Freya Prum, and Shyla Short. We'll be rounding out today with heat number 8, Angela Ball, Kyla Whitfield, Raya Campbell, and Ellie Harrison. So some exciting matchups here for the women's round of 32. They're all looking for a place in the round of 16, which will be surfed tomorrow. But in the water, Keely Andrews, she's opened up with just a 0.5. The 27-year-old from Mooloolaba. On screen, Sage Goldsbury, the Victorian. Goes through this one, True.
Yes, Sage carves back for that first section, brings it around again for the second, so that left at the start, they're a little bit fat, but then she tags it for that finish, rides out nicely, so that's a good-looking score for Sage Goldsbury to start this heat off, especially with such experienced opponents. It's going to make her feel pretty confident leading into the rest of this heat.
Here we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. You can notice that this wave here really steepens up. She's out on the face, carves back to the pocket, and on this inside section here, she really capitalises on that section, throwing everything into that back foot, staying nice and composed and riding out strong. So Sage Goldsbury from Victoria, locking in a 5.5 on that first wave. She's looking to put herself in a good position to progress into that round of 16. Best result last year on the QS was a 5th place at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We do have that event coming up next week. So Sage Goldsbury, good result for last year. And so far this year, with this QS series, she's had a 9th at Phillip Island, a 13th at the Great Lakes, and a 25th at the Port Stephens event. So she'll be looking to do a lot better in this one. The QS 3000 obviously worth a lot more points.
Yeah, for sure. And she's locked in a 5.5 for her first wave. Philippa Anderson a 4.33. So Sage and Philippa away with an early lead. Sage just got the better of that exchange, which should be a really confidence boosting part for Sage. I mean, she's such an amazing surfer, but Philippa is such an experienced competitor. And here's Alyssa Locke up and riding on her first wave, carving through that first turn. This is a little bit washy, but she's going to stick with it. Hits that second one, and again for a third, her backhand is so good and puts it up there for a finish. So Alyssa looking to put herself up into that second position and back into that fight with just under 15 to go.
She not only has a good forehand, but yeah, Alyssa Locke, she's no stranger to surfing right. She's grown up on the Coolangatta Tweed area, so surfs snapper rocks a fair bit. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. Really frothy wave here for Alyssa, but she managed to hold on to that turn there and then throws a heap of spray on that one, and it finishes off with a little foam climb. So Alyssa Locke in the black. She'll be locking in a half-decent score for that one. She's trying to get that equal 17th place monkey off her back, True. She had a 17th place at the Gage Road Sports Stephens Pro last week. She had a 17th place here last year, as well as Port Stephens and Tweed Coast last year as well.
Yeah, well, I think she's really wanting to progress through a few heats. So first a 3.33. Yeah, she's looking to move on through, make a few heats, get that confidence, moving on through to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro coming up next week, which I think starts 2 days after this finishes. So everyone's going to be scrambling to get up there and surf the comp bank, which is pretty fun at the moment. And I think Keely just locked in around about a 3.5 range as well for hers.
On screen there, that is the lineup that we have. Pretty tricky conditions, a lot of foam and a lot of water moving. And Alyssa Locke, we've seen on screen previously to that, she was just paddling through that inside section, putting in the hard yards. She's also been putting in the hard yards at home. I will take that opportunity to give a shout out to Brody back at home. Salt Fitness and Consulting, so a good mate of Brody's. And used to train with him when I was a bit younger. But yeah, Alyssa Locke does a lot with Brody back home, and it's great to see her take the time out and really focus on her surfing and her fitness. And I feel as though she's looking fitter than ever and surfing probably stronger than ever.
definitely. She's been really working on her fitness and getting her health back into line. I know that I spoke to her a while ago and she was like, I'm working with a dietitian and I'm working with Brody, of course, and she was also doing training at home by herself as well. So she was kind of digging really deep and finding that self-motivation to get everything in line for these coming up events. And she's looking fit and solid, like really solid in her surfing. And I know that she wants to make some heats and really make an indent, especially in this QS 3000. Last year she had, or the year before I think it was, she had a heat and she just was pretty bummed with the way that she was surfing. And of course I do a lot of traveling with Alyssa, so we speak about it a lot. And she was like, I just really want to make some heats here. So I know that she's hungry to be able to get through this one and hopefully a couple more.
It's probably the hungriest I've ever seen Alyssa.
Yeah, definitely.
So coming out of the gates with that 3.33, Keely Andrew, she's got a total of a 4.33. Philippa Anderson also a 4.33, and Sage Goldsbury 5.5. So Keely on screen now from Mooloolaba on the Sunshine Coast. She was on the World Tour. She was on tour just last year and unfortunately has dropped off, so she's looking to qualify again. Looks as though she's going to make her way in and opt for the runaround. Smart choice there, maybe true.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's really tricky paddling out from those rights, especially if you get quite far in. Here's the destination, New South Wales Wave Replay. Beautiful first carve to start this one for Keely. Brings it around for another one, that board looking so smooth under her feet, and then hits it up for a finish and tags it again on her backhand for that little foam rebound. So Keely wanting to kind of just get her feet in the wax, be able to get a few scores. And I think that this run around is a really smart thing for Keely. It's hard to paddle back out the back. I know I was speaking to Dimity before and she was like, 20 minutes just doesn't feel long enough because the paddle is so hard. So running around, and you can almost just paddle out without getting your hair wet right near the rocks, is the best little rip that just takes you straight out. So Keely just wanting to make sure she can get to that, and she's just jumped up into the lead with courtesy of her last wave.
Philippa Anderson's obviously also locked in a second scoring wave as well. Her total's now jumped to 9.3. So she's in second place. Sage Goldsbury seems as though she might be the only surfer currently in the lineup. She does have that P next to her name, meaning that she does hold down first priority. She's got right away to any wave that comes through the lineup. Keely Andrew on screen there in the pink. She's just kind of slowed down a little bit. She's going to use that rip to drag her back out. Keely started surfing around the age of 5.
Wow.
She was a very talented tennis player as well as surfer. I think through her teenage years she had to pick between the two sports. So she obviously elected to go with surfing.
Yeah. That's really cool.
And well, it paid off because Keely did obviously qualify for the World Tour and was previously on tour.
And her last wave locked in as well at a 5.7. Philippa's wave locked in previous to her last was a 4.97. So Sage looking for a 3.8. She's got that 5.5, which is going to be a keeper in this heat unless she gets two absolute blitzers out there. And Alyssa Locke looking for a 5.97. Her first a 3.33. So the judges throughout the whole event for the last few days have been really holding scores back, and they're demanding what they want to see, which is big turns, big sections, big waves. And we saw in that last heat, Jasmine Sampson, she did one huge turn and got a 5-point ride straight up. So they're really able to kind of clearly communicate what they want to see out in the lineup.
Certainly, and if you're looking at the screen wondering where we're getting those single wave scores from, you can also tune into the World Surf League WSL app. We do have them on screen now, but they're not always there, so if you want to tune into the app, you can also have a look there as well. So Keely Andrew, a 5.7 and a 3.83. Philippa Anderson, a 4.97 and a 4.33. Sage Goldsbury, a 5.5, so only looking for a 3.8 at this stage to advance. Although she's in third, she's sitting in a pretty good position. And Alyssa Locke looking for a 5.97, just over 8 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, the women's round of 32. Heat number 6. Up next, heat number 7, Macy Callahan, Ellie Brooks, Freya Prum, and Shyla Short. That will be followed by heat number 8, Angela Ball, Kyla Whitfield, Raya Campbell and Ellie Harrison. That will be our last heat for today.
Yeah, nice and short day here. It's almost 1 o'clock, so another hour of surfing, and we'll be finished by 2, pretty much. We started at 8:15 this morning, which was a little bit of a sleep-in for all the competitors. So it was nice to have that later start. Everyone's been up nice and early for the last few weeks, trying to get an early surf in with 7:30 a.m. starts as well for the 1 stars. Of course, Maroubra was postponed last week, but it's really nice, and we're all really stoked to be here at Avoca for this QS 3000.
Considering we're going to have an early mark this afternoon, what are you going to get up to, True?
First thing I'll do is definitely shower, for sure. And I'll probably just do some uni, to be honest. It's going to be a boring afternoon.
That sounds like my afternoon.
Yeah, but I might go do a little bit of travelling and definitely eat some food. We got our lunch delivered, so I'll take that in the car, which smells amazing.
We do have our Mad Mex burrito bowls sitting here in front of us. We're watching Sally Mack just scoff hers down. I'm kind of jealous at the moment because I can smell it, but I just can't taste it. A surfer in green up and riding, utilising her priority on this one. She's already locked in a 5.5. She waited patiently. This one steepens up on this inside section and just unfortunately catching a rail. Sage Goldsbury from Victoria. It's not what she wanted.
Yeah, she was on her way there. She only needs a 3.8. And if she had have locked away 1 to 2 more turns, she probably would have locked in a 4.5, moved straight up into second spot, and there it is, a 2.33. The judges really criticising that fall. So just under 6 minutes, there's still heaps of time for her to go back out and get another wave, and it looks like no one else is out there in the lineup as well, so she might be in a good position.
Well, it just goes to show completion, but Alyssa Locke flying on down the line, laying into that first turn. What she got for us on this inside section. Strong surfing there from the surfer in the black. She's looking for a 5.97. There's a left behind it, True.
Yeah, I'm mind surfing that. It looks so fun. Alyssa, just 2 big turns. Here's the destination New South Wales wave replay. So flying down the line, as you said, Britt carves that first section and then just goes straight up and into it for a second. So she was looking for a 5.97 from memory to jump back up in, or jump up into second, and there it is, a 4.3. The judges have said not enough. She's now looking for a 5-point ride, which is well within her arsenal as well. She's able to get that in her sleep. So just under 5 minutes to go. She's making her way back out the back and hopefully able to lock in another good score.
Personally, I feel like the timing of that second turn, she probably could have hit that section a little earlier. It looked as though she kind of got to the section a little late, and that's maybe where the point difference was, say, between that 5.97 that she required and the 4.3 that she received. So still great surfing there from Alyssa Locke, just potentially timing on that last section. So at the moment we have just over 4 minutes on the clock. Keely Andrew in the lead, Philippa Anderson in second, Sage Goldsbury in third, and Alyssa Locke in fourth. It is Philippa Anderson in the white holding down first priority and looking for a 4.57 to take first. Philippa residing in that Newcastle region. She was originally from Port Elizabeth in South Africa and moved over here around the age of 12. And, well, Australia is home for Philippa now. She's been here for a long time. She actually owns a surf school.
Yeah.
Philippa Anderson Surf School in Newcastle. So if anyone viewing from home is looking for a good surf instructor and surf school in that Newcastle region, you can go and get coached by Philippa.
Yeah, she's amazing, and she's so knowledgeable as well, whether you're wanting to kind of just start to learn to surf or you're looking for some heat tips as well. She's such a mature heat surfer. She surfs so many heats in her lifetime, so she's really able to kind of pick things apart and give her own advice as to what she thinks a person should do in a heat, or even just little tips and tricks that they can do at the start or towards the end. So she's got so much knowledge within her, and I think it's really awesome that she's able to share that with people around her as well. Here goes, it looks like Philippa, speak of the devil, up and riding. So she carves that first turn. She's looking really fast on this board. brings it around for another one, almost falling, I think, on that bottom turn, and kicks out of that one. So just under 3 minutes, a little wobbly, but here's Sage up and riding, carving that first section. Is she going to get a little double act? She might. So brings it around for a second and puts it up there for a third and gets a finish. So Sage was only looking for a 3.8. We'll have to see what the judges think. 2.5 minutes to go. Philippa's got a score to lock in, so potentially that requirement could go up for Sage if Philippa's score goes into her top 2.
This could certainly make for a Mad Mex minute with just over 2 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for those scores to be locked in. Keely Andrew in the pink. She wouldn't be feeling too safe right now with Philippa only looking for a 4.57. Sage Goldsbury just catching that wave there. We're not sure whether or not that will be the 3.8, but time will only tell. So Philippa Anderson. The couple of bottom turns, as you mentioned, true. It looks like she almost skipped out. The first one she managed to hold on to, and on the second one, it was almost as if she, I don't know, from memory, it was almost as if she did like a double hand drag to slow herself down on that. Here we go, the Destination New South Wales wave replay. We have green Sage Goldsbury on a backhand. She's looking for a 3.8. Whether or not this will be it, we're not sure. Frothy wave, frothy sections. But making the most of nothing, the young woman in the green from Victoria. Here's the replay we were talking about. Just there, she nearly skipped out with that bottom turn. And again, so double hand drag just to slow her down a little bit. It's interesting technicality there for the surfer in white.
Yeah, wow. I wonder if that was something that she was like, I'm going to do this to slow myself down, or if that was her kind of stopping herself from falling. And look at that right rolling through. No one's opted on that one.
There we go. Philippa Anderson in that Mad Max minute. She's gone into first place, the competitor in the white. Keely Andrew in the pink, now in second, chasing a 4.2. Well, there we go. We were just talking about it, and Sage Goldsbury's locked in a 4.13. Into second, bumped Keely Andrew into third. We've now got 40 seconds on the clock. Will Keely get another opportunity to lock in a 3.93? And, well, we can't rule Alyssa Locke out because she's still only looking for a 5.34.
Yeah, wow, and as you can see within the scoreline, there's 0.1 between Sage and Keely, so really tight heat. Keely's out there with first priority, 20 seconds to go. If she can get one and really connect it, she'll be able to get that 3.93. She's a mature heat surfer, she knows what she needs, but she opts to let that one go. With 10 seconds to go, I'm assuming that maybe she wasn't able to hear how much longer is within that heat. Maybe she didn't have a quick look at the watch because that wave, she almost really needed to get that one to progress.
There we go. We did just have an upset. Keely Andrew being eliminated from the draw. The ex-World Tour surfer. She will regather and move on to the next one. She also bowed out with Alyssa Locke from the Coolangatta Tweed region. That was heat number 6 of the women's round of 32. Coming up next will be heat number 7 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute
Hello and welcome back to the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. This is the women's QS 3000 event. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined in the booth by a good friend of mine, Adam Dimmy Hennessy. How good's today been, mate?
It's been outstanding. I did some work on the beach before, watched your heat, watched the first couple of heats of the women's, or commentated them. Yeah, the standard's been amazing, and you can just see those performance levels starting to rise all the time as you sort of progress through the heats. But yeah, it was a stressful one for you.
Yeah, I snuck through by the skin of my teeth. I'm usually on the wrong side of those close heats, but I'll take it today. Yeah.
I actually thought it was a good performance, to be honest. Like, tough conditions. Yeah, you can see those big scores coming on through for both the men and the women, but it's just finding those things out there. It's like some guys are getting, 0.5 and a 1, and some guys are getting 2.8. So it's just luck of the draw, but maximising scoring potential once you have the opportunity.
Yeah, I felt like I surfed one of my rights well, so I was happy with that one. But other than that, found it very difficult to find the scoring ones. But we do have out in the water right now, second last heat of the day. We're going to call it off after women's round of 32. This is heat number 7 out in the water. We have, just from around the corner now, residing on the Gold Coast, Macy Callahan in the pink. In the white, Freya Prum. In the green, we have Shyla Short.
Yep.
And in the black, we got Ellie Brooks. So another stacked heat. Every heat just keeps getting harder and harder in these events. And yeah, conditions really nice out there right now. I was just down watching from the beach, and there was a couple really nice long-running right-handers. The tide is a little bit lower. I think we're looking at a low tide quite soon. So almost at the bottom of the tide. And yeah, the ladies are going to have a nice little finishing day. Yeah,
it's a great way to finish off. It's been a wonderful day as we see the surf in white up and riding, and just digging on through. That is for a Prum there. But yeah, yesterday a standout was Mace. She was absolutely switched on in her heat yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if she can keep that momentum going as we see the surfer in white just sort of finding a little bit of difficult spacing on that final turn. But yeah, this is a great heat. Heat number 7, round 2. Getting through this heat means a lot to these surfers, because at the end of the day, these points do mean a lot as we see the Destination New South Wales replay, and the ability just to punch through that big piece of water. Coops, you've been out there. It's pretty powerful today.
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving and doing a really good job there, Freya. Such a strong surfer. She did get a showing on the Challenger Series last year. From her own mindset, she didn't really perform up to the level that she wanted to, but that one big turn out the back was huge just then. We are going to throw it down to an interview with Zali Kelly, who took out in the last minute her heat just recently. So down to Hunter on the beach with Zali.
Thanks guys, down here with last heat winner Zali Kelly. Zali, another great performance out there. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, it's fun out there. Like, the waves are sick. I caught my first wave and then I kind of paddled for 10 minutes, but I ended up getting a few at the end, which is good.
Yeah, the paddle out looks really hard. Anyone you want to say hi to or thank for watching back at home?
If Mum and Dad are watching, hi, I miss you guys. Hope you guys are all good after the floods.
Thanks guys, back to you.
Right, great job down there on the beach. Right now, out in the water, that first wave for Freya Prum looking like it's come in at a 5.17. So nice little start there for Freya.
Definitely a powerhouse and very experienced campaigner too. So Ellie Brooks has got a 5.33 as well, Coops. And you heard in that interview then just how tough it is to position yourself in the right spot. So not only do you have to negotiate the priority situation, you have to put yourself in the spot to get those good waves.
Yeah, it isn't easy out there. There's a pretty big playing field right now. Tide's changing pretty quickly, and one thing to note is 20-minute heats, you don't get that many opportunities. That paddle back out can be really tricky. I don't know if you saw in my heat, me and Jacob Wilcox, after we both went back-to-back waves and we took different routes. He tried to paddle out on the right rip bowl. I tried to go up into the southern corner, and I reckon it took me a good 7 minutes.
So
and
do
that's
I
like
reckon, yeah.
35% of your heat gone on just one paddle back out after a 4-point ride. Really hard to bring back the mindset as well after that, but to me, it almost played into our hand that we couldn't hear the scores because, yeah, very slow start in my heat. But now, I guess, picking up one in the middle of the heat, it was a bit of a fight back.
See, the thing with that too is you got to think about the actual the physicality of the paddle back out, and then trying to get that heart rate back down and just get yourself reset and ready to go. Because, like you said, that 35% of your heat was basically made up of paddling from one peak, so you have to make sure that you get the job done when you get the opportunity. And it's going to be good waves all week, so it's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, that fitness level is going to come out whenever I personally, unfortunately, haven't been training that much lately, but pulled it together. My lats are absolutely burning. Going to have to try and get a bit of stretching done this afternoon, and quite happy, to be honest, that we're going to call it after this. We were thinking about potentially going into the next round, but we are going to call it off for the day. We do have a nice looking period coming. We've got 3 more days of events of competition to run. We also have the juniors are going to be getting out there tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. Australia's best junior surfers and the full Australia Oceania Regional Junior Tour. So make sure you tune into that. It should be good fun to watch the up-and-comers take over the lineup in Avoca after
the next gen.
Can't wait.
It's going to be interesting because these guys traditionally do not get the opportunity to actually compete on a live webcast either. And remember, it is going out not only on the web, but KO Sports have taken this on as well. So it's going to be a really good opportunity for these younger guys to see themselves live. I'm pretty sure you'd go back and analyse what you're doing in each heat, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to be able to watch back your heat. It's something I have had the luxury of doing a lot during my career, surfing on that Prime, which is now the Challenger Series. The webcast is obviously top tier here, just like the fresh air broadcast we have here. Wow, that is a huge turn there by Macy Callahan. Massive backside snap. Just the one turn. We'll wait and see what that comes in at, but she's got a bit of pressure on this heat. We've got Freya Prum in second right now with a 5.17 and Ellie Brooks out in the lead with a 5.33 as we pick up a replay right now of Macy Callahan.
Love how she just waited for that opportunity to really come off that inside rail as she went to work, that one turn. But yeah, like you said, it's going to be a really tough heat, a 4.5, so she knows that she's in the game. Highest wave so far has been a 5.33 by Ellie Brooks, so I'm pretty sure all these surfers would have surfed against each other, multiple times in their careers, and they know what everyone's strengths and weaknesses are for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have young Shyla Short from down in the Illawarra region.
Yep, south.
In the green singlet, probably the least experienced out of the competitors. She's taken her time to get a campaign started here in round number 2, heat number 7. We, of course, could not be here without our incredible sponsors. This is Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Sisstrevolution, Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Of course, our supporting sponsors. So great to be back up here on the Central Coast. I love coming here. It's been a massive part of my career, getting to come and spend a lot of time all the way along this beautiful coastline. So big thanks to the Central Coast Council, also Avoca Beach Hotel. If you're in the area, make sure you come down to Avoca Beach Hotel tonight and tomorrow night. We've got a movie premiere tonight and the Swellians podcast tomorrow night. Also, Destination New South Wales, always massive supporters of these New South Wales surfing events. And, of course, the World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales, always running the best events and giving us young and a little bit older Australian surfers and everyone in this Australia Oceania region every opportunity to put our best surfing forward and to show it live on TV and across the webland. A big thank you to Mad Mex, Volkswagen and KO Sports, KO Freebies for putting on this webcast.
Yeah, definitely. And big shout out to Luke Madden and all the Surfing New South Wales team who have lifted our development program over the last, say, 5 to 10 years to an incredible level. And talking about podcasts, mate, when's your next one out? Come on, give it a wrap.
Oh,
it's good too. I love it.
Stressed,
the Hedgie one was amazing.
Yeah, Nathan Hedge, Good Humans podcast. Go check it out. It's probably one of my biggest download ones. But what I love is getting to talk to people about stories, not just about their career, but stuff a bit deeper and learning that we can learn really valuable life lessons if we're willing to listen to people's stories, show a bit of vulnerability. And yeah, I'm actually meant to. I do put out an episode every Thursday, and I've got to put one out for tomorrow. I recorded an episode with my dad earlier in the week, but he's not quite ready for me to share it online. So I actually have to go after we finish today and record a quick episode with someone. I haven't worked it out yet, but I'll work it out in time, and you'll hear it tomorrow at 7 a.m. So busy afternoon for me as we see Shyla picking up her first wave. Unfortunately, not a great wave selection one, but she's on the board nonetheless, 2.17, and she can build a bit of rhythm now after that.
Definitely. I mean, when you consider the highest wave so far is only a 5.33, she's still in the game with 8 to go. And the thing that has been a real standout today is how quick these heats seem to be flying by, and that's part of what you were saying before about how tough the conditions are. Yeah, there are good waves on offer, but you've actually got to put yourself in the spot. So opportunities, sometimes at a QS level you might see, 10 waves written in a heat, especially at Manly. Like Manly is just renowned. It's a nightmare to commentate the beach at Manly because so many waves are written, but it's more about taking the opportunities when they arise. And look at that turn. That was nice and spicy indeed. But, yeah, very tough conditions, even though the waves are good. A lot of water moving, and it's good to see this swell hanging around for what seems like an eternity, really. There's been good waves on tap, eh?
Absolutely. It's been this big storm that's obviously caused a bit of havoc along this east coast, but creating some nice waves here, tail end of the storm. It's nice that this rain has stopped. Had a bit of a downpour this morning, but we saw Freya Prum finishing a nice long wave there. See what score comes in for her. Just that one strong turn for Ellie Brooks. Really like that backhand attack. Extremely aggressive, but like you said, very tough to get enough waves going in your heat. Conditions are, like you said, really fun, but with 20-minute heats, as we see Freya, nice stylish lean back, getting a little bit caught there. Holding on though, and she knows she wants to better that backup score, getting a nice little turn up into the foam and holding on. So,
I did see Coops tomorrow. The schedule for tomorrow, the head judges decided to up the ante a little bit, give you guys 25 minutes. Same with the female competitors, and that will give you how much as a survey. How much does that change the mindset? Does it still feel like it goes so quick, or does that really sort of let the heart rate sort of settle a little bit more when you know you've got that little bit of extra time?
I mean, yeah, the extra time definitely feels good. It's something that I'm quite used to competing with. I feel like the more seasoned competitors do surf a lot of heats in that 25 to 30-minute heat, which gives you a little more time to be selective, a little bit more time to really try and pick the eyes out of the conditions. But it still goes quick, 25 minutes, don't get me wrong. And if you're in first or second after 20 minutes, you're pretty happy if it's only a 20-minute heat. So it can be a blessing and a curse, but
could be the longest 5 minutes of your life, as we see destinations at New South Wales at replay. Here we go, Mace. Into it, just the fluency and the power of this young lady surfing. She seems like she's been around very much like you. I know you laugh, you feel like an elder statesman, but when you said that, I looked at you and went, I still remember you when like you were 10 and 11, It's incredible that how quick time goes when you're on tour.
Oh, seriously, it's crazy. I mean, I'm 27 now, and I think I might be behind Hedgie, the second oldest person in the comp, which is pretty crazy to think. I do feel like a bit of a kid. Stu Kennedy, there you go. Stewie, Hedgie.
He'd have to be 30. That's heavy.
Crazy. I do not feel Micro.
Oh, but you can't count Micro.
Yeah,
he was surfing good too, Micro. That was so good.
It's really funny. Yeah, Brett Bircher, Ty Watto, Geordie Watto. Okay, so there's a few older than me.
You can put yourself in the basket.
I'll put myself in that pool of the older guys, but I do feel very young at heart still. I love getting out there competing. I still feel like I can
mate, you've still got it. You've still 100%. You haven't lost anything. So we're going to throw over to an interview very shortly. As we see Mace up and riding again. Her previous wave, I think it was a 3.6, so she opened up with a 4.5. And you can just see the experience of Macy Callahan just trying to build house. And what about how she just leant into that rail and finished off strongly indeed.
Yeah, she wants to be back on that world tour up there with the best of them, right where she belongs. And a few other epic little surfers who want to be on that world tour are our next little interview. So we've got Jasmine Sampson with Carly Shanahan down on the beach. All right, we're going to catch back up to that. A few tech difficulties, as we always seem to pick up every now and then when you're trying to run a webcast on a beach that continues changing weather patterns.
Boys doing a great job.
Up. Yeah, the boys are doing a great job.
Sam has just walked in, so I'm like, great job from the Fresh Air broadcast crew, of course, and bringing these pictures to you for people around Australia and around the globe, really. I bet you... Do you ever tap into other regions and sort of keep an eye on what they're doing as you know, a fellow surfer who might have to challenge yourself in the Challenger Series? How's that work?
Oh, I used to. I wish I had that sort of time on my hands. And nowadays, if I get a spare hour, I try and take it to myself because I need a bit of switch off time. My life is very hectic, but yeah, it is really cool to be able to tune in and see what the competition's doing around the world. Whereas now I'm work, run down, surf my heat, get back to work. But that's the stage of the life I'm in, and I love it. It's seriously the funnest thing ever. But we are going to go back down to this on-beach little interview with Jasmine Sampson with Carly Shanahan.
Everyone knows on Wednesdays you wear pink. Pink works for Jasmine today. How are the waves out there?
It was really fun out there. You kind of had to be in the right spot and find like your way in the lineup kind of and be really lucky. And I was super lucky to get that one hit at the start and didn't really get a wave till the last 30 seconds. So yeah, it was okay. It was stressful, but I got through it.
I was definitely biting my nails, but that first turn was really sick. What preheat prep did you do to get that success?
Yeah, I sat on the beach for about an hour before my heat and kind of just worked out where to sit out there because it is really shifty. So yeah, I guess that worked for me.
Yeah, well, ripping Jasmine, keep it up and good luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, solid and great surfing that was in that heat. And speaking about this heat, we spoke about that last ride, a built-in house, Macy Callahan. Locked in 4.5, so she slowly but surely is grinding away at that requirement to get into the lead. Ellie Brooks has got a 5.33 and a 4.27, and you know, Mace would be looking over her shoulder because Freya Prum only needs a 3.86 and Charlotte Short needs a 6.86, so not a lot required for the standard. But the problem now, it becomes a time issue more than anything, Coops.
Absolutely, and we see no priority next to the ladies in 1, 2, and 3 right now, so we might have had some waves written in that little interview we picked up, so we'll wait and see if scores come in. But right now, sitting at the back with first priority, Charlotte Short, she is looking for that 6.86, very tough minute as we hit that Mad Max minute. Coming up in the next heat, last heat of the day, we're going to see Angela Ball in the red, Kyla Whitfield in the blue, Raya Campbell in the white, and Ellie Harrison in the green, so one more stacked heat to finish off the day. We'll wait and see how this one finishes up with just 40 seconds remaining. Freya Prum looking for just a 3.86. There's nothing worse than needing something under a 4 and not getting it at the end of a heat. So let's see if Freya can give herself an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. Not a lot required, but the issue is going to be that time down to 25 seconds on the clock. And the only positive is both that green and white have first and second priority, but opportunity has to appear. And a 3.86, Coops, isn't as simple as it seems.
Sometimes it can be so hard.
Yeah, like it's a score. Like you actually got to really do some work out there to get that kind of score. So
especially with the judging at the moment.
Yeah,
like,
it's tough.
Macy surfed a few good waves before only 4.5s, but that's going to round us out for this heat. We are going to see Ellie Brooks and Macy Callahan moving on through. This is the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We'll be right back right after this break.
Welcome back to the final heat of the day, day number 3 at the Sisstrevolution Pro, presented by Mad Max. I'm in here with competitor and fellow commentator Cooper Chapman, and it's been a super day, along with Sal Mack here doing a great job, and we're going to round out with a cracker of a heat, and up and riding straight in it.
Kyla Whitfield, North Narrabeen local. Nice first turn there. Getting a little bit caught behind here, but getting the heat kicked off. Finding a little end section, sitting nice and wide over in the corner. Nice little snap to finish that one off. So getting on the board nice and quickly.
Fellow club mate, eh?
Yeah, North Narrabeen.
And talk us through, I don't know a lot about Kyla, so give us a sort of an insight into the young lady we see on the screen right now.
Kyla's our new up-and-comer. She took out the women's board riders division last year. She's been, really slowly working her way up the ranks. You know what it's like at Narrabeen. It's quite hard to make a mark and stand out. She's obviously got some other great young surfers, such as True Starling, Jessie Starling, my sister Sophia Chapman.
Yep.
And Kyla's kind of that next crop, and she's really starting to make an impact on this junior and then also this qualifying series. So
I've been impressed by her ability to handle the pressure of this level of surfing. And like you said, I had no idea. She just comes from that production line that comes out of Northie. Let me tell you, you guys have produced world-class surfers for generation to generation. Some people have said to me, nah, it's because of the wave. I'm like, no chance. At one stage, I'm pretty sure, in the early 2000s, you guys had 4 or 5 guys on tour in the top 34 or 40 in the world. And we're talking about one beach. Come on. So
pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
The wave does help, but I think the intensity of the the competitive nature helps a lot at the beach, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Just having so many great surfers around you really lifts the level.
Yeah.
Being able to watch good surfers is really incredible. Obviously, the wave is good, but, the wave's bad pretty often. Don't get me wrong, Narrabeen is probably one of the more consistent waves on the east coast of Australia, but I've lived on the Gold Coast now for quite some time, and we don't get pumping waves very often, which once you get up to that world tour level, you need to learn how to surf really perfect waves. So we miss out on that a little bit, but it is very often quite rippable. And I think, like you said, the main ingredient is just that level of competition between all divisions. I did board riders the other day, and our opens board riders is usually myself, Kai Warner, Davey Cathles, Nathan Hedge, Geordie Lawler, Chris Enever. Pretty tough, but Damien Harvin usually surfs as well. So
he likes to mix it up with the crew as well.
He's just moved up to, I think he just started surfing in the 50s, and I don't think he'll let anybody else win a heat ever for 10 years until he moves up to the 60s.
I did a podcast with him last year, and he said that. He said, I'm that competitive. It's crazy. He said, I wish I wasn't, but I just...
He can't help himself.
Can't help himself.
In the opens at Narrabeen Board Riders, he would give it to us. He'd be swinging underneath you, doing the old classic swoop underneath, and he never gave us an inch. And I think he got me once or twice. He's still ribs. You don't become 2-time world champion for no reason, and they don't call him the Iceman for no reason, but... Yeah, Damien Hardman leading the club president down there now, El Presidente. Yep. And, it's been a successful couple of years for Narrabeen, so it's nice to see the new young crop coming through as well.
And here we go, a nice little set on the horizon with 15 minutes remaining. That looked like Ellie Harrison just trying to launch herself over the falls on that one. And the surfer in red.
Angela Ball.
Section,
and wow. Saw something shiny and went to go and get it. Unfortunately... unable to ride out of that one, but...
That ride looks so perfect, but it is so tricky.
It's really hard. It doesn't come in like you expect it to. It's really tricky to find the right takeoff spot for one. What I've noticed is if you sit a little bit further out, it makes it a little bit easier to actually get into the waves earlier. Gives you that opportunity to really open up a bit more, and we're seeing a lot of surfers take off a bit late and find it hard to get up there and get that speed up before the wave runs off.
It's been interesting watching today what the judges have really been looking for from all you surfers, as we see Ellie Harrison, lovely transition from that rail and into another turn, and a lot of patience has been getting rewarded. We spoke about Kalani Ball earlier in the day where, the patience of his setting the rail and really working through that rail was more... predominant in the score process than 3 to 4 quick whippy turns.
Absolutely, and we just pick up this replay of Ellie Harrison presented by Destination New South Wales. 2 strong turns. That's going to be the best wave of this heat. Really nice set wave. As we were just touching on, she got to take off a little bit earlier, got up there for a nice first turn, waited her time, timed it perfectly on that second turn, and the judges loved it. 7.33. So Ellie Harrison moving well and truly out in the lead of this one. 13.5 minutes remaining. We've got Ellie Harrison out in the lead, 7.33 and a 2.83. Kyla Whitfield in the black, sitting in second, just a 3 and a 2.73. And both Angela Ball and Raya Campbell looking to try and get this heat started. Just a 1 for Angela Ball and a pair of 0.5s for Raya Campbell. So, bit of a sleepy start for second, third and fourth. But Ellie Harrison, that one big 7.33, really throwing some fireworks to kick off this heat.
Yeah, it definitely goes back to the chat about quality over quantity. And, at this level, you have to be able to engage your rails and really set fire. And from an outsider point of view, people ask all the time, how do you judge surfing? And it's a lot of the visual, the point of difference, the amount of water moving, the placement of the surfboard. There's so much that goes into it biomechanically. And the judges, these guys are so good analysing each and every wave. You've got to remember they analyse hundreds of waves every day. It's a tough job.
Very tough job, and trying to get it bang on the money is so tough. And they do have some replays down there if they want to pick up replay from some of the waves, which is so important because when you've got 4 surfers splitting peaks, taking off on lots of waves, it is hard to be completely focused the whole time. We do have a head judge who stands behind I think there's 4 judges. 5 judges. We drop the top and the bottom score from the highest and the lowest. We drop that out of the score line, and the 3 in the middle we average. And there we go. Mad Max. 2 for 1 burritos. Scan that code if it's on your screen right now. I think the code is surfing on the app, and then you can get 2 for 1 burritos.
Did you have your lunch? I had a burrito bowl. So good.
It's good. I had a
burrito. Chicken burrito bowl. Wow.
I had a chicken burrito right after my heat, so I didn't have lunch. I was still full after about an hour and a half. But, yeah, delicious food. Make sure you go check out Mad Max all around Australia. Great franchise and taking care of a lot of young surfers, as we see. Kyla Whitfield.
I swear we're going to be Mexican by the time we finish on the New South Wales Surf Series, the Vissla Surf Series, as we see the surfer in black. Nice little combo there. So trying to offload that 2.73, and great to have Mad Max as our supporting partner of this event. Of course, Sisstrevolution. It's been 4 years since the conception of adding them into the fray when it comes to the QS level. And Vissla, of course, just such an amazing company that has supported the development of Australian surfing for a 4-year period as well. And you got to think, Coops, it's pretty tough when you consider COVID and the financial, the hurt that happened during COVID. Companies still supporting the tour. It's great.
Funnily enough, the surf brand's actually killed it. One of the guys who works for Vissla in Europe, I spent a bit of time with him, and he said they couldn't order enough wetsuits. There were so many people trying to go surfing in Europe, Australia, everywhere. It was some of the biggest years ever for the surf industry. So as much as some people hurt, and speaking to my shaper, Mauricio Gill, a lot of the surfboard shapers couldn't make them quick enough because one thing that we could do through COVID was go surfing. So the surf industry actually did all right.
I felt like as surfers, we sort of slipped under slipped under the radar because my home beach in Manly, seriously, when COVID first arrived and everyone was supposed to be in lockdown, it was madness. Must have been 1,000 people in the lineup. Oh. Other than the 750 normally in the lineup, it was 1,000. But it was crazy how many people, because everyone was working from home, who was actually utilising that 1 hour of exercise that were allowed by going into the ocean and just refreshing and just setting their mind, resetting.
Which is one of the best things that we can do.
You spoke about that last night.
Yeah, it's so important to have that switch off, have those moments of presence, and that's one thing why I think we all love surfing so much because we're so present. As we see, nice little turn up into the lip there for Angela Ball. Coming back left, getting the rebound and finding a link up here. Nice little second turn. Let's see if she can get another reform. And tough section there, but holding on. So that's going to be the best way for Angela Ball as we see. Here we go. Ellie Harrison trying to back up that 7.33.
Good speed, good flow in the surfing for Ellie as she comes down into this little bit of a soupy section, but she's looking to finish off strong. Gets that board nice and 12 o'clock, but you could just see she was wiping off that little bit of speed as she came into that final manoeuvre and really got caught in the lip. So I do like the way she started that ride. Couple of nice turns. Looking to offload that 2.83 coupe. So that, you know, I'm not a judge, but it may just do that to push the point a little bit further out for the rest of them.
Maybe you should be a judge. 3.77. So Ellie Harrison moves up a little bit further in front. She leaves Kyla Whitfield down in second now, chasing an 8.1. Huge task. Angela Board did just pick up her best wave of the heat, 3.4 on that last one. She's now only looking for a 2.33 if she wants to move up into that progressing second place. Still out the back with first priority, Raya Campbell holding on to pocket 0.5s. She wants to ditch both of them and fight her way back into this heat with just under 8 minutes remaining. It's going to be an action-packed last little bit of this heat with last heat of the day here. It's been great, good fun. It looks like the ocean just did get a bit of wind hitting it from, we've had glassy conditions all day, and
it was due to actually, there was due to be wind today, right? But I think that rain squall early in the day sort of compressed the wind. But it's probably good. It's probably a good call not to call it off at this stage. Not only just because of the wind, but we've got so much time in the waiting period to give you guys the opportunity to reset. You know, get yourself ready to go for another day. How is it when you have to serve multiple heats in a day as a competitor? Tough on the body, tough on the mind?
I mean, as a competitor and commentator, yes.
Impossible.
I don't have much time to really think, which is quite nice for me, to be honest. Last year I did a few of the events and did both and found it real difficult, whereas now I really enjoy the speaking. It kind of allows me to switch off and forget about my heat too much. I'm also thinking about everyone else's heats and talking about it, and I don't get to go home and take that little nap in between heats and switch off like I'm used to, but it seems to be working this year. I've been really enjoying it. I kind of just run down, surf my heat, jump back in here. Don't think too much about it. Don't put too much pressure on myself. I've been doing it for a long time now, and for me, it comes somewhat second nature. It's been a crazy 6 months for me. I haven't been to the gym in 6 months. I've barely been working on my boards. I mean, I've been working on my boards, but I've been surfing once or twice a week. I've been so busy. So,
wow.
It's kind of, like trying to use the
getting
skill
the balance and getting it right.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying it, not putting too much pressure on myself, not really going out there expecting too much, because so often we expect and then we don't live up to that expectation and it leaves us in a bit of a funk. Whereas, I'm just going out there really enjoying the process and trying to pick good waves, do the surfing I know I can do, and that's working out. But
well, it's great to have you in the booth because it gives us an insight into, it's easy for me to be speaking as a commentator because I've been doing it a long time, but to have you in here and analysing the waves from a different point of view, from an insight that most people would not understand. So, it's working for you.
Yeah, and I love breaking down the tactics for everyone out there listening right now. Not many people get to go out and surf in the conditions and then come in and talk about it, so I can kind of give a bit of the psychology behind what a lot of the athletes are thinking, generally what the tactics are going to happen, and then also what sort of waves are out there. So see Kyla Whitfield, just a quick in and out there. But with 5 minutes remaining, I mean, I find it so easy to come in and talk about surfing. I usually am hosting podcasts or running mental health workshops, and that takes a little bit more, whereas I've got 20 years of experience doing this. So for me, it's just coming and having a chat to me good mate Dimmy in the booth and our other awesome commentators, and getting to bring that experience and share that knowledge with people, because I think it's so important to share our knowledge with others.
Yeah, I love the froth of all our commentators. Everyone enjoys their job so much, and as we said, we're pretty much blessed to be in this great land and being able to compete on the east coast of Australia. And at your little clinic last night, mental health did such a good job. It opened up a lot of different thought processes for myself, but you did say it's about gratitude, about understanding how lucky we all are. And I think that's a really important thing that some people sometimes disconnect, where they're worrying about the performance and the results so much that they're not enjoying the process.
Absolutely.
So, great stuff. And, schools out there, if you're online, you should be getting coops in to give one of the chats to these younger generation, because I think it's really important for those kids to understand exactly how important gratitude and understanding, the different kind of sets you need to have as not only a surfer, but just as a human.
Absolutely. And that's where I'm so proud of my workshop that I run is it's not around mental health like people think of usually. We get told mental health is anxiety, depression, all these trigger words, whereas I just want to come and talk to people about gratitude, changing your mindset, being mindful, understanding that if we have awareness around our thoughts and emotions, we can make conscious decisions to make them better if they're not that good, and if they are good, we can lean into gratitude. So yeah, if anyone's out there and wants to learn a little bit more about my Good Human Factory Feel Good workshop, it's all based around thinking good thoughts, doing good things for others, kindness, and then that's how we feel good. So yeah, check out thegoodhumanfactory.com. We are a partner with Surfing New South Wales, so I'm allowed to give it a plug in the webcast. But yeah,
no, great
appreciate
job.
you coming and checking it out last night. It's a lot different to what you'd think a mental health workshop is, isn't it?
100%, because there's such a tag
mental
and a
health is not
stigma
mental
with that.
illness.
It's not. Like, it's everyone. I'm pretty sure you said it. Everyone has a 5 out of 5 have.
Well, that's the thing. So 1 in 5 Australians will be diagnosed with a mental illness, which is a sad statistical fact. But what everyone forgets is 5 in 5 of us have mental health, and we all have to be doing things on a daily basis to take care of it. And unless we're aware of that, people tend to slip down that poor end of the spectrum before they actually realise it. So it's important that we all build that awareness, and that's exactly what I'm out there trying to do. But right now, this has been a bit of a sleepy heat to finish the day,
It
Dimmy.
has.
Right now,
Ellie Harrison.
7.33 for that great two-turn combination early. Ray Campbell down in 4th, looking only for a 5.23. She's still in the heat with pocket .5s. Angela Bohr only looking for that 2.33, second priority for her. And we'll wait and see if Kyla Whitfield can make that requirement a little bit bigger. But yeah, sitting out the back with first priority and the lead right now, Ellie Harrison.
Here we go, Surfer in red, deciding to roll the dice with this one, and up and riding and into it. Angela Ball not requiring a lot, and you can just see she's trying to connect the dots, but I actually don't think that is going to be a 2.33.
Neither do I. It's sometimes.
I mean, it's a real small score, but I just don't know if that's going to justify a 2.33, considering some of the mid to low 2s and 3s we've seen today.
If she holds on to that last turn, I think so. And here we go, heat leader Ellie Harrison getting one up to the lip. Unfortunately, a little bit late, and then that's all she wrote for Ellie. So we'll wait and see what that score for Angela Ball was. There it is, 1.8.
1.8.
Unfortunately, just under. Kyla Whitfield, count your lucky stars right now, because needing a 2.33.
You reckon right now she would know? It's pretty hard because you can't really hear. But would you, as a competitor, be moving towards the other two surfers, knowing that Kyla Whitfield has priority with 1 minute to go?
Absolutely. But as we've been saying quite a bit today, as we hit this Mad Max minute, it's very hard to hear. I think we blew a speaker yesterday. That's one of the reasons why we are.
I think I did.
Yeah, you were talking too loud on the mic. But we do have awesome Headbutt heading up to Newcastle to buy some new speakers. So that was one of the reasons why we are calling it today. We want the athletes to have every opportunity to hear their scores, because it does really change the structure of your heat, the tactics in your heat. So tomorrow the competitors will all be able to hear out in the water, which is a big, big benefit that we all need. So with 30 seconds remaining right now, this is very tight. Kyla Whitfield hanging on by the skin of her teeth. Ellie Harrison out sitting pretty in the lead, but let's see if Angela Ball can squeak out. She doesn't have long though, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a long period of time to get the job done, and you can count your lucky stars, the young lady from Northie, because had she landed that second little foam climb for Angela Boy, it would have been game over at that stage. So it looks like that's all she wrote, and it's been a wonderful day, Coops. You've done a great job. Congratulations, progression on through. Well done to all the staff and everyone out on the web. We really thank you for being a part of the show, and looking forward to what should be a massive Thursday.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to be kicking off with the women's in the morning, or the men. Women's in the morning, 25-minute heats. So the women who just got through these heats will be coming up first thing tomorrow morning. So we'll see the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro straight into the men's division of the Vissla Central Coast Pro. And then we're going to kick off the Pro Junior tomorrow as well. So make sure you tune in. You're going to see Australia's best junior surfers, men and women, and also the qualifying series, round of 16, down to the pointy end of competition. So I'll be coming up in heat number 4 if you want to watch me surf. We'll be back at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Make sure you tune in live on KO, live everywhere, all around the world on the webcast, presented by Mad Max and Volkswagen. My name's Cooper Chapman. I've been here with Adam Hennessy, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, have a great afternoon, crew.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.